Bienvenido a Macau, the special administrative region of China, just a short drive away from Hong Kong, the fourth highest living expectancy in the entire world, and the densest population, 710,000 people in just 12.7 square miles. The official languages, Cantonese, Portuguese, and English. There are plenty of tourist attractions to get lost in. The Fisherman's Wharf, the ruins of St. Paul's, and the Gear Fortress. They call this place the Las Vegas of the East. The casino is the language of the economy here in Macau. The locals enjoy the Feast of the Drunken Dragon every May. 2/3 of the land here is reclaimed from the sea. We're currently on Coloane Island. A few miles north of here is the site of the other Macau Grand Prix, where racing drivers Ayrton Senna and Michael Schumacher made themselves household names in motorsport. You can get all sorts of incredible things here, including street food delicacies such as pork chop buns, almond biscuits, and of course, pastel de nata. The city is twinned with Sao Paulo in Brazil and Monaco over in Monte Carlo. This, however, is the Melco-style Macau Grand Prix, the other Macau Grand Prix, as it were, part of the UIM MotoSurf World Championship. For those who are watching for the first time, what is a MotoSurf? Well, it's pretty simple. It's a surfboard with a 100cc 11 horsepower engine, and it takes the riders up to an incredible 70 kilometers an hour top speed at their peak. And these things weigh just 30 kilograms. So it is a proper high-performance engine, an amazing category of sport, and definitely a very physical and tough discipline. The very best of the best in the world have traveled from all four corners of the planet to be here on this exciting weekend, the season finale. The championship has traveled from Fujairah in the United Arab Emirates, across to Poland, to Sweden, to Italy, and to Croatia. And we finished the season for the first ever visit to the beautiful Principality of Marvelous Macau. What a fantastic welcome we have had from the locals and all of the fantastic wildcards that we've had here this weekend. A grand total of 27 competitors made up of Team China, who are bidding to get themselves in amongst the regulars up at the top end of the world of MotoSurf. There are all sorts of kings and queens here on the water. It's going to be a fabulous challenge out there on the circuit as well. This is going to be one of the toughest challenges that the MotoSurf riders have ever taken on. It's a very slow but very long race circuit here. The times that the riders were doing in the elite category in the Brinks Cup were clocking around 52, 53 seconds. So it's definitely going to be a long lap here. And for those who are watching this sport for the first time, boy, are you in for a treat. It's going to be a mega, mega show. There is the course, and you'll obviously be able to denote how the competitors will figure out which way to go. The yellow boys, they will go right and around. The yellow boys, they will go left and around, I should say. And the red boys, they go right and around. Very tricky complex. There is a parallel run as well, denoted by the two orange boys in between. Once they go through there, they can choose whether they go left or right. Plus, there is a long lap, which also needs to be part of the configuration. In the first heats of the day, they will take 2 long laps, what used to be known as joker laps. But of course, we know what the correct term is. So the competitors are getting themselves geared up and ready for the first races of this incredible MotoSurf World Championship finale weekend, governed as always by the UIM. And of course, from here, all roads lead to the incredible summer of 2025. This is the final race in MotoSurf before the World Games qualifier, which will take place in Fujairah in the United Arab Emirates in February. And of course, the World Games will take place in Chengdu next summer in China. So this is a great warm-up for all of the competitors, as well as, of course, the season finale, where all of the competitors in the elite, in the masters, in the stock rookies, in the women's, in the junior boys and junior girls category titles will all be decided. 7 world champions will be crowded over the course of this weekend. And this is going to be a sensational battle. We had a slight delay to our program as our jet ski was feeling a little under the weather. Fortunately now, though, our technical team has got it absolutely spot on and we are shipshape and ready to splash. It's going to be a really great battle out there on the course. Jake Sanson here with you in the commentary box, and it really is going to be a sizzler. We had such great competition from our qualifying practice sessions. The difficulty, of course, with it being such a slow, long circuit and with so little time to get used to the training is that a lot of the riders have only actually had 1 or 2 clear fast laps at any point this weekend. There were 2 practice sessions and the qualifying practice, but if you fall or if anything goes wrong with the board, then that's it. That's all you get. So a lot of the riders are still very much on the back foot. We are going straight in with the women's category, Group A, and it's going to be Sara Zubarova, who is in the process of trying to catch up with the championship leader coming into this weekend. It is Matuskova who leads the championship, but there are your competitors for this one, and there are going to be some contenders across the run. Sara Zubarova, Jingao, Barbara Kolarova, Sebastian Kostelechki, and then we're also going to have, it's the juniors, my apologies, rather than the women's category, I do apologize. Sara Zubarova and Zheng Jinghao, Barbara Kolarova and Sebastian Kostelechki, Lin Ruoyang and Stanislav Kuholt, and then Huang Zhizhuang and Maximilian Hrushka, and Jorgen Schieler and An Jihan, along with Oliver Wolf and Rosalia Jonora. They are the reserve contenders, I should point out, across the groups. But now the riders are just getting themselves warmed up. They follow in pursuit of the jet ski. They will form up in the V on the far side of the course. And then when they are in position and ready to go, the green flag will fly atop the jet ski and they will be ready and underway. And it will be a race of 5 laps plus 2 long laps. So it's going to be an interesting one for all of the competitors. And the 2 long laps are mandatory for every competitor. They can choose to do it whenever they wish. But, of course, it means that following the order is going to be tricky because a lot of the competitors will be doing so at various different points over the course. But in the junior category, there are 2 championships in one because the boys are racing for their own category championship and the girls are racing for their own as well. So it's going to be a fascinating battle. It's likely that both championships are going to go down to the wire tomorrow, looking at the way that the point scores are currently looking at. In the boys category, it's going to be Lukas Schneider versus Sebastian Kostelechki. Ultimately, Kostelechki could be the champion if he gets 2 heat wins today, and there are 2 heats for the juniors today. So he could be champion by the end of the day, but it is unlikely. It's a similar situation in the junior category for the girls, because there is a chance that Kristina Hybkova could actually win the title today, again, if she wins both of her heats. But looking at how competitive it's been through qualifying, neither of the championship leaders are actually the fastest competitors in juniors. It's going to be really interesting down to the wire as the competitors run in close proximity. So you can see there the competitors are easily denotable by the numbers that they will run. Number 1 is Sara Zubarova. Number 2, Zheng Jinghao. Number 3, Barbara Kolarova. Number 4, Sebastian Kostelechki. Then number 5 is Lin Ruoyang. Number 6 is Stanislav Kuholt. 7 is Huang Zhizhuang. Then it is number 8, Maximilian Hrushka. Number 9 is Jorgen Schieler. The A is An Jihan. The B is Oliver Wolf. And the C is Rosalia Jonora. We are under starters' orders. And the race is already trying to fight forward. Look at that from Barbara Kolarova, straight around the outside of Sara Zubarova to get straight into the lead as they run round the far side. They will cut through the parallel, and it's now up to them which way they go. They can go left or right, whichever suits them, but they meet at the same point. So it's all going to be fascinating to see who comes through first. But out of the blocks, Barbara Kolarova has made a fantastic launch forward. And on the number 3 shorts, she is right out in front. Epic start. Good run as well from Zheng Jinghao, the leading junior boy, who has worked his way forward now at a 2nd position, cutting ahead of Sara Zubarova. So as they work their way forward, it is a great start. And there's a problem already. Oh my goodness, it looks like there's an issue for Sara Zubarova. So that was her chance to move forward. Now it looks like they've actually claimed a false start. Someone's gone down in the penultimate corner, I do believe. So they appear to have brought a stop to the race at the moment. Not entirely sure the reason for that, because a fall wouldn't normally call that. But they did get the race under starters' orders. They've decided to give it another go, so it's a full start. They'll get back into the V again. So what fortune for Sara Zubarova. She's got another chance now to beat Barbara Kolarova off the line. So she's going to send them around just to get the boards warmed up again. 100cc engines, these, 11 horsepower. And the boards weigh 30 kilograms. So that gives these boards a top speed of about 70 kilometers an hour on the top of the water. But they're not going to reach that top speed this weekend because the circuit is just not designed for it. You'll be lucky if you can push 40 kilometers an hour at various points because it's just fairly choppy because of the way that the wind has come through. We're going to wait to see. As again, Sara Zubarova holds them, waits for the command. Wait for it. And they'll get the command. Off we go. They dip down and off we go under starters' orders for Junior Heat 1. Another cracking launch from Barbara Kolarova, trying to go round the far side. Doesn't get as fast a launch as she did the first time round. But Zheng Jinghao trying to work forward. And this is the difficulty. When you're following in the draft of another rider, you've got that white water. It's not as smooth to race through as the fresh water is. Through the parallel, again, the rider can choose whether they go left or right. And they can choose that on the fly. It's very dependent on how much white water they can run through, how smooth they're likely to get a run out of it. So much more confidence this time for Sada Zubarova, who leads the way far more comfortably than before. Zheng Jinghao in second, Barbara Kolarova in third, and hanging on to fourth place nicely, Sebastian Kostelecky. Now, Kostelecky could really do with a decent result to start things off. He does not want to let Lucas Schneider's lead get too big in the early part of the weekend, because in each class they have 4 opening heats, but the fourth performance, the lowest score, is taken away from their tally for the weekend. The most amount of points you can score in one weekend is 72, 18 for the win, so 4 times a winner. There are 5 races, but the lowest score of the heats is always dropped, so you can win 3 heats maximum. Oh, and there's a problem there for Barbara Kolarova, puts her hand in the air. It's for Zheng Jinghao. So Zheng Jinghao goes down. Big problem there in junior boy. So Zheng Jinghao having a big difficulty as he drops. And that is a terrible bad luck start for Zheng Jinghao. So that drops him right out of the running. He's going to have to try and make his way back up, of course. Now, with this race being 5 laps in duration, plus the 2 long laps, there is still a chance for him to get back into it. We're going to see a replay of what happened. Oh, just got caught out on the right side. That's the problem. When you get that washout from after the buoy, you've only got about 10 to 15% of the board actually covering the water. And if it gets just slightly off kilter at the wrong angle, the wave's going to chuck you in and you'll get a face full of sea. Absolutely appalling luck for Zheng Jinghao. So not a bad start to proceedings then for Sada Zubarova. There she is, having a great run so far. She was so confident in qualifying as well. Got a 1:01 8:06 in qualifying. Only a few hundredths of a second quicker than her main championship rival, Kristina Hebkova. So these two still having a very tough race of it. That's the B. That is Oliver Wolf, trying to get himself back into the action again. Didn't have the greatest of qualifying performances, but qualifying doesn't mean too much as far as racing is concerned. It's about longevity and patience and stamina. So as they come through, obviously they've still got to take the 2 long laps. Now the 2 long laps take them around the far side of the buoys up to the top end of the circuit. They join them at one far end point. I can just see one competitor has decided to take the long lap on the far distance point now. So as it currently stands, Sada Zubarova is the leader as we watch Oliver Wolf going through the turns. It looks like Barbara Kolarova is now at a second place after the dip for Zheng Jinghao. Up to third now is Sebastian Kostelecky, so he leads in the boys category, but it's currently third position. So if anybody thinks that boys and girls can't race equally, well, tough luck, because we've got 2 girls ahead of the 2 boys at the time being. Up to second position now, though, has come Lin Ruyang. So Lin Ruyang doing a great job to work his way further forward. Now up into second position. Up to third comes Rosalia Janoroa. So Janoroa, the Polish rider, has definitely gone a lot quicker of late. Of course, a lot of this could come down to the fact that a couple of the riders at the front end could well have chosen the time to take their long lap. So a lot of it is based on when they decide to go for it. And we've just heard that Sada Zubarova has decided to take the long lap. So as a result of that, it's obviously going to put things in a little bit more perspective for her. And they've got to take the long lap twice as well. This is going to be the toughest and the longest ride that any of the competitors have had so far this weekend. Nice move up the inside there from Zubarova, getting back through on Stanislav Kohut. So Stanislav Kohut getting a little bit run ragged there by Sada Zubarova. Very nicely done. Look at the style that Zubarova carries on the way through here. Just so much confidence, so much pace, and it all comes down to the rhythm and the feel and flow. But right from qualifying yesterday, Sada Zubarova has looked so confident. Completes the lap, doing a fair job at the moment, so that is 4 total laps completed, I do believe, but of course that incorporates 2 long laps. There is the number 2, that's Zheng Jinghao. So Zheng Jinghao has got back on the board quite quickly without losing too much time. So Zheng Jinghao now finds himself in second place, 11 seconds back from Sada Zubarova. That is overturnable. As we watch the Polish rider working her way through, that is Rosalia Janora. As Sada Zubarova now chasing the number 4, that is Sebastian Kostelecky. So Sebastian Kosteleck's taking the long lap, and so too is Sara Zubarova. Now this is the long lap. We're watching it go through now. Oh, and straight into the water. Very bad luck indeed there. Now who is that? That is the A that's gone down. That's An Jihan. So An Jihan sadly has fallen. That's very bad luck for her. So An Jihan going down in the water then. Qualified, unfortunately, only down in 18th place. So the lead is now just coming out of the long lap. You can see that there as they go through those two black boys in parallel. Once they go through that gate, that's where they're able to make the run and cut through. So excellent work so far as the contenders are really putting on a good race here in the middle. We're going to see a replay now. This is An Jihan. Oh, the problem is that the nose of the board just gets stuffed in at the wrong angle of the wave coming up. And that's it. Game over. A very wet set of goggles then for An Jihan. So here we go through the parallel. Now Sara Zubarova decides to go right this time. You can choose which way you go. Once you go through the parallels, you can choose to go right or left. And the reason for that, of course, is to give it a couple more options in terms of the route. You want fresh water to come through, but it looks good for Sara Zubarova, who's going to come through in fine style. The checkered flag is going to be in the air. Sara Zubarova comes through, 5 laps completed with 2 long laps incorporated, and that's a very good run indeed for Sara Zubarova. But did Barbara Kolarova come through first? I think she did. So Barbara Kolarova does actually come through ahead. She did a better job in the long lap, I do believe. So more consistency for Barbara Kolarova. The 18 points go her way. 18 points too for Sebastian Kosteleck for coming through as the winner in the boys category. So that is great news for Kosteleck as far as the championship is concerned. That's 18 points on the board, the perfect score to start his weekend. But Barbara Kolarova taking 18 points off Zubarova, who comes through for 14 in second place. So a bit of a tricky one there for Zubarova. It was looking good for the majority, but in the long laps, I think just a little bit too much time was lost. And a great recovery ride there from Zheng Jinghao. We saw him go down very early on, but he managed to recover to 4th place. Well, that's one way to take your victory lap. Unfortunately, Jinghao losing it completely there. So Zheng Jinghao just getting a little bit over-eager on the cool-down lap there. Sorry there, Zheng. But a fantastic run for the number 3, Barbara Kolarova, getting the job done in fantastic style as we are just watching the closing ride there from the 7. That's Huang Zhizhuan. That's one way to come back in. That's how I'd ride it all the time. That's because I'm considerably lazier than a lot of the competitors here. But that's one way to cool off after a very physical race there. Sara Zubarova, not a bad start to her weekend. 2nd place, 14 points on the board. And of course, your poorest result is the one that you drop. So if she gets 3 wins, she can discard this 2nd place. But there's still a long way to go in the weekend, but it's a good start. Barbara Kolarova taking the victory then, 2.2 seconds ahead of Sebastian Kosteleck. Then it is Sara Zubarova, P3, in front of Zheng Jinghao in 4th place. 5th position for Lin Ru Yang. Then in 6th position, a great recovery ride for Rosalia Janora, the Polish rider, coming right up to P6. So a very good start out of the blocks then in the junior category. So as everybody finishes off after a good start, positives all the way. 7th place for Stanislav Kohut, 8th position for Oliver Wolf, another good run from him. Max Hrushka comes through in 9th position in front of Huang Zhizhuan. Then in 11th place, we sadly saw An Jihan dropping. And then at the back of the field, on this occasion, it is the Turkish rider Ender Yorgunchila. So we're going to now make sure that we get everybody ready for Group B. This is where you're going to see the championship leaders in both categories here. Kristina Hubkova and Lucas Schneider will be sharing the front row of the starting grid here. Now, it's also important to note that the riders are distinguishable by what color short or what number shorts they are wearing. We've got 1 through 9 and then through to A, B and C as the extra category riders to come through. So in this particular heat, we have Kristina Hubkova, number 1, Lucas Schneider, number 2, Adam Kolar, number 3, Laura Markova, number 4, the American rider Sawangwan, number 5, Zhang Zhuoshan is number 6, Nico Sawangwan is number 7, Yuan Li Wen is in 8, then Li Ximeng is number 9, the A shorts are Yang Junhao's, and then B is Gao Jin. So all of the contenders getting themselves geared up and ready. hoping for a little drop in the wind, of course, because that will really help in terms of the wave coverage. It's not been too bad today. Yesterday was fairly choppy. It was very difficult. And based on how much time we had in the practice session, a lot of the riders in multiple classes were particularly frustrated because they were only really able to get 1 or 2 clear laps. Looks like somebody's down already, just as they're getting themselves prepared. I wouldn't mock any of these riders for falling. It's very, very tricky and very physical as Yang Junhao gets back up again. And the junior category contenders ready for another exciting run as we watch the pole sitter, Kristina Hebkova, the championship leader, lead the field around. Once they're all comfortably in a decent V formation and the jet ski rider is happy that the formation is clear, they will be launched on the far side of the course and they will charge their way down to the 2 red boys on the far side course. And that is when the race will get underway. But once the jet ski is happy that they are in position, the marshals will give the signal, they'll blow the whistle and wave the green flag, and they will be under race conditions. So, once again, Kristina Hebkova just controlling the pace from Lucas Schneider, Adam Kolar, Laura Markova, Ryder Sawangwan, and then we have Zhang Rushan. The V is ready in formation, just waiting to see if everybody's going to be clear to start. That looks perfect as far as the formation is concerned. And off they go! And a brilliant launch from Lucas Schneider. Already parallel and slightly in front of Kristina Hebkova, but the first corner is a left-hander. Tucks in nicely for the boy. And is that going to be enough for Lucas Schneider to lead the way? It is indeed for the moment. As the riders work their way through, Schneider comes through into the lead. Excellent work from Lucas Schneider. And as they go through the parallel again, they can choose where they go. Left or right. Oh, and there's a problem. 4th position riders already down in the parallel. So a big difficulty already. As a couple of riders have gone through, don't forget there are penalties that are to be considered if riders miss boys. But there is one that went down in the parallel already. I can't quite tell which rider it was from there, but it looks to me as though it could have been Ryder Sawangwan. Oh, and there's another one down just on the exit of the parallel. And that's a boy missed for one particular rider, having to take avoiding it. Oh, and they've decided to call it a false start. So they are going to restart the race. Well, that's good news for Kristina Hebkova. So it's looking like the practice start is what they're basically going through on these first heats, particularly in the juniors. I'm not sure if they'll do practice starts for every class, but certainly in the juniors, we've had practice starts in both categories by the look of it. So now they're just forming up in their V formation again. I think they're going to have to go around again for a decent V formation here, though, because there are a couple of riders out of position, because we had a couple of falls in the parallel. I'm afraid I couldn't tell you exactly what it was that caused the rider to fall. I think it was just a slightly tight trajectory on one particular angle on the run through. So here they are. Riders now working their way forwards as they come through off the course. Number 1, Kristina Hebkova, championship leader in junior girl. Lucas Schneider, number 2, championship leader in junior boy. Great to see these 2 championship classes going head-to-head with each other, because they're more than capable of being competitive at the same time. We saw the ladies category, the junior girl, finish ahead of junior boy in the last heat, so that proves that there's definitely equality in the world of MotoSurf. So it's all down to Kristina Hebkova and Lucas Schneider to control the pace at the front. We wait for the signal. Just tightening up the V. Waiting for the command signal. And the second of our junior heats is going to be underway shortly. No, they're going to be called round again, so the V is not quite in formation there. So again, the jet ski decides to send them around. Not easy to get this right. Tricky situation for the contenders as they want to get themselves back into formation once again. So they'll go around one more time and hopefully they will be in race trim condition. But the championship leaders, ironically enough, they both race in the same team, Kristina Hebkova and Lucas Schneider. Very much a Czech-based sport, this one, but Kristina Hebkova and Lucas Schneider, both part of the Klima race team. This sport was pretty much born and raised and homologated in the Czech Republic. Very unusual with it being a landlocked country, but there are 2 main lakes in the Czech Republic where this takes place, and if you start riding, you essentially become a racer. There's not really any other alternatives. You don't do this sport for fun. Here we go! And a good start this time from Lucas Schneider. Launches forward. Cracking launch from Adam Kolar as well. So Adam Kolar could actually go round all of them. Absolutely brilliant as Schneider and Kolar have got well ahead of Hebkova incidentally. So very nice work on the start. Good run so far from Lotte Markova, just keeping her bases there in 4th position. This time they all go through the parallels in the top 4. It's a little bit congested further back, but everybody's upright still as they work their way through the S's of the parallel. They come back into connection again, and out in front, it is the hard-charging Lukas Schneider who has lost out by the look of it. It's Collard who actually leads it, so Adam Collard has got ahead. Great start then from Collard. A couple of riders, yeah, it looks like someone's gone down in the middle of the parallel S's there and managing to get back into contention again. Oh, a bit of a moment there for Schneider, running deep. Now, was that a miss of the boy? Was that a miss of the boy there for Adam Collard? Now, that would be a big disaster for him because that could cause a penalty. So far, so good for Lukas Schneider, just keeping his bases and keeping his options open. But Adam Collard pulling out a big lead. This is great news for Adam Collard, who really needs the points, to be fair. So he is having an absolute monster of a start, working his way through the zips, through the troughs, nicely handled at the moment. Working his way through to the parallels. Deciding not to go for the long lap, just wants to build a nice cushion by the look of it, wants a gap to take into the long laps. Once again in the juniors, it's a 5-lap race, but they can take their 2 long laps whenever they wish to do. So for the moment, Adam Collard is just holding pace. And in 2nd position, that is the hard-charging Lukas Schneider. I think that's still Kristina Hebkova in 3rd position, just following in their wake. And then in 4th position, that still looks like Lotte Markova to me. But a very good start to proceedings then for Adam Collard. Looking so strong at the moment. He's found his pace, he's found his rhythm. He's got to be careful. Oh, Adam Collard so nearly chucking it in. But he puts his arm in the air. That's to say, I'm going for the long lap. So he goes round the boy. Oh, and down. Was that Kristina Hebkova? I think that was Hebkova going down. So the number 1, I think, the championship leader in junior girl, may have just gone into the drink there. So we'll have to have another look at it, but that is a big disaster if that was Kristina Hebkova. So there goes Lukas Schneider. He has not taken his long lap yet. So he has gone back into the lead of the race for the moment. But obviously he's still got 2 long laps to take, which he may well do on the last 2 laps. As I said, you can choose to do it whenever you wish to. He's currently being followed in by Nika Sawangwan. So big difficulties then in the early stages as Lukas Schneider has rejoined just in behind Ryder Sawangwan, of course. So the 2 American riders there, part of the Lake Taps Jet Surf team, working their way forward, hoping to climb up their way to the ranks where one day they can fight for the Brinks Cup. Working their way through. Beautiful style from Adam Collard. Right into the wave. So smooth and really precise. He's got good precision at this phase. And he is not intimidated by any of these corners that are being thrown at him. Right, Lukas Schneider has gone into the long lap. So Lukas Schneider has gone through to the long lap. Onto the far side of the course. Now, this could be a tactical move for Adam Collard to follow him through to the long lap, so he doesn't have another long lap to do. Depends on how much time he's got. No, he's decided to carry on. So Adam Collard is now going to draw pretty much level, I would think, then, in terms of where he comes out. Oh, no, he is going to take the long lap by the look of it. No, he's... yeah, he is going to take the long lap. So he's going to make both of his long laps quite early, then, is Adam Collard. So Lukas Schneider will still be in front of him, then, because he will have taken his first long lap, while Adam Collard has taken both of his. So they've got a little bit of time to even up again. So this is going to get fascinating now between... It's all going to be about intimidation now in terms of how they attack the boys now between Adam Collard and Lukas Schneider, the two top riders in this. Oh, and down goes the 4. That is Lotte Markova. So Lotte Markova's gone. Looks as though she hasn't lost a position, though, so that's important. She hasn't really lost a massive amount of time. I didn't see anybody overtake her, so actually Lotte Markova, unless she was on the long lap, I don't really think she will have lost a massive amount of time from that. Let's have another look. So this is Lotte Markova. Oh, it's so easy to get that wrong. Just far too much water coming over the top. Just hit the wave at exactly the wrong angle. A lot of white water at that part of the course as well. She was clearly following in behind somebody. And that's the difficulty. The riders talk about this a lot. The difference between white water and fresh water, what they talk about there is essentially what Adam Collard is facing at the moment compared to what he's leaving behind. If you hit the wave nice and clean, it's known as fresh water, and it's white water that follows behind. That's when air has got through it. That's why you get white water coming off waves, because it's mixed with air. And that's really not particularly ideal for MotoSurf riders because it's a lot slower to go through that type of water. So now we can see them both fairly even, and look how much time Lukas Schneider has actually made up. So Lukas Schneider has definitely caught up to Adam Collard. Now that they've both done their long laps, I think they're going to have just the run to the flag now. And look at how much Lukas Schneider is pushing as we take a look at Zhang Rushan. But this is the real race battle. They're in the parallels, and it's going to come down to who gets out of the parallels first. Lukas Schneider and Adam Collard having a fantastic duel to it. There's going to be very little in between it at all. Adam Collard's just going to be in front as they come off the parallel turns. There's only going to be a few corners now. Two left-handers. They'll come through very close together, but it is going to be Adam Collard who just hangs on in there from Lukas Schneider. How close was that? Goodness me. After an intense race battle between the two of them, that was a big steal from Adam Collard. Well, very good work indeed there from Adam Collard. He took that by 0.59 of a second. After 5 laps and 2 long laps, Adam Collard just hangs on in there. Excellent stuff. We're still waiting for third place to come through. That's how tough a race it was for everybody else. And through into third position comes Ryder Sawangwan. So the American comes through into third position. Great work then from Ryder Sawangwan. And up to fourth position then, Kristina Hebkova. Now that's great news for Hebkova, of course, because as the leading girl to come through, she comes through with 18 points in her championship battle. And that is excellent, excellent news for Kristina Hebkova. If she wins both her heats today, she wins the Junior Girl Championship. And she's just won her first. So that is great news indeed. But Adam Collard, well, he needed perfection today and tomorrow to win this championship. He needed a 72-point score with none of the others managing to score. But ultimately, Kostelechki could have been champion with 2 heat wins, but it looks like it is going to go down to the wire tomorrow. But Adam Collard is just doing what he has to do. He has to win every race he can to get the perfect 72-point score. And he started in the best possible fashion by beating Lukas Schneider. That will be a big feather in the cap for Adam Collard. And that's exactly what he needed to do. The La Cucina Nera rider doing a fantastic job. What a way to start the day for him. Straight out of the blocks, aggressive, dictatorial, fast, confident, smooth. Absolutely brilliant. And that is how you get that done. A very smooth start to racing. Up in fourth position, as we said, Kristina Hebkova. Fifth place was Laura Markova. Sixth position going the way of Yang Junhao. Seventh place for Li Jimeng. Then eighth position for Zhang Rushan. Ninth place for the newcomer Nico Sawangwan. 10th place for Yuan Liwen. And then in 11th place for Gao Jin. So everybody finishing in both of the first junior heats then. So that's a very good work indeed for everybody. So now we get ourselves ready for the first of the Masters heats. It should be next. I'm not entirely sure why the women's is coming up, but it should be the Masters heat, I believe, next in the program. So that will be the battle in the championship next up. It looks as though maybe they are putting the Masters heat back a bit, perhaps, in the schedule, accelerating towards the women's, I guess. So indeed, the women's races have been brought forward in the schedule. So now we have the women's category. And this is going to be a fantastic battle for the title now, because we've got some seriously competitive racers here. There's 35 points between Iliska Maruskova and Aneta Stugalova in the championship fight. So let's see how that battle plays out in these 2 heats. So just to clarify, because of the difficulties we had in the schedule a little earlier on, the Masters have actually been put back a little bit. So the Masters will get their chance to race a little bit later in the day. But so that we can get back onto the televised schedule that we have a bit later in the program, the women's contenders are now gearing up in position, because we're going to have the women's races followed by the Brinks Cup, the elites category. And then, of course, we'll have the stock races after that. And then once the stocks are over, I presume, we're going to get back into the action again for the Masters later. So we'll pick that story up a little bit later. But while we're on the subject, we've got some fantastic battles to come in the women's category. Great work to start the day, though, from the juniors. 2 epic races from those contenders. And great to see Barbara Kolarova coming straight out of the blocks and going for the victory in the very first race of the weekend here in Macau. But what a battle we've just witnessed in the junior boys between Adam Kolar and Lucas Schneider. Adam Kolar needed to win that race and needs to win all of them to have any chance of winning the championship. He is the rank outsider coming into this championship fight. He needs perfection, 72 points and no points for his other contenders to be champion. Unfortunately, Lucas Schneider has already come in second place, so I don't think he's actually going to get the championship title, but he could still get second in the championship race. So there's still everything for him to fight for. So he can't afford to let this slip away. So he's got to come in fighting fit. Nearby Macau Airport, very busy indeed. Over 8 million visitors a day pass through Macau International Airport, apparently. So it is a fantastic part of the world, this. Great to see everybody continuing on in fantastic fashion here at gorgeous Macau. Just to talk you through a little bit of the qualification coming into this one. The fastest qualifier was Eliska Matuskova, who managed to get a time there of 1 minute flat, 0.547. Not even 0.2 of a second quicker than Aneta Stukalova, as she did a 1 minute 7.1. Emma Strichalova was in third place, the Slovakian contender, in amongst the sea of Czech riders in the top 6. Mariana Navarova for CMS Racing, 4th place. Eli Sharasova, the Alsharu rider, who actually has that fantastic Ferrari insignia on her board, as she is actually sponsored by a Ferrari dealership, Scuderia Praha, I do believe. Linda Lukscheider, one of the 2 Apex Pilots riders in the top 7. The other is Elizabeta Faitova. Then Gao Jiyin. 9th is Sara Valfova. And rounding out the top 10 was the Chinese rider Shen Qing. So it's going to be a fantastic setup when the riders come through. Obviously, those 10 riders that I just listed will be split across the 2 groups to compete for the battles. Then we'll have a whole collection of other riders to battle for. Of course, we're not too far away from the Brinks Cup. It's going to be a fascinating battle. The youngsters trying to get as close to the action as they possibly can. For now, they'll just have to cope with wet feet rather than wet boards. But you've got to start somewhere. Great to see the local kids really enjoying getting up close to a World Championship final. Emma Strichalova getting herself ready for the action. Competing as rider number 2 in this particular race. They all carry their individual race numbers. Emma Strichalova's race number is 33, but so that we can identify them from a distance, they wear these different shorts so that we can tell which number correlates to which rider. Makes it a lot easier for us to tell who's who, I tell you. Makes it such an easier task. The fantastic American football jersey denotes Rebecca Smith, the American rider who's getting herself ready for an exciting battle. No doubt in conversation there with Rihanna DeVoe, who she's been hanging out with all weekend. She comes from Team Canada. The North American riders having a really good time. The DJ's really giving us some good vibes down there on the straight as well. All the riders really pumped up. The music is actually quite an important part of it for the riders because they get a good vibe and they can get that adrenaline pumping through their veins. It actually makes them go quicker, I've been told by a few of the riders. So the riders just getting themselves ready in position. Whole host of Chinese riders getting themselves ready. We just saw there one of the contenders, I think that's Shen Qing in the background, getting herself ready for the second heat a little bit later on. You can see the foreground there as well, Elizabeta Faitova. She's going to be wearing the number 4 shorts for her race. In the background there as well, you can see Shen Qing just getting ready. But all these riders very, very excited and ready for the battle in front of them. It's not exactly sandcastle weather. Worth an attempt, though. Why not give it a try if you can? He's certainly got the Melco style. You watch. He's probably going to find a squid in a minute. Great to see all of the contenders gearing themselves up and ready for an exciting battle. The UIM MotoSurf World Championship finale here in marvelous Macau. After a season that's taken us from Fujairah in the United Arab Emirates through to Poland, to Sweden, to Italy, and then to Croatia. The Electric Challenge Championship was won on that particular occasion. The Electric Challenge riders are not here for this one. Their season's already wrapped, with Lukas Sahorski winning his 6th MotoSurf World Championship title. Now he's here just to go and have some fun in the elite category. But the elite category battle is coming up, and it's the fantastic duel between Matthias Novotny and Alex Lukscheider, the two riders that will fight for the Brinks Cup. Here, potentially, it could be wrapped up today, but judging on how the qualifying has gone for Matthias Novotny, it could even move on into tomorrow. But a fascinating battle awaits us as the riders are just gearing themselves up and getting ready for the epic contest that awaits us. We are ready for an exciting battle. We've had junior boys, we've had junior girls, we've still got stock rookies, masters, and the Brinks Cup of the elites to come. But for next up, though, it's going to be the very competitive women's category with two groups to go to battle. Looks like Eunjin Lee's far too prepared for racing than photographs down there. Great to see them all getting ready. She's a fantastic character, Eunjin Lee, representing the Korean Republic. And a fantastic competitor, part of the Apex Pilots team, of course. I think she's been teaching everybody how to be cool here this week. But the battle really is going to be a sensational one once we get up to starters' orders in the women's category. So competitive in qualifying. The top 5 riders covered by less than 5 seconds. So it really is going to be very tricky to see how this race is going to go in each of the groups. We're very excited to see how it all plays out. Just 2 heats away from the Brinks Cup as well. The Kingdom of Awesomeness. So the women are making their way out for Group A. To the ocean go the riders in Group A as we prepare then for the first of our women's heats in the Melco style Grand Prix of Macau. Starting order for Group A, Eliska Maruskova and Emma Struchalova. Ela Shurasova, number 3, Elizabeta Faitova, number 4, Sara Volfova, number 5, number 6, Li Miyon, number 7, Jin Yu, number 8, Chai Jin, number 9, Nijin Yue. A is Liu Jichang, B is Rihanna DeVoe, and C is Rebecca Smith of the United States. So in the first heat, all of the competitors do practice starts. So this will not be the official start, but the contenders need a bit of a practice run because obviously they've not done any races so far this weekend, and they've never raced here at Coloane. So the riders are just being given a chance to get themselves up to speed. And after their first practice start, the racers will then be brought back to their positions on the far side of the course, and they will line up in the V. Bienvenido a Macau, a short drive away from Hong Kong and mainland China, the fourth highest living expectancy in the entire world and the densest population, 710,000 people in just 12.5 square miles. Here they speak Cantonese, Portuguese and English. They call this place the Las Vegas of the East. And we are here for the 2024 UIM MotoSurf World Championship. It's the Melco style Grand Prix of Macau and the Brinks Cup is on the way. Hello everybody, Jake Sanson with you. It's going to be a fantastic battle as we witness all of the classes in today's fantastic show. We're starting our program today with the women's category. We've just had the junior contenders for their first couple of races. Now we get the women to go to battle in Group A. They've had their practice start, so now we are getting ourselves ready for the action. Number 1, Eliska Maruskova. Number 2, Emma Struchalova. Number 3, Elai Sharasova. Number 4, Elizabeta Faitova. 5 is Sera Volfova, 6 is Li Mion, 7 is Jin Yu, 8 is Chai Jin, 9 is Nijin Yue, A is Liu Jichang, B is Rihanna DeVoe, and C is Rebecca Smith. It's going to be a fabulous battle. 7 laps of the course, plus the 2 long laps. It will be a very tough race out there, and this is the first time all weekend that the women's class has gone racing. And of course, it's the first ever visit to Macau, so it's the first time any of these racers have ever raced at Coloane. Are we under starters' orders? No, we're going to have to go around again by the look of it. So it's a false start for this particular one. They've already had their practice start. And we've already had the opening races of the day, which were in the juniors category. For those who follow the sport religiously, we've already had a great start to the day from Barbara Kolorova, who managed to get the win in front of Sara Zuborova, the championship contender. But in the Group B race, it was in the boys category that really took center stage. Adam Kollar managed to nip home ahead of Lucas Schneider by half a second to turn the tables, with the leading girl in the Junior Girls Championship, Kristina Hubkova, taking her first victory. If she gets a second one later today, then she becomes the Junior Girls Champion. However, our focus goes to the women's category, and it really is going to be a sensational battle in their championship. All sorts of things can happen, but there's 35 points between Eliska Maruskova in this race and Aneta Stukalova in the other race. It's a tighter battle. We could wait till tomorrow to settle it, but if Maruskova wins both her heats, she'll be the champion today. Off we go, and it's a good start from our pole sitter Eliska Maruskova, but a great one from Sharasova, who's already tried to work her way through into the top 3. A little bit of a tricky start for Emma Struchalova, but she's got her confidence back up. So now she's working her way forward. Can Sharasova get on the inside there? Bit of a wobble as Sharasova thought she could get a move on the inside of Emma Struchalova. They go through the parallel. They can choose whether they go left or right, depending on where they can feel the confidence in the board. They don't want to go through too much white water either. So sometimes going left compared to going right can be a bit of an advantage. But out in front, it is still no problem at all for Eliska Maruskova. She goes through the start line, and it's a great performance from her so far. She has a great lead. So it's absolutely her race to lose. 7 laps of the course, which has to incorporate 2 long laps. And here on Coloane Island, we are having an amazing start to the day in the women's category. Now that Emma Struchalova has actually settled into a bit of a rhythm, she looks a little bit more hungry. But in third place, don't count out Eli Sharasova. She's got a good opportunity to move her way further forward as well. But straight away into the mix. Look at the confidence of the stance here from Eliska Maruskova. She has all the cards in her favour here, leading the way for her Rocket Racing team and looking very solid and smooth at the moment. So into the parallels they go. Fascinating to see that Emma Struchalova goes right, Sharasova goes left, but who's going to get the confidence to come out on top? I think Sharasova may just have to do a little bit of waiting here, and indeed she rejoins, and that's the problem. You rejoin right into the white water, so that's going to be difficult to then get the balance back. You can see there she follows in the tracks of Emma Struchalova, but she doesn't want to be caught in the wash. She wants to get out of that white water, but still run as fast a line as possible. Now, when are these riders going to start taking the long lap? You'll know because it's about this point they start putting their hand in the air. Not on this occasion then for the leader. Now, if I'm Eli Sharasova, I'm going for it. Yes, and she does indeed. Now, that was smart tactical thinking there from Eli Sharasova. She saw that she was getting caught up behind Struchalova and went, no, I'm actually going to go for the long lap. That was really good smart tactics there from Sharasova. And also going through the long lap, that is Elizabeta Faitova. So Faitova decides to go for the long lap as well. Now, there is an advantage to doing that early because then you can sort of get the undercut on your competitors out in front. Now, Emma Strichelova's dropping back far enough from Matuskova that she doesn't have to worry too much about whitewater, but she is losing a little bit of time in pace. Matuskova's got the confidence, but you've still got to have the peace of mind and the composure. You've still got to be able to stay upright. If you fall, you're not out of the race, but you do lose a lot of ground. So that's obviously got to play its part. But Eliska Matuskova looking so smart. Her qualifying pace was really strong. She got a 1 minute flat, 5:47 time. As there goes a very confident-looking Stricelova. Right, she's going to take the long lap. And I think the leader's done the same thing. Yes, indeed she has. So Matuskova has gone for the long lap as well. So Matuskova has actually decided to clear off the challenge from Eli Sharasova. She took the long lap a lap ago. But by doing this relatively soon after, she's not going to give Sharasova the chance to make much of a gain. So still the battle is raging on here. And it's looking really, really solid at the moment as the contenders are still giving us a really solid mix of it. The women's Heat 1 group still having a great race of it. Now we're going to see a replay. Just watch Matuskova, so confident on the way through, just nipping and tucking the boys. We're going to see something else here. Now they say, oh, straight in front of Stricelova. And how did she avoid that? Goodness me. Stricelova so nearly caught up in someone else's accident, but managing to get away with it. Absolutely fantastic situation for the contenders at the moment. So in the women's race, Eliska Matuskova is going to come through to complete her 4th lap. 3 to go. So Matuskova still having a solid race of it as they run in position at the moment. So it's a fantastic competition between these competitors as they run through in close proximity, trying to get back in off the long lap. Very tricky to see it all run through in connection. But Emma Stricelova doing a great job there. Board number 33, because that's her official race number, but in this heat, she is the number 2. So Stricelova doing a great job at the moment, working with her. Oh, and that's not gone well at all for the leader. Is that the leader that's gone down? Yes, it is. So Eliska Matuskova, I think, looked to me as though the number 1 has gone down. So that is Sharasova. Well, Sharasova was 2nd position in front of Stricelova. So I think Matuskova, we'll need to see a look at it again, but I think that was Matuskova that went down through the parallel. So currently Emma Stricelova trying to get back on terms with Eli Sharasova. So is that Sharasova that's just ahead of Emma Stricelova now? So did that work? Did her long lap tactic actually bring her out in front? I think it did. So Eli Sharasova, I do believe, is now leading the race in front of Emma Stricelova. So let's look at it. But I think that's 3 in front of 2 now, with Matuskova having gone down. So let's have another look. Let's see a replay. Is that the number 1? It is indeed. That is Matuskova. So it was Matuskova that went down. Unbelievable drama here. So the rider that had been dominating the whole heat, Matuskova, went down in the drink. And now I think it is Sharasova that leads the race in front of Stricelova. So there is the recovered Matuskova. But obviously now quite a considerable way back. She's got a lot of work to do and now finds traffic in her way. That's not good news. So there is the number 6 rider we just caught a look at there. That was Lee Mi-yoon, the Korean rider. As we now look at Emma Stricelova. So worth double checking to see where the lay of the land is after that, because Sharasova was in 2nd position as a result. I actually wonder if Matuskova was so far ahead on that long lap that... no, that is the number 3 in front. So Sharasova is just in front of Matuskova. So Matuskova now that the lap times have actually updated, she's actually dropped a long way back. So now it's all going to come down to if Stricelova, who has actually come through to complete her 6th lap, compared to Sharasova and Volfova, that's where the battle really is now. Matuskova is now trying to catch up to them. So here they are, close in proximity. Very close together. We could see an overtake through the line here. Oh, very nicely done there from Sharasova. So Sharasova has now got Matuskova right on her tail. They work their way through the S's. Great racing so far. They really have been so close together. Stricelova is a long way in front of these two now. 31 seconds clear, but I'm not sure. Oh, bit of a trip up there for Was that Strichalova? Yes, it was. So Strichalova, I'm not sure she's taken her second long lap yet, you see. So that's why I think she's that far in front. So she is quite a considerable way in front, but I think she needs to take her second long lap because she's currently behind them in race trim, unless she's had another fall. Well, no, they are very close in proximity together, so I guess she's had another issue. So they're in the parallels, and this is for the victory between the three top riders in the race. Strichalova, Sharasova, and Matoskova. They are so close together. Looks to me as though Sharasova is going to break through in front. Matoskova is doing everything she can to catch up in the final couple of corners. Can she push it? Not enough. Sharasova is going to get there. Absolutely terrific riding from Eli Sharasova. She took the long lap early, and that's what got her up in front. I think Strichalova tripped over back markers, and that was enough for Eli Sharasova to pick up the victory by just over a second. Absolutely terrific ride from Eli Sharasova. El Sharo has done the business in the first race of the day, and that's the 18 points for her. Excellent work from Eli Sharasova. What a start. 100% indeed. Excellent work from Eli Sharasova. She really had to dig deep and find that, but it looked like mistakes from both Matoskova and Strichalova allowed her the chance to get back into the competition, and she dealt with the pressure beautifully. Excellent ride from Eli Sharasova. So in the women's category, it is Sharasova that comes through for the victory in front of Eliska Matoskova, championship leader. But a victory is what she really wanted. Second place will do. So there's still that 35 points gap between her and Stukalova. Now, if Stukalova wins her race, the points gap comes down to 31 points. So that's how important it was for Matoskova to take the win. But Eli Sharasova, what a start. Excellent work from El Sharo. She's done a great job there. Excellent work from the number 74 rider. Although in this race, of course, she raced in number 3 position. She's talking to you. Did I win that? She had no idea. She had no idea whether she'd won that or not. Amazing. The marshal signaled to her, "You won." She went, "I won? Are you kidding?" That's how difficult it is to see where you are in these particular races. And look, now she's jumping her way back to the shore with so much joy. El Sharo has done the business, and she didn't even know she'd done it. Terrific work from Eli Sharasova. That's a brilliant, brilliant ride. Full of composure, full of confidence. She didn't even know she'd won it. That's the difficulty when you go through the long laps and other riders make errors. I think she probably felt that she was behind Strichalova and Matoskova because that's where she was for a lot of the race. But she kept her composure, she kept her confidence. I'll be fascinated to see the reaction from the team here. But that's a race win. That's a race win for Eli Sharasova. Excellent work. Look at that. They're very happy down in the camp. And 2 right. Not a bad start for Eli Sharasova. We're 1 race away then from the Brinks Cup. The elite category competitors are getting themselves geared up and ready, but it's not too far away. We're going to have the women's Group B race first. And this is where the championship fight can get a bit interesting as well, because now that we've seen Eliska Matoskova come through in 2nd position rather than 1st, if Aneta Stukalova wins her heat, then the championship fight really is electric. But it's Eli Sharasova that takes the win. Eliska Matoskova in 2nd. 3rd place for Emma Strichalova. 4th place for Elizabeta Faitova. 5th place for Sara Volfova. 6th place for Li Millon. 7th place was Jin Yu. 8th was Chai Jin. 9th place for Rihanna DeVoe, 10th place for Nishin Yue, 11th place for Liu Jia Chang, and in 12th place, the American rider Rebecca Smith, still getting used to the world of MotoSurf. It's still a very new sport for her. So here we go into Group B then, and the battle continues once more. Don't forget, of course, that not only can you watch the races, but you can keep an eye on how things are moving through the course of the race. You can download the Brinks TV free-to-play app. You can bet on who will win each of the heats as they happen. So if you've got access to a smartphone device, go to your store, find Brinks TV. It's a free-to-play app, and you can keep up to date with all the races as they happen. And, of course, put your speculative bet, as it were, on who's going to get the victory. Oh, dear, that's gone very badly wrong for one of the competitors. I think that's Miki Tori. So Miki Tori, the Japanese rider, having a bit of a moment on the way to the start. Now, I wouldn't laugh at any of these riders for getting it wrong before the race has even begun. These waves are very tricky. And those bindings, by the way, are very difficult to get right. They have all sorts of different complexities. They have to be set up a certain way. Now, the eagle-eyed viewers will obviously notice the difference between riders who sit in a regular stance and those who sit in a goofy stance. If your left leg is forward, you are known as regular. If you are right foot forward, as you can see there for Aneta Stukalova, it's known as the goofy stance. So the competitors getting themselves into their V. It's going to take a couple of rotations. They obviously have to warm the boards up a little bit first. A bit like a formation lap in cars and bikes, of course, but very different, very complex. And they get a practice start first. So the first time they all launch away, it's a practice start rather than the full race trim. But they go in a V formation, and then they will do their first lap of the course. And obviously they will practice their start before they actually go into race trim. That gives us a chance to talk you through the grid in full, because this is a practice start rather than the race start. The number one rider is Aneta Stukalova. She is the leader in the girls category. They're being sent around again, you can see there. That's the signal that's being given by the competitors. So number one is Aneta Stukalova. Number two is Mariana Navarova. Number three is Linda Lukscheider. 4 is Gao Jiayin. 5 is Shen Qing. 6 is Li Unjin. 7 is Miki Tori. 8 is Valentina Novotna. Then 9 is Yu Sojin. A is Park Min A. B is Yuan Zhijuan. And C is Kim Juri. So again, the riders are forming up in the V. They have to do a practice start before they get this right. But now we need to talk about this in championship context, because we've had the first race of the day, and it was Eliska Matuskova who was defeated in that first race. She really wanted to extend her gap over the course of the weekend, but it looks as though Aneta Stukalova could take 4 points out of her if she gets the win in this first race, and it looks like they're being sent around again. So yet another attempt at forming up the V. So this is the third time of asking then for the Group B, which is unusual because in Group A, they only needed one crack at it. So in Group A, they got the start perfect the first time, and then they did the practice start, and we went straight into race trim. We didn't need any more attempts at it. But tricky stuff here in Macau. What is already being known as the other Macau Grand Prix. Obviously, people will know Macau predominantly for car racing. We had the Macau Grand Prix for touring cars, single-seaters, GTs and bikes last week, so it's definitely been the month of motorsport in Macau. But this is the very first time that the UIM World Championship has competed in Macau for the Melco-style Grand Prix of Macau. So they're under starters' orders, but this is the practice start, don't forget. So they're just getting used to what it's like. And they have to do the practice start because this is the first time that any of the racers have ever competed in a race trim on this course. Nobody's ever raced in Macau in the UIM before. They raced in China before. That was 5 years ago, before the worldwide pandemic. So it's been a long time before the World Championship competitors had last raced here. And most of the grid, of course, are very different riders compared to what we're racing in 2019. So this is all still very new. Well, I tell you what, if Aneta Stukalova gets a start like that in the actual start, then she'll be absolutely brimming with confidence going into the race itself. That's a perfect practice start. So now all the contenders are going to be geared up and ready for the actual start. So there is Aneta Stukalova for the Matek Racing team, hand in the air. Qualified with a 1 minute flat .718 time, less than 0.2 of a second off the pace of Eliska Matuskova. But it was the rider who qualified 5th in qualifying, Eli Sharasova, who won the first heat earlier on. And that's what we talk about. Qualifying is one thing, racing is quite another. All bets are off in MotoSurf. Very tricky to get this sport right at the best of times, but even the best make mistakes. And on a day like today, on a circuit they have never competed on before, with high winds, with choppy waves, and with a very different environment. It's quite cold today as well. That definitely doesn't help. So the riders are now forming up again. Stukalova, Navarova, Lukscheider, Gao, Shen, Li, Tori, Novotna, Yu, Park, Yuan, and Kim. So let's see how the 12 riders get themselves up to speed. It's going to be an interesting one off the start. Can they go to race trim? Are we going to go racing this time? We are indeed! Good start from the pole sitter. What a start from Leon Jin! The Korean has launched straight forward from P6 and has come up to 4, round the far side. Might even be able to get into 3rd position by the time they get to the parallel, but certainly full of confidence, the pole sitter, Aneta Stukalova. A great start, and Leon Jin has done a fantastic job to work her way forward. They go through the parallels for the first time. And it looks like a ride full of confidence for our pole sitter. Excellent performance so far from Aneta Stukalova. A win is looking good for her, and if she can pull off the victory, then that definitely brings the championship a little bit closer to prominence. Well, hands are in the air from several riders because we've had somebody go down in the middle. Oh, I think that might be Leon Jin. I think that's Leon Jin that's gone down. It's certainly one of the Apex pilots. If it's not Leon Jin, then it's almost certainly going to be Linda Lukscheider. It's Linda Lukscheider. Lukscheider went down. So Linda Lukscheider went into the drink, unfortunately. In fact, there's 3 riders down. Goodness me. 3 riders on the exit of the parallel. And it looks like Gao Jiayin is one of them as well. So we actually had 3 riders go down in one incident. Let's have another look at it. Oh, there it is. Look, we had 2 of them side by side. That is a nasty incident. And in a separate incident in front of them, Linda Lukscheider went down. So 2 separate incidents in one go on 2 consecutive corners. Very unfortunate indeed for the riders involved. So what has this done to the order? Well, it means that Aneta Stukalova is your leader in front of Mariana Navarova. Up to 3rd place now has come Shen Qing. Up to 4th is the Japanese rider, Miki Tori, and up to 5th place is Valentina Novotna. So what happened to Eunjin Lee? So the Korean riders dropped back as well. So I think she had a separate incident. So we had Lukscheider, Gao, and Yuan all together off the circuit. But I think Lee Eunjin had a problem as well. So that's 4 riders in trouble in one lap as we go on to the 3rd lap. And Aneta Stukalova looking fairly confident, as that looks like the number 3 is missing all the boys. I think there's a problem for Linda Lukscheider. Her board is in trouble. I think she's retiring. Linda Lukscheider has missed the whole circuit and she's kneeling on the board. I think Linda Lukscheider's out of this. That's very unfortunate indeed for Linda Lukscheider. But she's pulling out of the race, I think. There must be a problem with the board. So definite difficulties, I'm afraid, for Linda Lukscheider. So that's really unfortunate for her, and very much game over. She qualified in 3rd for that group, so very difficult situation for her to find herself in. And there's another board down in the middle of the course there, and that's really right on the path of the racetrack as well. Couldn't quite see who that was. I think it might have been Valentina Novotna, though. So that was a big problem for Novotna. And indeed, I think Linda Lukscheider has pulled out of the race to retire, and so too, there's another one out. I think it's actually Yuan Zhuan. So into the long lap goes Aneta Stukalova. So Aneta Stukalova just biding her time and taking the long lap. Going round the far side hairpin. And then working their way through on the far side. Now this long lap obviously must be taken twice over the course of the 7 laps. They can do it whenever they wish to. There is Mariana Navarova. And she's on the long lap as well. So Mariana Navarova obviously deciding to go with caution rather than aggression. But considering the attrition rate of this race, I think it's probably a fair tactic at the moment. Just stay on the board, because you could well come up in the top 3 just by playing calm. In the background, we just saw Shen Qin. And I think this is Aneta Stukalova closing in on Lee Eunjin. So the Korean rider, Lee Eunjin, you can see it's her because she wears the shirt that has the number 75 on the back of it. Lee Eunjin, full of energy and very much the team spirit of the Apex Pilot squad. Through the parallel, and that's enough for Aneta Stukalova to get ahead of her. So Stukalova looking so pumped up, and having seen Eliska Maruskova come 2nd rather than 1st in her heat, this is perfect for Aneta Stukalova. She can take her victory and then get that points gap down a bit. The championship fight is still alive and kicking for Aneta Stukalova. If she gets a victory or a 2nd, then the points battle stays the same. And that's an arm in the air for Miki Tori. So Miki Tori is now taking the long lap. So Miki Tori carries on. Just one competitor out of the race, by the way, and that is Linda Lukscheider. So Yuan Zhuan did keep going again. And that is actually her being lapped by Miki Tori. So there is the number 2. Once again, Mariana Navarova, who is currently 4th in the race, but that is because she's taken the long lap. The leader of the race up to that point was Miki Tori, the Japanese rider, but she's just gone on her long lap as well, so that will now negate everything again, and Aneta Stukalova should take the lead of the race back again once it's all settled. Certainly in terms of pace, she has absolutely got the pace at the moment. So across the line for the end of the 5th lap. Very close proximity stuff at the moment, as there is Aneta Stukalova doing a fantastic job at the moment for the Matek Racing team. Around the far side, well, made Yu Sujin look like she was standing still there. Absolutely incredible. Such confidence and fluidity from Aneta Stukalova. And there is Mariana Navarova, still having a very calm ride of it, in 2nd place for the CMS Racing team. Just taking it nice and easy, doesn't need to push too hard. Clearly some of the other competitors out there have had their difficulties. On the long lap again then for Aneta Stukalova. So that's 2 long laps taken in the 7 laps. And she does it on the penultimate lap, just to give herself that little bit of breathing space. And Miki Tori going through on the race course, and she's going on the long lap as well by the look of it. So again, that will settle things between the two of them. I think she'd already got ahead though. Now she's chasing down Mariana Navarova, so she has a chance to get into 2nd place. And Navarova went on the long lap as well. So this is a pure race battle now between Navarova and Tori. So the Czech Republic versus Japan. So Miki Tori from Jet Surf Japan, working hard to try and close up on Mariana Navarova for CMS Racing. But out in front, it is the Matek Racing wonder, Aneta Stukalova, in the parallels. And about to start the final lap of the race. She's taken the long lap twice, so no issues for her there. Works her way through the boys, and very nicely handled on the far side. And across the line. 1 lap to go then for Aneta Stukalova, and this is going to drop the lead of the championship from 35 points to 31 points, with 3 heats and the final tomorrow still to come. So it's definitely looking very good indeed for Aneta Stukalova. Fans of the Elites and the Brinks Cup, stay tuned, because they're coming up in about 5 minutes' time. But Aneta Stukalova having a beautiful ride at the moment. No issues at all. This is the battle for 2nd. Navarova versus Tori. And that's going to go into the last lap. Miki Tori looks really confident to chase down Navarova. Can the Japanese rider get in a 2nd position before this race is done? Meanwhile, Aneta Stukalova's got to be careful. She's following in the wake of a back marker, but she's got plenty of time. She's got a huge lead. She does not want to throw this away, being sat behind Kim Juri. Well, she's gone to the opposite way through the parallels, knowing that she's got a better chance of coming out ahead of that particular back marker. But she's still got to pitch it through the parallels. Nicely done. She's got ahead. And now the final couple of corners are hers to command. Excellent work. And it's a victory for Aneta Stukalova. Brilliant work from her. 18 points to the good. And the championship lead is cut by 4. So now, well, there's a faller. There's a faller in the mix. So who is that that's gone down? We've got the number 2 there, Mariana Navarova. Is she on her own? So who is that that's gone down in the middle? Can't quite make out who that is from this far distance, but we're trying to see whether Navarova and Tori are still fairly close together. So yeah, there they are. So the 2 riders are still in fairly close proximity, and they're about to come into the parallels for the last time, I do believe. No, they're coming off the final turn. My apologies. So it is 2nd for Navarova, and it is 3rd for Miki Tori. She couldn't quite catch her in the end. I think that fall on the last lap basically held her up. So Navarova comes through for 2nd. Miki Tori comes through for 3rd. And in 4th position, it should be Valentina Novotná. But as far as the championship is concerned, it's game on. Aneta Stukalova has taken 4 points out of the lead that was held by Eliska Maruskova. It drops from 35 to 31. This championship is not going to be easy for Eliska Maruskova to win. So excellent racing out there here on the Colorado Island. As you can see for yourself, the Brinks Cup riders are getting themselves ready for the showcase. Excellent stuff. Brinks Cup riders there on the shore in the elite category. The Kingdom of Awesomeness is about to make its way into the ocean blue. And I can call it the ocean blue because it has been scientifically proven that water is blue. So there. There is Lee Eun-jin, the Korean rider, having a bit of a difficulty coming back off the waves again. I wonder if there was a problem with the board that actually held her up a little bit there towards the end of the race. But there is your winner, Aneta Stukalova, the #1 shorts in the #1 shot, and the number 79 rider taking the win for Matek Racing. And that really gives us a bit of a fight in the women's category. We'll pick that story up a little bit later, but we'll give you a result for the race regardless. Aneta Stukalova coming through for the victory in front of Mariana Navarova. 3rd position for the Japanese rider Miki Tori. 4th place for Valentina Novotná. 5th place for Gao Jiayin. And then in 6th position for Shen Qin. Both the Chinese riders there in the top 6. 7th place for Yu Sujin of Korea. 8th place, Lee Eun-jin, also of Korea. Then 9th position for Park Min-ah. And then in 10th position, it was Kim Joo-ri. 11th place for Yuan Zhizhuan. And then, of course, we had the retirement on the very first lap for Linda Lukscheider. We hope she's okay, but it was very clear after completing the first lap, the board was not right to complete any more laps after that. So hopefully the Apex Pilots rider will be able to return to her best a little bit later on in the day. But ladies and gentlemen, the big show. That's the one you've been waiting for, the Brinks Cup. The Kingdom of Awesomeness is here to play here in Macau. Don't forget, folks, that you can download the free-to-play Brinks TV app. This is your chance to bet on who is going to win each of the heats as they happen. And these are the gods of our sport. This is the Formula One of MotoSurf, the elites category. Why are these the elites? Well, this is the only category in MotoSurf, other than the Masters category, where you can change, adopt, and adapt the boards to your own personal setup. Every other category, it has to come stock out of the blocks, and you race it as it comes. In Elite, you can tweak, you can adapt, you can adjust, and you can monitor and change and chop. This is exactly how it needs to be at the pinnacle of the sport. And there's a nice hug there as well from Linda Lukscheider, who will be feeling rather rough after her moment in the drink. But it's nice to see a nice bit of a hug there with the number 5 rider, Dominik Kadlec, who is, of course, her teammate. And also a nice congratulations there to Aneta Stukalova, no doubt, who took the victory in the 2nd of our women's heats. But now the 10 best MotoSurf riders in the world. Alex Lukscheider, Lukas Zahorski, 6 times world champion, Matej Kozicek, Lukas Kozon, Dominik Kadlec, Matis Novotny, the current championship leader, Marek Skamla, Jakob Kornfeld, Kim Min-seong, and Jiri Wolf. Now, we come into this race knowing that it is very, very tough indeed for Matis Novotny to win the championship in this race, but he needs just 12 points from the weekend to be champion. If he comes first or second in this opening heat, he wins the Brinks Cup. But he starts way back in 6th. This is not going to be easy, even for someone of the caliber of Matis Novotny. Now, we saw the women who were on the stock boards, the race boards, doing 1 minute flats, 1 minute ones, 1 minute twos. If you want to know how fast these guys are, lightning is the only way to describe it. Alex Lukscheider's pole position time was 52.82 seconds. It's just astonishing how fast these guys can go. And don't forget that these boards can do a top speed of 70 kilometers an hour on water. Absolutely incredible. In the Bible, Jesus walked on water. These guys dance on it. Absolutely amazing. So we've got Lukscheider, Zahorski, Kozicek, Kozon, Kadlec, Novotny, Skamla, Kornfeld, Kim, and Wolf. The 10 top riders in the elite category fighting for the Brinks Cup. Bring it on. Once again, of course, they've got to do a practice start, as all categories do. Even the elite category does a practice start. And you've got to remember, of course, that nobody has ever raced at Colwyn Island before. This is the first time for this circuit, the Melco Style Grand Prix of Macau. And so even the elite riders need a practice start. So they'll form up in the V, they'll do a practice run, they'll come off the start line, and then we will have our proper run. But these guys really are the gods of this entire sport. Alex Lukscheider, the man who's giving chase in the championship. Lukas Zahorski, recent Electric Challenge champion and 6 times champion of the world in MotoSurf. He is the form to which everybody tries to replicate. And Matthias Novotny, the man who leads the championship coming into this one. No pressure, but this is where it can all come to light. So all of the competitors now ready in position. 72 points is the maximum anybody can score in the world of MotoSurf in one weekend. And so far, in the 2024 season, 3 riders have actually managed to achieve it. Dominik Kadlic dominated at Fujairah in the United Arab Emirates. This is the practice start, don't forget. So they're going to do this start, and then they will go for the actual race start itself. So let's not get too carried away just yet. Dominik Kadlic got the job done, 72 points out of 72 in Fujairah. Then Matthias Novotny got his perfect score in Poland. And then a race later in Sweden, Alex Lukscheider got his. Well, that's difficult for the practice start. So who's that? That's one of the pilots. That's one of the Apex pilots down. So that is not good. I think that's got to be Jacob Kornfeil, hasn't it? So Jacob Kornfeil going down on their practice start. So that is not good. Well, no, that's Jacob Kornfeil. That's Jacob Kornfeil who's upright. So that means it was Alex Lukscheider. Alex Lukscheider, the pole sitter, went down on the practice start. Let's have a look at it again. Now, don't forget that this is the practice start, but this is the worst possible way to go into the first race of the week. Unbelievable. Both of the Apex pilots went down. But even more dramatic that one of them was the pole sitter, Alex Lukscheider. Oh my goodness. Talk about grandstand. This is just mad. So before we even get started in the practice launch, Alex Lukscheider goes in the drink with his teammate Jakob Kornfeil. So now they form up again. Worst possible preparation for Alex Lukscheider, but can he convert this into a race victory? Can he hold off the attentions of the 6-times world champion, Lukas Zahorski, in number 2? And watch for number 6. Matthias Novotny is the championship leader. If he comes first or second, he wins the Brinks Cup for 2024. He could kill this battle before it's even had time to breathe breath. So Alex Lukscheider, number 1. Number 2, Lukas Zahorski. Number 3, Matej Kozeskic. Number 4, Lukas Kozon. Number 5, Dominik Kadlic. Number 6, Matthias Novotny. Number 7, Marek Skamla. Number 8, Jakob Kornfeil. Number 9, Kim Min-seong. And A is Jiri Wolf. They're in the V. Are we ready to race? We are, and we go off to racing. The Brinks Cup is go in the first heat of the weekend. And it's going to be a tough one for Matthias Novotny to try and work his way forward. But he's already getting up to scratch, trying to go on the far side, now cutting back to the inside line. But it's a perfect launch for Alex Lukscheider. He's not going to drop it this time as the riders work their way to the parallel for the first time. One goes left, the other goes right. And it's great work from Lukscheider. Can he fend off the 6-times world champion, Lukas Zahorski? Who's going to get through the parallel first? It is Lukscheider. He just hangs on in front of Lukas Zahorski, but now Zahorski's going through whitewater. Can he work his way forward? There's no other better explanation for why they call these guys the elites, and Matthias Novotny is already up into 4th place. What a start from Novotny. He knows that he only needs to overtake 2 riders to win the Brinks Cup. Get those bets in. All bets are off as far as I'm concerned, but Novotny is pushing. He wants to win this championship going away. He's got a big lead in the championship over Alex Lukscheider. All he needs is 2nd place in one of these heats, and he has got the job done. He only needs 12 points from this weekend. A 2nd place would be enough to win the championship in the first heat. So Alex Lukscheider from Lukas Zahorski. Good battle between them at the moment. Still keeping it nice and lit as they work their way through. Still a long race, this one. The elite have 8 laps plus 2 long laps. So it's a tough race. And up to 2nd has come Kozon. So Lukas Kozon has got a great start. Up to 3rd is Lukas Zahorski. 4th is Matthias Novotny. So essentially, we've got the 4 best racers from this weekend in the top 4 positions. Lukscheider, Kozon, Zahorski, and Novotny. Good work from everybody so far. Jakob Kornfeil has worked his way back into 5th position in front of Marek Skamla. So what's happened to Matthias Novotny? Has Novotny dropped back? I didn't see Novotny go down, but he has not come through in the top 6. So Matthias Novotny has had a problem. Well, this opens up the gamble a little bit more, and it certainly keeps the Brinks Cup going a little bit longer. So Matthias Novotny has dropped out of the top 7. He's not come through at the end of the 2nd lap, has he? So maybe he went for the long lap nice and early, I guess. So yeah, Matthias Novotny, I think he must have gone for the long lap very early doors. Now this could be how he gets into second place. If he's got clear water in front of him, he can really start pushing. So Matthias Novotny clearly going for the tactician's approach. He's not the only one, that's Jiri Wolf. So Jiri Wolf has gone for the long lap as well. Jiri Wolf was in 7th place. Oh, that's down into the drink. Now that's a very unfortunate end for, now who is, that's number 4, so that's Lucas Kojon. That's Kojon, he was in 2nd. So Kojon was P2. Oh, disaster for Lucas Kojon. He'd done so much hard work. So Lucas Kojon dropping himself out of the game plan there. On the long lap then, it's Alex Lukscheider. He's quite happy to go out there and win this race. That's the best he can do. The Apex pilot needs to win races. He needs to take points away from Matthias Novotny, but he's got to hope that Novotny does not come through. Oh, nearly into the drink there for Alex Lukscheider, leaving nothing to second chance. You've just got to go aggressive. You've got to go really into these waves and know that you've got the stance to pick it up again. Amazing to watch the most incredible riders in this sport clipping these boys as they come through. You've got to be absolutely inch point perfect. In the world of motor racing, they used to call that Fangio whispering the hay. So Alex Lukscheider, no longer the leader, of course, because he's been on the long lap. So Marek Skamler has taken over the lead, but only because he hasn't done the long lap yet. And they've got to do the long lap twice. There is the 7. That is Marek Skamler, who currently leads the race, but his hand is in the air. That means he's going to go on to the long lap this time now as well, which he does. So Skamler goes into the long lap. So he's going to drop back in the pack again. Now, Lucas Kojon also decided not to take the long lap because obviously he'd gone down. So from his point of view, the best position now is just to try and get back into position as high as he can while everyone else is taking the long lap, and then he can leave his long laps to the end of the race potentially. So we're not really going to know where Lucas Kojon filters out until that sorts itself out. But there is the number 1, Alex Lukscheider. He was in 3rd position, but now he's going to get his lead back again as both Skamler and Kojon have taken their long lap. So now it's up to Alex Lukscheider. They have to take the long lap twice, so he will come over that part of the course again. But what's really going to count is where is Matthias Novotny? Can he get back on terms with Lukas Zahorski? Because with Kojon going down, Novotny would now be in net 3rd position. So there is Alex Lukscheider back in the lead of the race now, technically. So Alex Lukscheider into the lead once more. Now, he's got clear water in front of him. So will he choose to come onto the long lap this time? Indeed he does. So Lukscheider goes for the long lap. Right, so that's the 2nd long lap for Alex Lukscheider. And that's perfect because he's got no traffic in front of him. He's got no issues. He just needs to keep it together. Although that was a very aggressive stance. He is absolutely committed. Alex Lukscheider is in invincible mode here. He knows he's got to win. So he's making sure it happens. He does not want anyone to get near him. So Jakob Kornfeil is now in 2nd position. But again, that's because we've had several riders come through. Now, interestingly, Matthias Novotny is now in 3rd place. Now, if that means he's genuinely ahead of Lukas Zahorski, then that is championship-winning form, because when Jakob Kornfeil goes for his long lap, Novotny will inherit 2nd place. However, if Zahorski has already done both his long laps, it's going to be a close fight then between Novotny and Zahorski once it's all settled out. Now, Novotny has carried on into the lead. He hasn't taken his 2nd long lap yet, so that would make sense as to why Zahorski is so far back. So Matthias Novotny goes into his last lap, but he's saving his last long lap till last. Can Matthias Novotny win the championship this time around? Or will he have to wait for Heat 2? Because at the moment, a 2nd place would be enough to get the job done. There is Alex Lukscheider. But where is Novotny going to get out in relation to him? So Novotny is on his... Is that Novotny behind him now? That is Novotny. I can't believe how much time Matthias Novotny has made up. But he has made up all that time. And he's in 2nd position, hunting down Lukscheider. He doesn't want to win the title by coming 2nd. He wants to win it. I can't believe how much time he's made. Can Matthias Novotny win the Brinks Cup by winning the first heat? I don't think so. I think he's going to be following in the wake of Alex Lukscheider. Lukscheider is going to get the race, but the Brinks Cup is going to be won in the first heat of the weekend. Out of the final turn, Alex Lukscheider wins the heat, but it's Matthias Novotny who becomes the Brinks Cup champion of 2024. Magnificent ride from 6th on the grid to 2nd position. Matthias Novotny, absolutely sensational comeback. What an amazing performer. My apologies, I've miscounted the laps. There's 8 laps in Elite. There's 7. I got it wrong. My apologies. He's still got a chance to catch him. He's still got a chance to catch him. I was so used to there being 7 laps in the heat. There is 1 to go. But he is pushing every inch. They're going to go opposite ways. This is where it could be decided. Novotny goes left. Lukscheider goes right. Can Novotny get an open line? Is he actually going to get the win? They're going to come together in the parallel. Lukscheider's still in front. But can Novotny find one final trick in the final couple of bends? It's going to be Lukscheider. But Novotny will be the Brinks Cup champion. He gave it everything. What a leap in the air from Novotny. Never in doubt. From P6 to P2, and now he's P1. Fair play to Alex Lukscheider. He gave it everything he had. He really had to pull out a champion's effort to win that. Good effort from Alex Lukscheider. He won a brilliant, brilliant race there for the Apex pilots. But I'm afraid it's not going to be the champion's day. Well, hang on a minute, because it says there that Lukas Jaworski has come through in 2nd place. Well, if that's the case, I wonder, was Novotny given a penalty? Well, that's fascinating because Novotny came through right behind Lukscheider. I'm not sure this Brinks Cup is over yet. Because if he's come through in 3rd, not 2nd, the championship goes on. Yeah, look, Novotny's shaking his head. He's clearly been given a penalty, and he's not happy about it. What for, he says? I didn't do anything wrong. Well, the drama begins here. He's only got a 3rd place. He's not got a 2nd, and he's not happy about it. Do you know what, Matthias? If I were you, I'd just shake it off, forget about it, and go and get another decent result in race 2. Forget it. But it looks as though he's been given a penalty. Oh, my goodness. 5 seconds have been added on to Novotny's time. Because he was 0.4 of a second back. Look, they're trying to congratulate him, but he's not a happy man. They're trying to celebrate with him, but he's not won the championship just yet. He's 1 point away from it. Wow, drama. So I thought the championship was won. We all did. But it goes on for another heat. So the Brinks Cup is not over yet. Oh my goodness, this is going to have to wait now for the 2nd heat if things stay as they are. But we saw Matthias Novotny shaking his head in disbelief. He's not happy. But he's just charged his way from P6 on the grid to P2. And it looks like he's come through P3. Alex Lukscheider is the winner. Lukas Jaworski apparently is in 2nd. Then it's Matthias Novotny in front of Matej Kozesik. Then it's Jakob Kronvale from Marek Skamla. Then it's Kim Min-seong. Lucas Cochon down in 8th after such a strong start. Dominik Kadlic in 9th and Jiri Wolf in 10th place. Well, this is nail-biting stuff. The Brinks Cup couldn't have been more dramatic if we'd asked it to be. Lukscheider binning it on the practice run. Novotny trying to charge his way forward, and then he gets a penalty within inches of the win. My goodness me, that's drama. Right, well, we'll have to pick up that narrative a little bit later on. We're now going into the stock and stock rookies. There's 49 points between Kim Min-seong and Kim Down. So realistically, if Kim Min-seong gets top 3s in the first 3 races of his weekend, he's the champion. He doesn't really have to break too much of a sweat here. In fact, if he gets a top 2 in the first 2 races, then he's done it. So there is your pole sitter. And it's not who anybody would have expected coming into this one, but it's very deserved. Hassan Bouabas from the Kuwait Sea Sport Club. A very impressive work indeed from the Kuwaiti. Did a great job in qualifying. 57.183 seconds for the pole time. And just when we thought he was going to get beaten by the likes of Denis Deschulek, it wasn't. And so even Kim Min-seong couldn't beat his time. He got a 57.905. So Hassan Bouabas gets to lead the field around on the Group A pole lap. Here is the grid order. In pole position, it is Hassan Bouabas. Number 2 is Timotej Zubor. In 3 is Miroslav Kops. 4 is Anthony Squire. 5 is Zhang Maozhu. 6 is Yuan Song. 7 is Jin Shulin. 8 is Stefan Schember. 9 is David Klitschka. 8 is Vacharsak Jantorn, sorry. B is Yan Zitao. And C is Liu Jing. Well, this is... I've got to get myself back onto calm mode again now for the stocks and the stock rookies. Because after all the drama of the Brinks Cup in the elites category, now we've got to get back into the stocks. So for the stock rookie, they've actually got the closest title fight of the entire weekend. Don't panic too much about this one, guys, because again, this is going to be the practice start. But the stock rookie is actually the closest title fight all weekend. Anyone in the top 6 of the points can still be champion, so it's likely to go down to the wire. Here is as it stands at the moment. Denis Dushalek has 326 points. He goes in Group B. Fares Ramadan, last year's Junior Boy World Champion, he has 310. He goes in the second group as well. In fact, I think he actually goes in Group C. My apologies. I think Fares Ramadan actually goes in Group C. Yes, he does. Adam Ficek is in third in the points with 298. He goes in Group B. Vacharsak Jantorn has 279. He's in this race. David Kuchka has 278. He's in this race. And then Mike Michailidis of Cyprus, he is in 6th position in the standings, and he goes in Group B. So the man who's really going to benefit the most out of all of this in terms of racing against his rivals is Fares Ramadan, who is in 2nd in the points rankings. And the Kuwait rider from the Kuwait Water Sports Club, he's got a chance here to pick home some big points. He's got none of his championship rivals in any of his groups. So this could be fascinating. So I don't think they've done the practice start yet. I think they've had to break up the formation once in the VE. So Hassan Bouabas just trying to lead them around in the V in the hope that they're going to get a better start this time. Well, Hassan Bouabas is leading them around again. So let's see if this is going to turn into a clean start. So there's such a big grid of stock and stock rookies, which is basically the Formula 2 and Formula 3 of MotoSurf. Well, we've got Hassan Bouabas, Timotej Zubor, Miroslav Kops, Anthony Squire, Zhang Maozhu, Yuan Song, Jin Shulin, Stefan Schember, David Klitschka, Vacharsak Jantorn, Yan Zitao, and Liu Jing that are going to be racing in this first group. Everybody just keeping themselves nice and neat as they run in close proximity. Hassan Bouabas having a conversation with Timotej. Look, can you just form up behind me, please? Can we stop mucking about here? He said, I'm not doing anything. I'm just following you. All right. Let's just get ourselves in formation. So Hassan Bouabas just trying to keep the pace, but they're not really in a decent formation, are they? They've really struggled these first couple of goes. That might have something to do with the fact that there's only 10 of them rather than the 12 that there should be. So Hassan Bouabas getting himself ready to go around again. Come on, let's get this done properly. They're still waiting for a complete V formation, and they haven't really had one. So I think there's a couple of riders that are still trying to get their boards up to speed, which is why we've got the difficulty in formation. One of them is the number 3, that's Miroslav Kops. So Miroslav Kops has had problems, and I think the other rider that's had some difficulties is Jin Shulin. So the 7's had some difficulty, and so has the 3, but it looks as though the 3 is finally up to speed again. And so too now is the 7. So I think we are going to have all 12 riders. There we go. So we had problems there for Miroslav Kops and Jin Shulin, but now they are back into race trim once more. So let's see how it all goes on this particular occasion. So here we go again. Back up to speed and hoping for a decent charge forward. So the revs will rise. They get the command from the jet ski at the Helt. Obviously this is the practice start still, so don't expect this to turn into a race. But every single rider in every single class has to have at least one go at a practice start before they go racing. So this is a nice little preview to what we'll get. I only count 11 of them there though. I don't count all 12. So it looks as though there's been more problems for one of the competitors. I think it might have been Shulin again. Oh no, Shulin is actually doing all right this time, Jin Shulin. So someone else in difficulty. But again, don't panic. This is not the race. This is the practice start. And then once they come through the timing line, they will come back to formation again, and then they will go for their race start. And in the elite, in the stocks category, they have 6 laps plus the 2 jokers, or the 2 long laps, I should say. So that's the end of the practice start for Hassan Bouabbas, the young man from Kuwait, getting a pole position in 57.183 seconds in qualifying this morning. And he was very delighted indeed with it. I think he half expected the championship contenders to be the ones that would take the points battle away from him. And there is a bit of a battle between Kim Min-seung and Kim Down. Neither of them are in this heat, interestingly enough. Kim Down is in pole position for Group C, and Kim Min-seung is in pole position for Group B. So Hassan Bouabbas gets to have a fairly quiet race of it. The only championship contenders in the rookies category that are in this one are David Kutka and Vachara Sakjantorn. So he doesn't have too much to sweat here. This could be a fairly straightforward victory for Hassan Bouabbas, unless the pressure overcomes the moment. Waiting for the start. Will they get the command? Oh, it does indeed. Well, looked like a pretty even start there. It looked as though they started going almost before the whistle. But as a result, a fast-charging getaway from Jin Shulin. That could turn into a penalty if they deem him to have jumped the start. But it's certainly a great run from Hassan Bouabbas as they work their way through up to the parallels for the first time. And it's absolutely perfect. Textbook for Hassan Bouabbas. Again, in the parallels, they can choose to go left or right. And there is a real advantage to choosing to go left when another's gone right, because you don't have quite so much white water to battle your way through. So Hassan Bouabbas having a really great race of it. Oh, the leader's gone down! Hassan Bouabbas drops it in front of the pack. Oh, Hassan Bouabbas. So much pressure in the lead. And just before the finish line, he drops it. Oh, the pressure gets to Hassan Bouabbas in the lead of the race. And that's now Timothée Zubour in the lead. Absolutely incredible how he dropped it. You've got to feel for Hassan Bouabbas. Looking so strong at the start. Let's look at it again. Comes through the final buoy. Gets back on the power too early. The board wasn't straight. It was too far over to the left. And the board just went nose in. Nothing he could do. Washed out. Got to feel for Hassan Bouabbas. That was a clear lead. But based on his pace in qualifying, Bouabbas can get this back again. He just needs to get back on terms with himself. He needs to just focus, calm down, get it back. But this is great news for Timothée Zubour, the Slovakian rider, racing for his own Moto shop team. Doing a great job out in the lead of the race now. So Timothée Zubour, the Slovakian, looking so calm and confident now in the lead of the race. He knows already that the leader has gone and dropped it. So this is perfect for him. And up to second place now comes Zhang Maozhu. Bit of a twitch there for Timothée Zubour. No need to panic. Got a decent advantage. Doesn't want to get rid of this. He's going to go for the long lap. Good move. Very smart move this early. Oh, and he nearly drops it on the long lap. Goodness me. He was really under pressure initially, Timothée Zubour, but he had no pressure at all going into the long lap, and he nearly drops it right there. Goodness me. So through the right hairpin. Now there is the 4. That's Anthony Squire. So a good opportunity to pick up some points here for the American. So Anthony Squire, look at that strong stance of his. Looking like Thor on the water at the moment as he runs his way through. Excellent performance from Anthony Squire in qualifying. Did a good job to get himself right up in the sharp end of the groups. But as a result of not coming in for the long lap, I do believe it's now Anthony Squire, technically, who leads this race for the moment. But he still needs to take his long lap, don't forget. He was in third place. Here he is. Chris Hemsworth on a board. Look at him. Absolutely brilliant stuff there from Anthony Squire. Looking so strong and smooth. Who needs Aquaman when you've got Squire in decent pace up front? Now, when they finish their long laps, he's still looking good for a top 3 finish here, Anthony Squire, but he can make up a lot of ground just by timing his long laps in good stead. David Kuchka is now through in second place, looking good for a decent run in the rookies category, and he needs the points. There's no two ways about it. Right, that's interesting. So for the moment then, Squire deciding to just continue to control the pace up front. Doesn't feel the need to come in yet for any kind of change of pace. He doesn't need to worry about the long lap just yet by the look of things. So Kuchka and Timothée Zubour giving chase to him. Zhang Maozhou 4th place, but they've both made their long laps. So Anthony Squire coming through in, well, it was 3rd position initially, but look, he's being caught now by the number 1 of Hassan Bouabas. So Hassan Bouabas, who started from pole position, is now actually catching up to Anthony Squire. So Squire has come through at the end of 4 laps. Surely he's got to go for his long lap soon. He's going to have, there he is, hand is in the air, so he'll go for the long lap. Hassan Bouabas goes on, and so too does the man behind him. So that is Hassan Bouabas taking back his position in the pack. The pole sitter, the Kuwait Sea Sport Club ace, Hassan Bouabas, worked his way through very nicely indeed. Needs to be careful where he positions his stance there. Almost threw himself off just by trying to balance himself in the wrong part of the circuit at the wrong time. Going through the parallels, having a very neat run of it. And there is the 9. So that is David Kuchka, who I believe is now technically in 3rd position, although, of course, chasing down Yan Zitao. But David Kuchka has bigger fish to fry. He's got to be focusing on getting as maximum points as he possibly can in the Rookie Challenge. That championship, by the way, is going to go right down to the wire tomorrow. So there's very little point in talking about the championship ramifications for the stock rookies, because with 6 riders battling for the title and only a few points between them all, I don't think we're going to get a real understanding as to who's in contention until we wake up tomorrow morning. So certainly Hassan Bouabas doing the best job he can to get back into this race. 6 laps plus the long laps, by the way. So Anthony Squire then is clearly deciding to do his long laps on the last 2 laps. He clearly wanted track position, so he's going to do both his long laps at the same time. But where is that going to bring Hassan Bouabas in relation to Timothée Zubour? So Timothée Zubour in the Slovakian, Timothée Zubour on the number 2, has actually had a bit of an interesting run of it. So let's see how it's all going to shape up. They work their way through on the far side of the course. Hassan Bouabas is going to skate his way up the inside of the Sea of Liu Jing, and Liu was completely caught out. Oh, and Hassan Bouabas, he missed the marker point. Oh, big mistake there for Hassan Bouabas. That's going to give him a penalty. He missed the red buoy, and that is a big mistake for a man who was trying to get himself back into the race action. We really could see that again, because Hassan Bouabas, this is one of those tricky moments where you really can tell the difference between who's got it right and who's got it wrong. Bouabas goes into the long lap, but he's going to get a penalty. There's no 2 ways about it. Let's have a look at it again. So here's Bouabas. He goes round the left on the yellow, but he's got to go right side. Look, he's taken too much speed and he's missed the buoy completely. But they said in the briefing yesterday, you are not allowed to turn around and go back and face the oncoming boards to get a buoy. You've got to take the penalty. So that's big error for Hassan Bouabas. And that's going to be a clear penalty. Got to feel for him. Went down, went in the lead, and now he's missed a buoy. Well, the 6 laps are completed, and it's going to be Timothée Zubour. He crosses the line in 1st place then. Excellent work for Timothée Zubour. Anthony Squire, staying out for as long as he did, has actually managed to come through in 2nd place in front of Zhang Maozhou. So excellent performance then from Anthony Squire. He left his long laps till the bitter end, and that actually worked out beautifully for him because he got out of the flotsam and jetsam and made his way through safely. But look at how much time Hassan Bouabas, the pole position sitter, has lost based on the mistakes through the race. He comes in behind David Kuchka. So devastation for Hassan Bouabas. And look, he just chucks himself into the water. I can't believe I threw away a win. Can't believe I threw it away. Devastation for Hassan Bouabas. Jubilation for Timothée Zubour. Oh, you've really got to feel for Hassan Bouabas, though. Look at him, devastated. The misery. He had the lead. He was leading on lap 1. It was all going beautifully. And then he just got on the power too early out of that final turn. Chucked the board in, and from there on, it was disaster all the way. Got to feel for the Q80. Such a great athlete. But it just wasn't to be. For this man, though, it was absolutely to be. The Slovakian, Timothée Zubour, comes through for the victory. Great work. Anthony Squire, the American, in a solid 2nd place. 3rd position for Zhang Maozhou. Fourth position in the end goes to Miroslav Kups. Fifth position for Yan Song. Sorry, no, my apologies. Fifth position was actually the leading rookie contender, Yan Zhitao. Then sixth position goes the way of Jin Shulin. Seventh place was David Kuchka. Eighth position for Hassan Boabas, but I've got a feeling he's going to get a penalty anyway. Then we're going to get ninth position for Stefan Schemba. 10th position for Vacharasak Jantorn. So problems there for the Thai, only coming home in 10th place. 11th place for Liu Jing, but then a non-start in the end for Yuan Song. So Yuan Song having problems off the start. That will definitely come back to bite him later. Well, it's all drama here at Macau. All drama on Colowan Island. It's been a very tricky day at the office so far in the UIM MotoSurf World Championship. I tell you what, the Melco Star Grand Prix of Macau is clearly here to stay, and it's going to brew up some real dramas in its future. What a great location. And just to add to the drama, the clouds are gathering over Macau. Now that means that the wind is going to pick up. It could also mean rain, which will just make things even tougher for the contenders. You see the marshals getting themselves ready. They actually had some difficulties with the jet ski earlier on. Thank goodness they got it up and running again, because as far as I've been told, there's only a handful of jet skis in the entirety of the Principality of Macau. So that would have been very tricky if they couldn't get it started. But we have an amazing team here of great engineers and technicians. So great to see that they managed to get it up and running again. Right, we've got out of Group A. Now we go into Group B. And this is where the gladiators reside. This is where the big guns come to play. Particularly the number one in this category in Group B, Kim Min-seong. Now, Kim Min-seong can win the championship title with two top threes. He's got a 49-point advantage over Kim Down. But Kim Down really wants to try and get back some points. If he can work his way back in the Group C race after this one, he's got a chance. So it all comes down to Kim Min-seong. If Kim Min-seong can come out of the blocks and fight fit and get a top two finish, he's on course to win his championship. But he's got a whole host of riders to go up against in this one. Number 2 is Adam Janusek. Number 3 is Feng Zhanghao. Number 4 is Mark Andrews. Number 5 is Kim Min-jun. Number 6 is Juan Pablo Urquidy. 7 is Maxim Gavronov. 8 is Abraham Tibor. 9 is Denis Dushilek, the leader in the rookies category. A is Adam Ficek. B is Lorenzo Tanda. And C is Mike Michalidis. Now, you're probably wondering, why does it go all the way from 1 to 9 and then go A, B, C? Well, there's a very good reason for that, and that's because 2 figures are actually tougher to see in the water than it is to pick out 1. And so as a result of that, instead of going to 10, 11, and 12, they feel it's easier for people to recognize A, B, and C from a distance. And they're absolutely right. It is much easier to recognize a letter than it is 2 corresponding numbers in adjacent to each other. So that makes a lot more sense. So after the chaos and the calamity of Group A, what are we going to get to see in Group B? Obviously, the riders are going to get themselves up to speed again, and they will work their way forward. Don't forget, of course, you can download the Brinks TV free-to-play app, bet who you're going to get in the victory dais in each of the heats. The Brinks Cup, as far as we're aware, is not decided yet. It's still going on. So by the time we get here tomorrow morning, things could have changed again dramatically. But for the moment, we are told that it is absolutely correct that Matis Novotny got a penalty at the end of the Brinks Cup Heat 1. My goodness me. Talk about drama here in the season finale. I thought we were going to get all the drama we've had all through this season already. But no, Macau wanted a little bit more. What is it about exciting end-of-season weekends in Macau in motorsport, whether it's on a circuit with tarmac or water? Macau just means magic. So there are the marshals, just getting themselves ready. They will be the 2 that give the starting command as well. They wait for the riders to just warm up the boards, get them into the V formation, and get themselves ready for an exciting launch forward. Boy, I'd love their job. No, genuinely, I really would love their job. Think about it. You're riding on the back of a jet ski all day long. That'd do me quite nicely. Wouldn't care what the weather was. Very privileged position those marshals find themselves in. Kim Min-seong, Adam Janusek, Feng Zhanghao, Mark Andrews, Kim Min-jun, Juan Pablo Urquidy, Maxim Gavronov, Abraham Tibor, Denis Dushilek, Adam Ficek, Lorenzo Tanda, and Mike Michalidis. Now, this category, the stock and the stock rookies, they are the most international paddock of this field. We've got riders literally going from all 4 corners of the globe pretty much in this category. The only continents that are not represented in the World Championship weekend this year at Macau are the continents of Africa and Australasia. Once we've had those two at it, oh, well, that's why we've gone round again. Oh, that's gone very badly wrong. I think that's Janusek. Is that Adam Janusek? The man who should be starting P2. It is, you know. Oh, dear, Adam Janusek. The man who should be going off P2. They couldn't even get their practice start up to speed. And has Adam Janusek got a problem with the bindings? Well, he's got to hope that he can get the board up to speed again and go for a proper race start. They haven't even done the practice start yet. So there is Kim Min-sung holding them in position. The Team Fuller Sail rider in the #1 shorts, but he also actually, ironically, runs in 0-1. But the Team Fuller Sail rider who qualified in a 57.905 second time. Let's have a replay of what happened. Now, this is off the start. Look, Janusek is so busy gesticulating to the man alongside him, Feng Zhenghao, that he completely misplaces his foot on the board. Now, this is the practice start, so let's not get ahead of ourselves. So the riders are still just getting themselves up to speed and working their way forward. So the competitors are just learning the course in race trim. Very different to race this course than it is to qualify on it. And of course, in qualifying, don't forget, they run 2x2. So it's a very different format compared to racing. And this is where you learn the skills of being a MotoSurf racer. You've got to try and pick out, particularly in the parallels, which way do you go? Do you go left or go right? But in the slower corners, look, you've got such a tricky task to figure out where you go in white water trim. Because once that white water starts washing out, it's much slower for the racer to follow in the white water. You want clear water all the way because it's faster, it's smoother, and it's not going to slow up the board. But of course, don't forget, there are all sorts of things that can go wrong. If you roll the board and the water goes into the wastegate, it can actually flood the engine. So you've got all sorts of problems that can creep in. It's unusual because they've got lots of guards to protect. Sometimes you'll even get a power cut because the key that goes into the throttle ignition can sometimes cut out. But there is a protector that goes over the top of that key hook so that if they accidentally clip it going around a buoy, it should remove the risk of that happening. But it's not a guaranteed science. All 12 riders are in position. Are we into race stream? Yes, we are. And it's a terrible start for Adam Janusek. So Janusek gets a very poor launch. Good runs from Feng Zhenghao and the Canadian Mark Andrews, who's going to go right round the far side. So as they work their way through to the parallels, it's a perfect start for Kim Min-sung. Feng Zhenghao in second. Is Mark Andrews still there in third position for Team Canada? Working their way through, just keeping it nice and tidy. Several riders going through in close proximity. Oh, and down. Is that the second place man going down in position? I think that was Feng Zhenghao. Feng Zhenghao dropped it in the parallels. So Feng Zhenghao gets it back up again. But that is catastrophic for his race tactics. That drops him down to P5, I think. So Feng Zhao really in some trouble. And that really puts things into perspective for Kim Min-sung. He looks so good for both the race and the title. 18 points will certainly put him in the vanguard to win this championship today. Never mind tomorrow. So Kim Min-sung having a very good race of it out in front. Doesn't take the long lap on the first lap. He can choose to if he wants to, but he's clearly decided, look, I've got a clear track in front of me. What's the point? Just settle into a rhythm. And he's doing a great job out there. So Kim Min-sung out in front of Adam Janusek. I tell you what, Denis Desilek has had an amazing start. He started 9th position and he's up to 3rd in front of Adam Ficek, who started 10th and has now worked his way up to 4th place. Then Juan Pablo Urquidi. I wonder if Mark Andrews had a problem there. Yeah, Mark Andrews has dropped all the way to the back, unfortunately. The Team Canada racer, known collectively by his friends in the paddock as Mr. What Does It Mean? But Mark Andrews having a bit of a problem there. And it looks like someone's gone back in the water again. So we've had a faller in the water, and it's a really bad one because the rider's taking a long, long time to get up again. It looks like they've finally done it, but the leader's coming through. And you can see that, oh, goodness me, as the leader goes for the long lap, the rider that went down has taken an awfully long time and very nearly cuts across the path of Kim Min-sung. So Kim Min-sung, let's have another look at it and see what happened on the opening lap. So there is the moment. Oh, straight in. Nasty, nasty for Feng Zhanghao. And several riders had to take avoiding action. Let's see it again. Very nasty angle going through, and that was on the way to the parallels. Very messy indeed. And then we had Mark Andrews, the Canadian. He was the one that went down in the parallels after that. So he actually had 2 falls on that first lap. First Feng Zhanghao, and then Mark Andrews went down in the parallel. So for the moment, it's Kim Min-sung. He's completed the first lap and then gone straight into the long lap. So that's given the lead for the moment to Adam Janusek. There is the number 2, Adam Janusek, having gone down before the practice start. Now he puts his hand in the air, so he's going to go for the long lap. There he goes, stage right. So Adam Janusek now goes for the long lap. Clearly trying to undercut the move that was taken by Kim Min-sung on the first lap. Adam Ficek has also not taken the long lap yet, but it wouldn't shock me if he decided to come through. Oh, there's a rider that's taken the long lap but is tiptoeing the way through in front. Look, he's trying to get the rider to, look, get out of the way, get out of the racing line. Adam Janusek was gesticulating to the slow rider there. Look, you're on the racing line here. Stop mucking about. We're in a race. If you're going to go slowly, that's fine, but don't block us. So there is the 4. There is Mark Andrews. Team Canada trying to get himself back into contention. He is known in the paddock as Mr. What Does It Mean? And that's usually because every time something in the rider's briefing is said in the Czech Republic, Mark Andrews is usually the man who will cry out from the back, "What does it mean?" Because I don't speak Czech. So at the moment, Andrews has obviously decided after that early fall to keep himself on the board and just get some clear track in front of him. So he's not coming for his long laps. So we think that Mark Andrews at the moment is actually leading the race. So there he comes through. Now, he might not actually be leading. My apologies. We think he may have lost an additional lap. So actually, Mark Andrews is not actually... he's still down in 10th position by the look of it. We've had problems for Juan Pablo Arquidi, the Mexican, and the Hungarian Abraham Tibor has had a problem as well. Well, there is the 5. That's Kim Min-jun, who I think Mark Andrews is actually racing at the moment. So there's Kim Min-sung, and he is on the long lap for the second time. So Kim Min-sung is on the long lap once again. So it's all been fairly predictable at the moment. That's how tricky it is to join back in after the long lap, though. Goodness me, Kim Min-sung threaded the needle beautifully and right round the far side of one of the back markers. Talk about threading the needle. Kim Min-sung is unstoppable. The Korean full-of-cell rider, just absolutely full of himself at the moment. Excellent work. Kim Min-sung will not be stopped. He is an absolute battering ram for the others to try and take on, and he is in full flow. I think this is absolutely a one-way ticket to the Stock Class Championship title for Kim Min-sung. A win will give him 18 points and pretty much put it to bed. If he takes an 18-point advantage and Kim Down gets his win as well, then it's pretty much game over with 49 points to gain, and I don't really see Kim Down making that much. Right, the white flag has gone out for the number 1 rider. That is Kim Min-sung. He's taken both his long laps, don't forget. So he is now in the lead. There is Kim Min-sung. Just watch the style of this rider. He's got so much confidence, even when the waves are trippy, even when it's not quite clear which way the board is going to send him on times. He just has full competence to be able to keep it upright. Excellent work from Kim Min-sung. He looks just so poised. Great work from the Korean. He'll go around the far side, through the parallels, one last time of asking. And this is exactly what he and the full-of-cell team wanted to see in the first race. Dictatorial, dominant, decadent. Oh, and that's great work there from Mark Andrews to let him go. He saw Kim Min-sung coming. He wasn't going to get in his way. He let him go past. Kim Min-sung gets the checkered. 18 points on the board. What a way to start the weekend for Kim Min-sung. Absolutely euphoric victory as the Canadian Mark Andrews follows him to the sidelines. And how about this from Denis Djezilek? Absolutely extraordinary to fight his way back from 9th on the grid to P2. That is magic from Denis Djezilek. So that pretty much puts him into the vantage point of the championship in stock rookie as well. He leads the championship, don't forget. But winning in rookie second overall. That puts him right back into the hunt. Adam Janusek comes through in third position. Adam Ficek will be in P4. I think fifth position is going to be the Italian stallion, Lorenzo Tanda. So Lorenzo Tanda should come through in fifth position. If not, then it's going to be Feng Zhenghao recovering after his early fall. In fact, it's neither of them. It's Mike Michailidis who comes through, the Cypriot, in fifth position. And then it's Lorenzo Tanda in front of Feng Zhenghao. Eighth position for Maxim Gavronov. And he should finish in front of, oh, well, no, he doesn't. I think he left his last long lap until the bitter end there. Like that, nice handshake between Kim Min-sung and Adam Janusek. So ninth position in the end is actually Maxim Gavronov, I do believe, because Kim Min-jun came home in 8th place to complete the 6 laps completed. A lap down was Maxim Gavronov in 9th. Mark Andrews was in 10th and a lap behind. Abraham Tibor in 11th place, and Juan Pablo Urquidi, the Mexican, coming home in 12th position. So there are your provisional results, but certainly in the stock rookie category for Kim Min-sung, it's exactly what he wanted to see. Now it's all going to come down to what happens in the final group, Group C. If Kim Down doesn't get the victory in Group C, then all of a sudden Kim Min-sung looks pretty much a shoe-in for the championship title. So there is the starting positions for the stock category Group C. Stock and stock rookies. The R next to the named rider means that they are competing for the rookie title. So we have Kim Down, Jan Travchenek, Damian Kadlic, Zhu Linjing, Han Tai-hee, Daisuke Mamada, Vladimir Andel, Wu Yongkan, Jacob Kojon, Fares Ramadan, Cao Zijun, and Chen Zhangke. So the last 12 riders then in position to battle away for the Group C positions for the rookie and stock categories. So it's going to be fascinating to see how the contenders continue in their revolution of this race. Still good battles all the way, and we should see some more exciting competitions as the competitors run further forward. So this will be the third of our race trims. Really is going to be fantastic to see how it all plays out. Don't forget that you can continue to follow all the action through the weekend on the MotoSurf World Championship YouTube channel, as well as, of course, here on Brinks. And you can follow on with the action on your applications if you manage to get a smartphone out to hand and download the Brinks TV free-to-play app, so it's free to participate. You can place your bets on who is going to be the winner in each of the races. Now, if I'm a betting man, I would look at Kim Down for this one, but it's not clear-cut, and it's certainly not guaranteed. But one man I do think you should watch out for lower back in the field is the rider who starts this one from 10th in the A shorts, and that is Fares Ramadan. He is a very competitive racer from Kuwait, and he's actually been as competitive in jet ski racing as he has been in MotoSurf. I was having a great conversation with him yesterday. He said, I've actually given up jet ski racing to focus purely on MotoSurf. I said, why? Why would you give up jet skis? And he said, it's very simple, really. I've already won everything there is to win in jet skis for the time being. I've conquered that. Now I want to conquer MotoSurf. So fairly simple for Fares Ramadan. Now that's Mark Andrews having a conversation in the middle of the paddock there. So Mark Andrews came home a lap adrift in 10th position. So what's Mark Andrews having a conversation about there? Not entirely sure, but certainly some interesting conversations going on there for the Team Canada ace. Now there is Fares Ramadan, number 9 on the back of his shirt, although his shorts will say A. And he is, for me, the favourite in this rookie race. If he comes through for the victory, that's one thing in the rookie category, but he has a chance to work his way through to the top 3. He actually won the Junior Boys World Championship last year. That is a fantastic opportunity for Fares Ramadan to work his way further forward. And so the contenders are getting themselves geared up ready. You can see the Masters getting themselves ready as well, because they obviously had their races put back a little bit. Now, this is going to be fascinating for one particular rider in this race. There's one issue here for one rider in this race, and that is Kim Down, because Kim Down is going to be starting from pole position in this race, which is the stock race in Group C. Then he's got to get off this board and get straight on with the Masters race straight after it. So he's actually going to have to do 2 races back to back. I do not want to be Kim Down right now. Now, that would obviously not have been the case previously, but because the Masters race had to be put back in the schedule, that really hasn't worked in favour of Kim Down. He may do well in this race, but whether he'll do well in the second one or not, that's debatable. So the 12 riders getting themselves into position then. So Kim, Travnicek, Kadlec, Zhu, Han, Mamada, Andel, Wu, Koshon, Ramadan, Cao and Chen. 12 riders just getting themselves warmed up. There is the pole setter, Kim Down. But the Korean racer, Kim Down, has got a very busy half an hour or so now, because he's got this race and then he gets straight into the Masters opening race after this. So he's got back-to-back races. That is not what you want in the world of MotoSurf, because these races are physical enough as it is. So he's got a 6-lap race going into this with 2 long laps, and then he's got another 6-lap race going into the Masters directly afterwards. Poor Kim Down. It's not worked out well for him in the long run. There's Jan Travnicek. So Jan Travnicek for the JetSurf HK satellite team. I would say the team name out loud, but I would get taken off the air. And as we are being given quite a lot of viewers watching along, both on Brinks and on YouTube, I don't really want to get fired on my first day. So I'm not going to read out the team name, but I am going to tell you that they are the JetSurf Hong Kong satellite team. If you want to know their real name, look in the timing screen. I don't want to lose my job on day one. Thank you. So we're going to carry on into the brink of Group C, Heat 1, for the Melco Grand Prix of Macau in the category for the stock and stock rookies. They're just forming up for their practice start now. Don't forget, there are 2 days of competition here. This is only day 1. We've got a second day of action tomorrow, and we'll be broadcasting again live tomorrow for the finals. So whatever you were planning to do tomorrow when it's finals time, cancel it. Trust me, it's going to be well worth tuning in for the Melco Grand Prix of Macau finals tomorrow in the MotoSurf World Championship, governed by the UIM. And of course, this is a nice little warm-up, a nice little practice for the competitors who are hoping to qualify in the World Games qualifier at Fujairah in the United Arab Emirates in February to go and compete in the World Games. And that's taking place in Chengdu in China next summer. So it's a big opportunity for these guys. So there's a lot of exciting battles for them. Not just the pride of winning the Melco-style Grand Prix of Macau, but also they want to make sure they're in good position to prepare for 2026 as well. So who's missing in that lineup there? Where's the number 6 gone? Oh, there it is. There it is, right to the far side. That's Daisuke Mamada, the Japanese rider. So we've got a truly international grid this time. We've got 2 Koreans. We've also got a Japanese. We've got a Kuwaiti. We've got 3 Chinese. And we've got 4 Czechs. Of course, the sport of MotoSurf, born, raised and cultivated in the Czech Republic. Incredible considering it's a landlocked country. But they have 2 Great Lakes in the Czech Republic. This is the practice start, so don't panic, everybody. You haven't missed the race. This is just the practice start. They all have to have a practice start before they go into the race itself. But the culture of MotoSurf racing in the Czech Republic... Oh dear, 2 riders going down on the practice start. So that's definitely not a good omen, but at least they got it done on the practice start and not on the actual start. So hopefully they can just get back up and going again, which they already have. But just to finish what I was talking about there just before, the Czech Republic really is the headquarters of MotoSurf racing, despite the fact that it's a landlocked country, where they have 2 giant lakes in the Czech Republic, where basically you can go to the MotoSurf Academy and learn how to do the sport, and it isn't too long after that before you become a racer. That's what happens when too many surfboards go into one corner together. Whoops. So that's down not to do it on the start. I'm sure they'll make sure they do it properly, the proper time of asking. Thank goodness that was only the practice start. Let's put it that way. And that's a bit like when you ask one person to stand on the corner and get 300-meter runners to just charge at you at the same time. There's going to be a collision and it's going to be messy. So that's what happens in the water-based version of that. So Kim Down and Jan Travnicek will take up their positions on the front of the V once again. Damian Kadlec, third. Zhulin Jing, fourth. Then 5 is Han Tai-hee, 6 is Daisuke Mamada, 7 is Vladimir Andel, 8 is Wu Yongkan, 9 is Jakob Kozon, A is Fares Ramadan, B is Cao Zijun, and C is Chen Zhangkei. So who's that trying to pick things up and get it back together? That's Damian Kadlec. They've gone around again to form up the V. Just trying to make sure his shirt's untucked. Now, you would say that that's a bit silly to prioritise on, but comfort is actually quite important. You've got to make sure you feel comfortable when you're out there. So all of the riders then just getting themselves into position in their respective Vs. Watch out for the man with the A shorts, Fares Ramadan. Looking good for a win here in Stock Rookie. His two main competitors, Cao Zijun and Chen Zhangkei, are both guest riders, wildcards, if you will, from Team China. They've all come from the same conglomerate. There are two Macau wildcards as well, I do believe, and they're going to come out later in the Masters. So we'll talk about them very shortly. But now we will get into the V, and we are going to go racing for the third and final time in the first rotation of Stock and Stock Rookies. Group C is underway. And a cracking start from Jan Travnicek. He's going to get level with Kim Down, but Down will have the inside line, so no issues there. It's going to be a wide trajectory and a wide berth as they work their way forwards up towards the first couple of corners. Tight run to the inside line, and Travnicek very nearly going down and tripping over in the path of the man in the lead. He goes left as Down goes right. So Kim Down trying to keep it nice together. But is that going to be enough to take the lead away from him? No, it's not. And Travnicek just has to hold on in second position and follow in the wake of the Korean Kim Down. Third position still for Damian Kadlec. Kadlec looking nice and comfortable as they work their way through. Everybody's made it through the first lap. It's a very tricky lap here on this course. But now they work their way through the twisties. This is where things get pretty tricky. Now, if I'm Kim Down, it's only a 6-lap race there. Oh, down goes Travnicek. Travnicek has gone in second and through as well, Damian Kadlec. They wash out in each other's wash. Unbelievable. And I think a third one went down as well. That could have been Daisuke Mamada. Big drama here as second and third go down. Well, catastrophic luck for Travnicek and Kadlec. We definitely need to have another look at that because Kim Down has now pretty much got the Group C race on a silver plate. He's definitely living in the lap of luxury now. He's almost half a lap in front of his competitors by the time this lap is finished. Look at him, charging away out of the parallels, over the line. Thank you very much. Nobody really in touch with him. And that is the end. No way is that Fares Ramadan in second. It is, you know. Absolutely incredible. He was the Junior Boy World Champion last year. He's fighting for the rookie title this year, and he's gone from 10th on the grid to second in 2 laps. Amazing. Now let's watch again. Watch Travnicek. He just washes out completely. Kadlec sees it happening, puts his hand in the air, but he can't stop himself. He goes in with him. Thinks he's got it balanced. Now, unfortunately, we didn't really get the chance to see that keep going because there was a third one that went in, but I'm fairly sure it was the Japanese rider, Daisuke Mamada, that also went in. So there is a very tactical move then from Kim Down on the long lap. Makes perfect sense. So Kim Down just deciding to slot himself back into the pack by taking the long lap nice and early. No issues for him. This is looking perfect, and this is matching what Kim Min-seong did in Group B. So in the Group C race, Kim Down is just matching him. So they're just going to keep that 49 points gap at even pace. And of course, if that's what Kim Min-seong ends up with in the second heat as well, he wins the title. He becomes the winner in the stock title race. But it's all down to who gets it wrong and who gets it right. And so far, Jan Travnicek and Damian Kadlec have both made the big errors in this one. So Kim Down, the Korean talent, just keeping himself very neatly in position. So as they work their way through, that is now Fares Ramadan leading the race, Cao Zijun in second place, then Jan Travnicek, Han Tai-hee and Kim Down. Now, of course, Kim Down is down in 5th position, but that is because he took his long lap before the other 4 did. So it looks to me as though Fares Ramadan, there he is, he's on the long lap. So that makes total sense. Oh, no, he's not on the long lap. My apologies. So Fares Ramadan decided to keep going then. Unless he's already taken, oh, he just came out of the long lap, that's why. So he's already taken his long lap. Because that's the thing, they enter the long lap about here, then they go around the long way, and then they come back 2 corners back from where they were. So it's easy to get that mistake. But Fares Ramadan, here he is, the boy from Kuwait. What an incredible competitor. Started P10 and was P2 by the end of the 2nd lap. And that is not including long laps. That is astonishing. Watch out for this lad in the future. He is the king of jet skis. He's retired from jet ski racing for the time being to focus purely on MotoSurf. Well, that went slightly awry for the rivals, didn't it? Very nearly a missed boy there for one competitor who just decided to let Kim Down go through, backed out of it, and then decided to have another go at it. As far as Ramadan is going to take the long lap for a 2nd time in a row. So there he goes. Goes straight across the line. Oh, hang on a minute. No, that's not at the long lap entry point. I think he's missed a boy. So somebody fell down in front of him, we're being told. Okay, so that will be the reason. Now he's taking the long lap for a 2nd time. So fair play to Fares Ramadan. Incredible work, though, from this young teenager. Still only a young whippersnapper in this sport, but switching his focus purely from jet skis to focus on MotoSurf. He's won jet ski titles. Now he wants to add some MotoSurf crowns to that. But the way he's riding right now, he could walk away with the stock rookie world title just a year after winning the Junior Boy World Championship. Amazing. Great work from the Q80. So Fares Ramadan having a great ride. Meanwhile, so is this man, Kim Down. So Kim Down, of course, now that Fares Ramadan has taken his 2nd long lap, Kim Down is now going to be ahead of him once again. Now, who is that he's chasing? Is that Cao Zijun? I think that might be Cao Zijun, the Chinese rider on the B shorts. Yes, it is indeed. So Cao Zijun is just ahead of him. Now, they are racing for position, but Cao Zijun has not taken his long lap yet. So Kim Down can just take his time about this. He's not going to, he doesn't need to rush this. He can just take his time. Look, he's gesticulating at Cao Zijun. Get out of the way. So he's got the white flag, but he doesn't need to move over. He's not a slow rider. He is just battling for position. So fascinating. Well, Kim Down, that was a slow rider in front of him, but he was in 3rd position. So I'm not entirely sure that Cao Zijun needed to move over for him there. Oh, maybe he does, actually, because he's just taken the long lap. So he was actually a lap down. It's difficult to keep an eye on these things when the timing screen says one thing and then it adjusts. So, yeah, Cao Zijun was a lap adrift. So Kim Down did have every justification to ask the officials to get him to move aside, which he eventually did. Now, there is Jakob Kozon on the 9, running behind Fares Ramadan. This is for 2nd place, and this is for 2nd place out right now, because they've all taken both long laps. So can Jakob Kozon get on terms with young Fares Ramadan? For the moment, Ramadan looks pretty comfortable, and he's going into the parallels, so we should be looking at the race leader, because Kim Down is about to cross the line to take the victory. He repeats the feat of Kim Min-seong. He's just cruising over the line. Cruising over the line, he takes the win. Come on, Kim Down. He's just making child's play of it for everybody else. As through comes Fares Ramadan to take the victory in rookie and 2nd overall. Absolutely extraordinary. What a ride from Fares Ramadan. Absolutely brilliant points. There you go. Now, there was a bit of gesticulating there from Kim Down. He had number 3 in the air. I'm not sure why he was holding up 3 fingers, but surely that's some kind of hand gesture that makes sense to him. Now, Kim Down has actually got a bit of work to do because he's got his Masters race coming up now. So it's no peace for the wicked, as far as they're concerned. So let's look at the provisional results then, as the race comes to a completion. Kim Down takes the victory in front of Fares Ramadan. Jakob Kozon in 3rd place in front of Zhu Linjing. And then Chen Zhangke is in P5 in front of Cao Zijun. Jan Travnicek, who started all the way up in P2, don't forget, finishes down in 7th in the end, in front of Daisuke Mamada, Han Tai-hee, Damian Kadlec, and then at the back of the field it was Wu Yongkan, and then problems for Vladimir Andel. Well, that's it for the moment for all of our coverage on Brinks TV. Thank you very much for tuning in. Don't forget that we're back tomorrow and you can follow all the rest of the action on MotoSurf World Championship's YouTube channel. Still, of course, keep up to date on the Brinks TV free-to-play app and you can bet on all the other races as you go. But from Jake Sanson and all the crew here in Macau, that's it for today. Come back for the big show tomorrow. You won't be disappointed. It's been dramatic all the way here in the UIM MotoSurf World Championship finale at the Melco style Grand Prix of Macau, which is now quickly being referred to as Macau's second Grand Prix. And what an exciting battle it has been so far. The Las Vegas of the East really has thrown a few gambles in amongst things. It's been fantastic so far. And now we get ourselves ready for the Masters competition. It's going to be really exciting to see what these two classes make of it. And there is a bit of a championship battle in the Masters category to come. So it really will be a close-run thing as the contenders want a little bit more from the battles as they run through in close proximity. Now, we've had official confirmation then, preliminary results from the Elite, the Brinks Cup from earlier on. And I can confirm Alex Lukscheider did take the win with 18 points. Lukas Johorski did come home for 14 in second, and Matthias Novotny did get classified in third place. So fascinating situation. I'm not entirely sure whether he missed a buoy or whether there was a penalty of some kind handed to him, but I'm trying to look to see whether there was anything of that kind. And I can't see anything on the monitors. So fascinatingly, we're going to have to wait and see if it's all been done. There were no jump starts, there were no joker laps, there were no missed buoys, and there were no wrong ballons. So I'm not entirely sure what the reason was for Matthias Novotny being dropped to third position. No idea. So we'll have to come back to that one later, I guess, because that could be worth an explanation later. But we'll come back to that later on in the programme. For now, though, of course, we've still got some exciting battles for the rest of it. We've got the Masters, and then we'll have the women's category for a second time. We'll have the Elites for the second time, and then we'll have the stocks as well. The juniors will now have their second race tomorrow. That's the only real change in the schedule. The juniors have now been replaced by the Masters, so the juniors will race for the second time tomorrow. Well, it's going to be fascinating to see how the Masters cope, because the clouds are coming in thick and fast here at Macau. It's quite incredible how quickly it's gone from being a fairly breezy, misty day to suddenly looking like Sodom and Gomorrah up there. So it could be fascinating to see how it plays out, but the wind is certainly doing a reasonable job of staying consistent. It doesn't look too choppy out there at the moment, so I wouldn't suggest it's too bad at this point. But certainly for the competitors ready ahead of Heat 1, Group A of the Masters, Kim Down is only just coming off of Cloud 9, having taken the victory in Group C of the stocks. So now he comes straight into the Masters category, and he's got some great races to go up against. At least the young fans are keeping cool. That's exactly the right headgear for this kind of occasion. No, take it off. Don't take it off. It's exactly the right time to wear it. If you can't wear it today, you can't wear it at all. Put it back on, love. Trust me, it's a good idea. You'll only get cold otherwise. So the Masters go to the ocean. Time to race once again in the Masters category. There you go, well done. Wearing the headpiece at exactly the right point. Here we go then. The challengers make their way to the water. Kim Down of Korea. Denny Kostelecki of the Czech Republic. Yuri Stovacek, also of the Czech Republic. Arkadiusz Janora of Poland. Jano Vankersbilk of Belgium. Roman Lisho-Kratishvili of Austria. Radek Luchka of the Czech Republic. Murat Yongichala of Turkey. Yang Chanhao of Korea. Kim Do-woon of Korea. Yoon Jin of Korea. And Anga Chao Hong of Macau. So as the 12 riders get themselves out onto the boards again, we'll get to see some really solid performances from the contenders as they prepare themselves for another great bit of action. So everybody just gearing themselves up for another exciting, strong run. Everyone just wanting a lot from this particular contest. Just to update you with a couple of last-minute notices for contenders that didn't manage to qualify for the races, because obviously once you get into the groups, you've only got either 36 spaces if there are 3 groups, or 24 spaces if there are 2 groups, and then you've got reserves. So Park In-hee is the women's reserve, having finished 25th in time qualifying. The Japanese rider Suguro Ikeda is the reserve in for Jet Surf Japan in the stocks having only come 37th in the qualifying. Andrei Atanasov is now the reserve, the Bulgarian rider for Sofia Extreme, in the 25th position of the Masters category. So Andrei Atanasov has not actually made the grid for the Masters and will only come in if there is a need to replace one rider. There are no need for reserves in junior boys and junior girls or elites. So those are the three riders essentially that don't get to play: Park In-hee, Suguru Ikeda and Andrei Atanasov. So into the Masters we go, and as you would expect of a category which is just as competitive as its counterparts, Kim Down actually leads Kostoleczki by 54 points. So Kostoleczki has to outscore him by 55 points this weekend to be champion. So all Kim Down needs is 18 points to win. So if he wins this first heat, he's the Masters champion. It's that simple. And after the surprise of not seeing it happen in the Elite, the Brinks Cup, I'm actually surprised we didn't see that, because Matis Novotny, to my mind, looked like he crossed the line in second place, but he was clearly given a penalty of some description, and that dropped him to third position. So we're doing the practice start then in the Masters. But don't worry, folks, these are the penultimate and last practice starts you're going to see, because once they go into their second heat, they won't need a practice start. They'll just go straight into the race. But there is a champion in waiting in this race, Kim Down, who's literally just come off the boards in Group C of the stocks. If he now wins the Masters race in the first heat, then he becomes the Masters champion for 2024. He's got such a big lead at this point of proceedings that all he has to do is come through and stay in front of the Heat 1 victory, and he becomes champion. So he would be the first world champion crowned of the 2024 UIM MotoSurf World Championship season. We thought it was going to happen in Elite. It hasn't happened yet, but it looks like it's going to happen for Kim Down in the Masters. So we're going to see a replay. What's this? This is the... Oh, that's gone very badly wrong on the practice start, hasn't it? So one rider going in there, fairly big. Fortunately, it was only the practice start. But there is the man who is on the verge to become the Masters champion. He starts from pole position this first race. All he's got to do is stay in front. If he takes this win, he wins the championship. All he needs from this weekend is 18 points, and you can get 18 points for a win in the heat. So as long as he doesn't crack under the pressure, as long as he doesn't let the eagerness and the anticipation of the moment bubble over, then he should be very neat and tidy to get that done. The contenders all very excited as things currently stack up. A very exciting challenge for everybody as we all prepare for the action and the drama. In the shade of the Parque de Haxa. That was that beautiful white building that you saw in the background there. The Parque de Haxa, adjacent to the Posada de Vente de Haxa, as the riders are just getting themselves into the V, ready for another crack at the race victory, if they can possibly get there. Not going to be easy to do. So the contenders just gear themselves back up in position. So the contenders now just getting themselves back into position again, into the... Oh, and another rider's gone down. Well, that's very badly timed, because we were gearing ourselves up for the race itself, and that's the 9 that's gone down. That is Yang Chun-ho. Oh dear. White water straight in the face, and it unbalances the board, and he's down. And these are the best races in the world at this discipline, don't forget. So it's very easily done. Once you're thrown off balance, that's it, you're gone. So now they've got to go around again for the V. So hopefully this is going to be where it finally comes back to fruition again, as the riders queue themselves up on the far side of the course. There is Yang Chun-ho, hoping that this time it goes according to plan. Stay on the board, for goodness sake. Thought he was going to go over another go then. It's already gone in once. You don't need to go in twice, mate. We know what it feels like the first time. It's all good. They work their way through to the far side. They will go parallel to the jet ski once more. And of course, once the jet ski gives that command, then we are back into charging position. But you can see how choppy it's got. This is just following in pursuit of the leading riders on the boards. That's because the clouds have come in. It's got thicker, the wind. So the sea is now choppier as a result of the clouds coming in. So they've just got to hope that it stays a little bit peaky for a little bit longer. They've just got to hold on that tiny bit more. They're in position. We're not expecting to see any rain, but we're certainly not expecting the sun to come back here. So are we going to get into race stream? We are under race orders, and it's a good start from Kim Down, but it's a good one too from Denny Kosteleczki, and a perfect launch from Arkadiusz Janora, the Polish rider, going around the far side, and I think he's already got Jiří Stowacek. He has indeed. He's in a second place. What a start from Arkadiusz Janora. The Pole is up to P2. Great start out of the blocks from Janora, and he nearly trips up going through the parallels. Oh, Arkadiusz Janora is going to wash out. All that hard work is undone in the parallels, and he loses out to Denny Kosteleczki. It was a perfect start. It was a terrible execution of the parallels. You've got to feel for Janora. Now he's got to get it all done again. So Arkadiusz Janora, after a beautiful start, struggles in the parallels. Now he's back down to third. Time to get back on with this. Nips and tucks the way through the S's. Nicely handled so far from the leader. Kim Down, he almost looks like he's bored out there. So far ahead of the rest, so smooth. Well, this will be another boy then. Just tip that one as we go through. Nicely handled. Doesn't even break a sweat. And this is the man, of course, who if he holds on to position here and wins the Masters, then he will become the Masters champion on this occasion. This is for the category for riders over the age of 40. They certainly don't look even close to 40, do they? So energetic, so athletic, particularly in the case of Kim Down. Denny Kosteleczki second from Janora, then Stowacek, Vankersbilk, Lichia Krotishvili, Jorgen Chilar, and then Kim Do-woon in front of Luchka, Yang, Yun, and Nagai. So really solid run for the competitors. So Kim Down in front of Denny Kosteleczki and Arkadiusz Janora, then Jiří Stowacek and Jano Vankersbilk. The Austrian, Roman Lichia Krotishvili, Murat Yonggichila, Kim Do-woon, Radek Luchka, Yang Chen-hao, Yun Jin and Enji Cheo-hong. Just finishing off things as they run through. Now there is going to be definite charges towards the long lap. So who is that we've got on the long lap at the moment? I think that might be Denny Kosteleczki, actually. I think he may have decided to cut through a little bit earlier on, obviously trying to get something sorted between himself and Kim Down. The advantage he's got is that Kim Down has just done a race, having done the Group C stock, so he could well get tired out quite quickly here, and suddenly the pace will depreciate. And if that's the case, then it'll be absolute heavens bells for Denny Kosteleczki, because he can suddenly get back into contention and go for the win again. But certainly not for the moment, Kim Down. There is Denny Kosteleczki in second place, so that clearly wasn't who was on the long lap for the first time. I think it might even have been Yang Chen-ho that went for the long lap first. There's Arkadiusz Janora of Team Poland. So Arkadiusz Janora, I mean, I say Team Poland, he is actually, of course, racing in the Tenzi MotoSurf Racing colours, but he's wearing a very ironically Polish-coloured shirt, and he's definitely representing his country. Right, there goes Kim Down into the long lap. And it looks like everybody's following him pretty much. So Kosteleczki goes with him, Janora goes with him. Only Jiří Stowacek didn't. So Stowacek is going to take the lead here for the moment. But certainly Kosteleczki and Janora decided to go for the move as well. There's Kosteleczki. And there's Arkadiusz Janora. Oh, and it looks like Murat Yonggichila also decided to go for it. Has Arkadiusz Janora got a problem? I thought that Yonggichila got him fairly easily there on the overtake. So I'm not entirely sure what happened. It looks like quite a few other riders went for the long lap on the first lap there, because they've only got 6 laps of racing to do. So for these riders, it's got to be twice in the next 3 laps that they take their long laps anyway. But I wonder if Murat Yonggichila actually ended up having a better run on Arkadiusz Janora than he might have wanted. So tricky situation for the contenders at the moment. But a really exciting battle for them as they continue in close proximity. So it's going to be an interesting one as we continue in fantastic battles out on the course again. Jiří Stowacek is the leader, but that's because he was the last one to take his long laps, and now he's going to do them in 2 consecutive laps. So Jiří Stowacek from Kim Down, Denny Kosteleczki, Arkadiusz Janora. But once Yuri Stovacek has taken his 2 long laps, then it'll be those 3 that go into the lead again. There's Kim Down on his second of the 2 long laps, and doing it on the penultimate laps gives him a fabulous opportunity to move the way further forward. So still the battles rage on. It's very close proximity at the moment as the battles continue on in close run. So there is Kim Down. Look at him, he's just taking his time about it. He looks like he's just out on a pleasure cruise on a Saturday afternoon. He's not looking like he's racing at all. He's got such a decent advantage over Kosteleczki and Janora that he doesn't really have to break a sweat here at the moment. Absolutely incredible. Through he comes to begin the last lap. And he knows he's got Denny Kosteleczki and Arkadiusz Janora in behind him, but he can take his time about it. It's just so flawless in front. Now, they've got to be careful they don't trip over Radek Lučka as they go through. These are the men in second and third, tucked in behind the number 7 of Radek Lučka. So it'll be an interesting one as they continue to battle forward. Working their way on the far side. And there goes... Oh, now that's... interestingly, that's Kosteleczki and Janora going around for their last long lap on the last lap. So that is why Kim Down was taking such a pleasure cruise out of the lead of the race, because he's got such a big advantage over everybody else. That's why he was taking his time. He has no issues at all letting these guys run in front of him. So Kim Down will now take the lead. Oh, he nearly loses it there. Goodness me. There was a rider that went down in front of him. So Kim Down, look at that. He actually puts his hand over his chest as if to say, that one took my breath away. I can't believe I almost dropped that. This is what happens when you get back off the gas. This is what happens when you take a chill pill. You've just got to keep pushing at your own pace. And now Kim Down goes into the parallels for the last time, and you are about to see the master of the masters work his way through to finish off the lap. He will come through and win his first heat of the weekend in the first attempt, and despite having just come off the stocks race in Group C to win that, he will come through to win this, and it will make him the winner of Heat 1 and the Masters champion for 2024. He wins Heat 1 in the UIM MotoSurf World Championship finale here at Macau. And incredibly, barely as the weekend has even started, he becomes the champion. All he needed from this weekend was 18 points, and he's got them already. And look at him celebrating. Kim Down knows he is the Masters champion. He's not a stupid man. He will have done the maths. All I need to win this title is to win the first race of the weekend. And he's done it. It came very, very close to not being, though, for Kim Down. Clearly, he was worn out after winning in Group C of the stocks earlier on. He very nearly chucked it away. Look at it again. Whoops. How close was he to dropping it on the last lap of the race? Goodness me, Kim Down was a lucky man. Mind you, you make your own luck in this sport. And Kim Down is the worthy Masters champion in the MotoSurf World Championship 2024. He is the second world champion of the year after Lukasz Zahorski won the Electric Challenge last time out in Croatia. That championship was finished in Europe. But here in Asia, we have our second world champion of the season. His name, Kim Down of Korea. And he cruises in. I do not have to stand up for ages now. Thank you very much, says Kim Down. And he'll be delighted to hear that that's his last race until 5:25 this afternoon. So he can be very happy with that. But now he is the Masters champion. He knows it. And he will be so delighted. The other Masters will go out and obviously congratulate him for the hard work. But it will take nothing away from what he has achieved. Absolutely sensational performance this year. A great result and a great display. And here come the riders. Here is the champion, the master of the Masters 2024, Kim Down of the Republic of South Korea. A magnificent sight as Kim Down celebrates the only way possible, cruising in. Ladies and gentlemen, he is your king of the Masters. Absolutely fantastic. And there's cheering on the shore for Kim Down of Korea. There are his friends and family with him, enjoying the moment. He comes in with his board. It's over. He is the master of 2024. His rivals can't believe he's done it so soon in the weekend. All Kim Down had to do was win the opening race. 18 points was all he needed to be uncatchable. And he's done it. So we have our second world champion of 2024 after Lukasz Zahorski won the Electric Challenge last time out in Croatia. Now it is a victory and a fantastic challenge and a great performance from Kim Down to become the second world champion. And guess what, folks? We've got 6 more to crown. And we won't be crowning one for a while yet because we've still going to go straight into Group B of the Masters. Petr Faltisek is going to be in pole position, number 1. And you can tell who each of the riders are, not by the numbers on their shirts, although some of them do have numbers on their shirts, but it's the shorts that they wear. Makes it very easy for us to know who's who. So number 1 is Petr Faltisek, number 2 is Jiří Bláha, number 3 is Kim Bum, 4 is Roman Kozon, 5 is Michal Ular, 6 is Anthony Mastroni, 7 is Ivan Matusek, 8 is Paul Tori, 9 is Stanislav Ganishkin, A is Vladimir Maslenikov, B is Kamil Schneider, and I do believe that C should be Su Chi Leong. So as Kim Down basks in the glory of winning the championship title, 12 of his opponents will go out to battle for the rest of the honours. Petr Faltisek, Jiří Bláha and Kim Yong-bum are going to be the 3 riders at the front end of the field. And we need to watch out for Kim Yong-bum because I think he's going to be a bit of a pretender to the crown here. We've got quite a few riders who have come from China, Macau and Korea to come and compete in the World Cup. The opportunity knocking, obviously for them, usually it's a bit of a trek to go to Europe. But if they've got a chance to compete in Macau, it's a lot easier for them to travel here than it is for their European counterparts. So they want to get in on the act. So we've got a lot of wild cards here this weekend from Korea, Macau and of course China. Very close to the Chinese mainland, of course, being where we are in Macau. It's not that far to drive to the Principality of Hong Kong, and not much further still to get to Zhuhao, which is the mainland city furthest in, closest in to China. So we've got Petr Faltisek for the Czech Republic in first position, Jiří Bláha, his countryman, second, then Kim Yong-bum of Korea, the Czech rider Roman Kozon with his countryman Michal Ular. Then the Canadian, Anthony Mastroni, is going to be next up. We just saw him having a nice chat with Mark Andrews down in the pits. 7 is Ivan Matusek, the Czech. And then we have the Japanese racer, Paul Tori. And then we have the 2 competitors from the International Federation of Russia, Stanislav Ganishkin and Vladimir Maslenikov. And then we have Kamil Schneider for the Czech Republic. And then in last, we should have Su Chi Leong, the wild card from Macau. So they will continuously battle away with each other in another fantastic race. Another 6 laps, plus the 2 long laps that come after it. And then we will go into the battle again for the women's category, followed by the elite and the stocks. So now the contenders will be racing in close proximity. Obviously, they've got their practice start to do first, but the good news, folks, is that this is the last practice start you'll have to see over the course of today. There will be no other practice starts after this because everybody's done one practice start once this race has been completed. So the racers will obviously get very close in to proximity. There you can see how much white water gets churned up when they run together. And that's the difficulty. You don't want to be following in white water. White water is when you get thrown off the board because the reason it goes white, incidentally, for those who want the briefest and most basic of science lessons, because my basic understanding of science is about 0.0005% of anything Stephen Hawking knows, is that the reason the water goes white is because it mixes with air. And once it's oxidized, it basically turns white because there's air added to it. So you want clear water, which is what the number 1, Petr Faltisek, currently experiences. going round again. Did you see the frustration in the shoulders of Peter Faltasek? I kind of want to see that again, to be fair, just because it was funny more than anything else. But Peter Faltasek, you could see the frustration when he realized that they were being sent around again. It was like, oh, really? Even professional athletes are allowed a bit of whimsy, I suppose. But Peter Faltasek, you could just see the drop in his shoulders. Oh, we got to go around again? Seriously? That's the other thing I love about this sport, how human these guys are, how down to earth. You know, these guys are proper athletes. They're fighting for European and World Championships and Gold Cups and all these incredible things. They're just normal blokes like you and me. They just want to go and have some fun. They want to enjoy their friendships and their communities and the things they build. But they're just normal guys. They don't know what to do. They just want to go and have some fun while they do it. So let's see how it all continues on the far side. They will lean back into position again. Faltasek, arm in the air, controlling the pace. That looks a bit better. That looks more like it. And don't forget, this is still just to get the practice start underway. We haven't even got the race start underway yet. That's why there's a frustration. Now you're going to get to practice your start. Goodness me, look at how quick out of the blocks Kim Yong-bum is. I told you needed to watch out for him in this race. This is only the practice start, so this one doesn't count. But just look how much pace he's picked up already. I tell you what, now everybody knows to watch out for Kim Yong-bum. Now he goes left in the parallel. You can choose whichever way you want during the race trim. I think Kim Yong-bum would be leading if this was the race. Would he? Oh, not quite. But I tell you what, he'd be a real threat. Oh, I am rubbing my hands with glee already. This is going to be interesting. Kim Yong-bum might just be a bit of a firecracker in this race to watch out for. He's going to start from third, alongside Yuri Blaha and just in behind Peter Faltasek. But this is going to be a very exciting battle as we get under starters' orders. You've got Faltasek, Blaha, Kim, Kozon, Ular, Mastroni, Marusek, Tori, Ganichkin, Maslenikov, Schneider, and then we have Su. But I've got a sneaky suspicion that the man you want to watch for is the man in black. Watch for him in third. Number 3, Kim Yong-bum. He was a bit of a firecracker out of the starting blocks in the practice start. Watch him as we actually go to start. If he gets that same start again, we're in for a classic. Marshals are getting ready to gesture. We're underway! Now watch for Kim Yong-bum. They are going to get level, the leaders. Kim Yong-bum goes right round them. He's going to try and lead as they come through the first turn. They're going to go 3 wide as they get up to the first couple of boys. Can Kim Yong-bum lead this? It looks like it's going to be Yuri Blaha. It is Blaha. He leads the way. So Yuri Blaha in the front, then Kim Yong-bum, then Peter Faltasek. Through the parallels. 1 goes right, 2 go left. Tricky stuff. But who's going to lead as they come through? Is it going to be Yuri Blaha? Will he still be leading? He will indeed. But now we've got the fast-charging Kim Yong-bum in second position, really giving good race of it. With the pressure of the championship fight now off, they can just go hell for leather. Excellent stuff so far. And it's Yuri Blaha in front of Kim Yong-bum and Peter Faltasek. Through the twisties, in the left, in the right. And down goes the leader! Unbelievable! Oh, Yuri Blaha has gone and dropped it. So Kim Yong-bum is now your leader. And there goes Peter Faltasek. What is going on? We've lost Blaha and Faltasek in one fell swoop. I cannot believe it. The top 2 men in this race are down in the drink. The craziest of starts to this Masters encounter. Group B has gone ballistic and Kim Yong-bum is left in the lead on his own. Astonishing stuff for the Korean. Don't you dare drop it, for goodness sake. We can't lose 3 leaders in 1 lap. My goodness, Kim Yong-bum now finds himself alone in charge in the lead here at Macau in the opening heat of Group B in the Masters. Well, we've got a lot to talk about now because Yuri Blaha, who was leading, and Peter Faltasek, who had the pole taken off him, both of them dropped down and out of it. So that means it's going to be Kim Yong-bum who leads. Roman Kozon is going to be second. And in third is going to be the Canadian, Anthony Mastroni. Let's look again. So there is the former leader, Yuri Blaha, and he actually collides with the boy. He doesn't even make the corner. He smatters into it. How close was Kim Yong-bum to falling? And there goes Yuri Faltasek. He goes through, but he's already dropped it. How dramatic do you like your action? That is about as dramatic as it gets. Unbelievable. First and third go down together. Big drama here in Macau. And now Kim Yong-bum has gone for the long lap. And he's got perfect clear water in front of him. The Korean is looking so strong in front. This is just like we saw from Kim Down. A really exciting situation out in the front. So this is going to be so smooth, so calm. Making very good work of things at the moment. Kim Yong-bum just adjusting his helmet position there very quickly. So clearly the water just knocking him a little bit. Got to stay focused in front of all of this as now they come through into the finish line. But Kim Yong-bum has been gift-wrapped a victory. Absolutely gift-wrapped. He can't afford to push it too hard, of course. But this is heaven sent. And there is Roman Grosjean. Now we're going to see another replay. This is the same incident from another angle. Here we go. Look, he just collides with the board. He collides with the boy. Doesn't even make the corner. Look at how close Kim Yong-bum went to going down. Now watch Faltasek. He passes the scene. And he tags the boy. And then gets caught in the wash from Kim Yong-bum. And down he goes as well. Big drama here in Macau. That couldn't have got any spicier if you'd thrown a few more chilies in. Unbelievable. So, exciting stuff so far as Kim Yong-bum leads the way. Now he's just got to take his time. Don't rush this. Just take it one corner at a time. Plenty of time into the parallels. Decides to go right. Clearly feels so much more confident now that he's got this advantage. Goes across the line again. 2 laps to go. I think he's got one more long lap left. So it's definitely going to be an interesting one as they continue on. So, fascinating situation. Now he just needs to keep his pace. He just needs to keep a handle on things. Don't overthink it. There's a traffic jam building up in front, but he can take his long lap. He doesn't need to get too worried about things. Well, he's going to take the long lap as well, of course. Such is the way of things. Oh, don't you dare go down! Kim Yong-bum very nearly becomes the third top 3 racer in the drink in the space of 4 laps. My goodness. You can tell just how hard Kim Yong-bum is pushing, though. He's literally flirting with disaster at every corner. Let's look at it again. He's got... That's the reason. Is he had Camille Schneider in front of him. The wave really caught him out. He was so lucky to keep that on the straight and narrow. So Kim Yong-bum just taking it in his stride. Take your time. Don't rush. You've got to lead. Peter Faltasek is in second. But he's a bit far behind you now. And now he's getting frustrated by Camille Schneider. Get out of the way! Not so easy to scream that when you're trying to do 70 kilometers an hour on water. He's gesturing to the guys in front. Look, he's in my slow vision. He's holding me up. Get him out of my way. Not so easy to do. So Peter Faltasek just doing the best he can to keep it going. Out of the parallels. But he's still got that traffic to deal with. He hasn't overtaken the B rider, Camille Schneider. So he still finds himself behind him. But this is going to be Kim Yong-bum coming through for the victory. Peter Faltasek is close to him, but not close enough really to challenge. But that just shows you how much ground Peter Faltasek has actually made up. So Kim Yong-bum clearly fast out of the blocks, but does he tire a little bit too easily? He's got to bring it home because Peter Faltasek is not actually that far away from him. He's only 5 seconds back, so clearly Faltasek... that's why Faltasek didn't take his second long lap. But then, hang on a minute, neither did Kim Yong-bum, so that's genuine pace from the two of them. So Faltasek is eating up the water that Kim Yong-bum trails in his wake. Faltasek could get him before the end here. Come on, Kim, keep pushing. Faltasek's on your 6. This is going to be tight because Peter Faltasek has picked up the pace now and Kim Yong-bum is not safe in the lead here. Roman Grosjean is not too far away either. I say he's not too far away. That's actually a slower rider in front of them. But Kim Yong-bum cannot afford to keep making these mistakes. Peter Faltasek is reeling him in. They're coming up to the parallels for the last time. Kim Yong-boom's got to be more delicate than this. He's making a lot of errors, and Peter Faltasek is just chipping away. The gap's come down to 3 seconds now. It was 5. In the parallels, can Faltasek get back on terms with Kim Yong-boom? They've got to be careful. Faltasek's looking neater. Can he get him back? They're almost level. 2 corners to go. Kim Yong-boom's got to hold this. Peter Faltasek is right with him. Kim's got to get there. He's going to hold on, but only just. Kim Yong-boom takes it from Peter Faltasek. Oh my goodness. Kim Yong-boom under so much pressure, losing so much time all the way, but he hangs on in there for the win. That was tight. That was tight to the flag. And I tell you what, Peter Faltasek was gaining 4 seconds a lap consistently there. Faltasek only lost the win there by 1.4 seconds, and Kojón was only 3 seconds back in the end because he didn't have to take his second long lap. He'd already taken it. So both men were being caught by Romain Kojón. So Michel Houlard comes through in 4th position. I think that should be Anthony Mastroni in P5. It is indeed. So the Canadian comes through P5. Then it will be Paul Tori, I think, in front of Ivan Matusek. I think Matusek had to take his long lap at the end there. But what an extraordinary race in the Masters. Peter Faltasek, despite falling on the first lap, able to charge his way back to P2. Extraordinary. Well, what an extraordinary race. I've only just got my breath back from it. That's one of the toughest nail-biting fights you're ever going to get in the world of MotoSurf. The way that Peter Faltasek had to fight back after falling to get back on terms with Kim Yong-boom. He just couldn't catch him. One more lap, and I think he'd have done it. I think he would have got him in the parallels if he'd had one more lap to do something about it. So Peter Faltasek, he's actually smiling on the way in, which I think is fair enough, you know. You went in the drink. I tell you who isn't smiling. Jiri Blaha. That was a very tough race for Jiri Blaha. 10th position in the end and a lap down. And he crashed out while leading, of course. So Jiri Blaha and Peter Faltasek, I noticed there actually, was a little bit irate. He was a little bit animated when he came off the board. So Kim Yong-boom takes the victory in front of Peter Faltasek, then Romain Kojón in front of Michel Houlard, Anthony Mastroni coming through in front of Ivan Marushek, and then it is Paul Tori ahead of Kamil Schneider. Then we have Stanislav Ganishkin ahead of Jiri Blaha, Vladimir Maslenikov in 11th position, and the one man who didn't come through, who eventually didn't start in the end, was Su Chi Leong. Well, folks, every single racer in the competition that has made it through to the finals has now raced once at least. And that means we go into the second heat. That means all the riders do not need a practice start. We can go straight in then for a proper race start each time. And now we go into the women's category once again. It'll be a fascinating battle for all of the contenders as we now gear ourselves up ready for the next port of call. So we're going to be ready for another exciting showcase as the women get themselves ready in position once again. So having had one race in each competition here, I'm sure that this circuit has left a massive impression on the riders. Never raced in Macau before, but what a location and what a venue it's turned out to be. Definitely one of the highlights of the calendar now. But look at the atmosphere. You can just see it oozing out of the pores of the riders. In so many forms of international motorsport competition, you get teams only mingling amongst themselves. They don't want to get too social with people because they don't want people to get into their headspace. They're focused purely on their objective. None of that here. It's all for one, one for all. Everyone's a family. Everyone can assist each other in getting better. The friendships are what last longer than the rivalries in MotoSurf. Everybody wants to help each other to do well. Everyone wants to finish strong, have a great race, enjoy their time on the water. And the community spirit is what keeps this sport favourable. So exciting to watch. And genuinely, it's been one of the most fantastic paddocks to come into for the first time and be welcomed into. It's an amazing community of racers, young and old, male and female, and it is such a fantastic community. Look at that, rival racers competing up against each other. That's Eunjun Lee battling away there in connection, and everybody's in party mode. This is partly because they're enjoying the music, partly, of course, because they want to get blood pumping through their veins. So there are the starting positions for Heat 2 Group A. Eliska Maruskova and Mariana Navarova, Eli Sharasova and Gao Jiayin of China, Sara Valfova and Eunjun Lee, then Jin Yu, Valentina Novotna, Nishin Yue, Park Min Ah, Rihanna DeVoe, and then it is Kim Juri. So the field have been mixed up a little bit compared to what they were in the previous group. Once again, in the women's category, it is 7 laps plus 2 long laps, which they can choose to take whenever in the race they wish. There is Rebecca Smith actually helping out Rihanna DeVoe. Just making sure that the B is quite clear, that everybody can see that it's definitely Rihanna DeVoe, the Canadian. Thanks for the assistance. Love the community spirit out here on the paddock. See, they're all getting ready for racing. They're getting ready for a party as far as I can see down there. Yes, it's all part of the spirit of the event. And that, of course, is the Junior Boy World Champion 2029. That's the future World Champion of Junior Boys. I'm sure he'll soak this up, get into the sport before too long, and we'll be finding out that young man's name in due course. And that's the thing, all of the youngsters that have been up and down this beach, they can't get enough of this sport, and some of them have even asked, how do I get started, Mum? It's the dreaded question every parent doesn't want to hear. But once you're in, and it's an addiction that you just can't break. And who would want to? Great atmosphere here at Macau for the Melco Style Grand Prix on Colwyn Island, just a few short miles from the starting grid of the other Grand Prix of Macau. This second one is a very welcome addition to the Macau sporting calendar. It's the first time ever that we have raced in Macau for the UIM MotoSurf, and it really has been a sensational addition to the calendar. That just shows you as well how quickly the tide is coming in. Those last few banners were on dry land a short while ago, not dry anymore. So the pathway to the starting line is getting very thin on the ground, and it looks like there's some spots of rain as well in the air. So it's going to get pretty tricky for the contenders out there in the field. Not exactly sure how this is all going to work out for everybody in the grand scheme of things, but I tell you what, it's definitely going to make things tricky. So we'll see a lot of intense battles for the contenders moving into the next port of call. But I think we're in for a fascinating duel, as the contenders now know that we're going to see a pretty tricky race of it. So for those who want to see more from the Masters and the Juniors, sadly, you won't get to see more from them until tomorrow now, because Heat 2 of the Masters and Heat 2 of the Juniors will now take place tomorrow morning. But certainly for those who are interested in the categories for the women's, the elites, and the stock and stock rookies, you've got more racing on the way. And there is the future Junior Girls Champion 2032. Love seeing all these youngsters in the paddock, doing a fantastic job of greeting the youngsters into the paddock. And that's the thing, this is a really family affair sport. Everyone gets involved, from mum and dad and aunt and uncle and granddad, and even the family pets, as long as they can get here. At Macau, it's a little bit harder, of course, to transport them all this way. But they're here in spirit. But that just shows you how high the tide has got. I can't actually see the foot of the water out of my commentary box window. And I could see it quite clearly a short while ago. So the tide is coming in quickly, and the pit lane is getting significantly smaller. But that means that the racing conditions are going to be a little bit choppier as well. Don't worry, that young man is not in the racetrack. I should just point that out. He's quite far off to the right. But he's clearly decided that this is a perfect day for a bit of a kite surf. And you're not wrong, sir. But fortunately, as you can see, he's well off to the far left of the circuit. He's not going to impede on anybody. Thank goodness for that. Right, let's get the women's category into continuation. 1 is Eliska Maruskova, 2 is Mariana Navarova, 3 is Eli Sharasova, 4 is Gao Jiayin, 5 is Sara Volfova, 6 is Li Eunjin, 7 is Jin Yu, 8 is Valentina Novotna, 9 is Nishin Yue, A is Park Min Ah, B is Rihanna DeVoe, and C is Kim Juri. So great competitions continuing on their way. The women's category was very exciting to watch earlier on, and in the first race of the day, it was actually Eli Sharasova, El Sharo, that came through for the victory, despite the big competition from Eliska Maruskova and Emma Sturchalova. It was actually very much Eli Sharasova's race to command in the end. Once those two made their mistakes, it was Sharasova who came through, clearly inspired by the artwork on her board, because she is sponsored by a Ferrari dealership in the Czech Republic, so she has the prancing horse rampant on her MotoSurf. Of course, the ladies category racing on race boards, whereas the elite and masters race on titanium boards. What's the difference? Well, it's quite simple. Race exhaust. That's the only thing that really makes it different. The titanium helps you get a little bit more power out of the titanium race exhaust compared to the standard race boards, who just churn out the regular 11 horsepower. Arm is in the air. That is because the leader of the V is Eliska Maruskova. She is guiding the field around. No need for a practice start now. They'll go straight in for race trim as far as I'm concerned. So now they're going to get under starters orders for the second race. Arm is in the air for Maruskova, Navarova, Sharasova, Gao, Volfova, Li, Jin, Novotna, Nishin, Park, DeVoe and Kim. They wait for the command and they will dip down on the boards to try and get as low resistance as possible. Off we go! And it's a great start from Sharasova, full of the confidence of her earlier victory. She's now going toe-to-toe with Navarova, but she gets caught out in the wash and has to hang back. So as they drop their way through to the left-hander before the parallels, there's already a couple of juicy battles brewing in the middle of the pack. And out in front, Eliska Maruskova is not going to lose a second heat. She's in full confidence mode now. She'll come out of the parallels in the lead by the look of it. No worries. And in second place, it's up for debate. They come in side by side. Sharasova managed to get through on the inside line off the parallels. Beautiful from Eli Sharasova. That is one of the best overtakes under parallel you're ever going to see in MotoSurf. That's as close as you can get to disaster without it actually occurring. And Sharasova, elbows out, perfect. That was a textbook overtake. And that is never easy to pull off as well. There's so much pressure to get it wrong. Fair play as well to Li Eunjin. The Korean is up to 4th position. Good start from her. This time staying out of trouble on the opening lap and making it work in her favour. So the Korean for Apex Pilots doing a great job off the start. And look at what that move has done to Eli Sharasova's confidence. She's now shadowing Eliska Maruskova. I'd love to see that move again if we can, because it's literally millimetres perfect, that overtaking move. You really needed to be brave to finish off that overtake. So it was here a lap ago in the parallels. But Eli Sharasova is now chasing down Eliska Maruskova to try and get the lead away. But Eliska Maruskova wants to pull clear in the championship fight and really work the magic forward. Meanwhile, Li Eunjin is actually challenging for 3rd position now by the look of it, or at least having her 4th position challenged if not. So it's getting pretty tricky out there. She's under pressure at the moment from Gao Jinyun. So Gao Jinyun, I think, has actually got ahead, Gao Jinyun. And into the long lap goes Eliska Maruskova, followed in by Eli Sharasova. So Maruskova and Sharasova both take the long lap. They go through on the far side. Oh, bit of an error from Eliska Maruskova, but manages to catch it again. Not too much of a difficulty there, but Sharasova clearly a lot closer than she used to be. Hand is back in the air to alert the other riders. I'm rejoining the track. But fortunately, there's nobody in close proximity. Hang on a minute, where's Eli Sharasova gone? Eli Sharasova was right behind her. What happened? So Sharasova, I think, is... No way that's right behind Maruskova now, is it? It is! She's really eaten up the water. Goodness me. So Sharasova is actually really hustling Maruskova. Now they've got a slower rider in front of them who now gets out of the way. But this is high pressure stuff for the two leaders because Sharasova has caught right up to Maruskova. And interestingly, instead of taking her own route through the parallels, she's actually choosing to hustle Eliska Maruskova. This is almost intimidation. from Sharasova. But this is a great ride from both ladies, having a great race of it at the moment. So Sharasova still putting Matuskova under some intense pressure here as we watch going into the long lap, Mariana Navarova, the new leader. So Navarova running in front of Lee Eun-jin, who also hasn't taken the long lap yet, but I have a feeling will do so very shortly. It's only a 7-lap race, and they've got to take the long lap twice. So Matuskova and Sharasova. Now, if I was Sharasova, I would actually do the opposite. Yes, there you go. Do the opposite of what Matuskova does. Very smart thinking of Eli Sharasova. Now, Eliska Matuskova went for the long lap. Sharasova didn't. So she's decided, right, I can get a little bit of distance now between myself and Matuskova. If I don't shadow her, I can get the undercut. I can take advantage. So this is good tactics from Sharasova. Can she make the difference up, though? That's the key factor. With Matuskova now on her own, can she do the hard work to pull away? So fascinating to see how it goes as they work their way further forward. Well, that is Matuskova. Oh no, Sharasova is still close behind her, so it was someone else clearly going for the long lap. So maybe Sharasova just feeling actually the best way to do it is to shadow whatever Matuskova does. Maybe I can be more intimidating if I've got her to look at. If I've got her in my line of sight, I can actually do a better job than her on the turns. Because some people feel they've got a better job of going in clean air. There's the hand in the air. And yeah, look, Sharasova is shadowing Matuskova's every trick. Now, that's fascinating because some riders like to have the clear water in front of them and not have any pressure and just ride on their own. Sharasova clearly feels, well, if I've got Eliska Matuskova right in my line of sight, I can actually do better than her on some of these turns. So she can see where she's making the errors and do a better job of it. So fascinating between these two. Now, that is Eun-jin Lee in front of Eliska Matuskova. So Eun-jin Lee has only taken her first long lap now. So Eun-jin Lee is the race leader, the Korean. But here comes Eliska Matuskova to actually take the lead from her. Now look at that, Lee Eun-jin clearly deciding not to get involved in that. She knows that she's leading the race, but only because the other two have taken both their long laps and she's only taken one of them. So Lee Eun-jin decides, you know what, I'm not going to get in this war. I'm not going to get caught up in it. I'm just going to move over and let them go. But what that's done is that's given Eliska Matuskova a break. So Eli Sharasova now going the opposite end of the parallel. Has she got out ahead of Lee Eun-jin? Yes, she has. So she's managed to overtake her through the parallel. But now she's lost a fair bit of ground to Eliska Matuskova. So that hasn't really worked out for Eli Sharasova. She's still only one corner behind Matuskova. But in the long term, that's not actually going to be very helpful. So Lee Eun-jin is now going to take her final long lap. Will she have enough distance on Mariana Navarova to hang on to third position? That's going to be the key factor for the Korean. But certainly at the moment, Eliska Matuskova has the lead of this race. Do not overcook things here. Now they've got a slight issue because the tide is actually causing a bit of melee with some of these marker boys. They're not actually vertical on some of the corners. And that can really catch out a rider who's not prepared for it. But into the parallels for the last time, but one comes Eliska Matuskova. She's got a lap and a half now to deal with the pressure of Eli Sharasova. And she's built up a bit of a gap that she can be comfortable with. She doesn't have to stretch herself too much here. There's Eli Sharasova to the left of your picture. So the gap is very much in Eliska Matuskova's favour. She goes over the line. She's got one lap to go. So one lap to go then for Eliska Matuskova. The white flag. So through the riders come. Eliska Matuskova having to be a little bit slow for a tail end rider there, but not too big a panic. Still has a decent advantage over Eli Sharasova. No point in looking over your shoulder. You know that's going to slow you down. Let's have a replay and see what happens further back. This is an issue for Valentina Novotna, is it? Oh no, this is Eliska Matuskova. Oh, how close was she to dropping out of this race right there? Goodness me, Eliska Matuskova flirting with disaster. But it doesn't come to pass. And she's got the gap that she needs over Eli Sharasova to be comfortable. She may not have got the job done in race one, but she puts that to rights in race two. Out through the parallel for the last time. She can cruise in the last couple of corners. It's Eliska Matuskova's to command. She looks back. That'll do. I am the winner. Great job from Eliska Maruskova. She gets the checkered flag. Second place for Eli Sharasova. A great ride for her. And she can be very happy with what she's done today so far. A first and a second. But it's also a first and a second for Eliska Maruskova. And she puts her hand in the air. It's raining. And it's raining hard. It's starting to get very wet out there indeed. Well, talk about timing. Eliska Maruskova manages to get the victory just as the heavens open. So Eli Sharasova chatting to the marshals, and this time there's no debate, did I win or not? I think she knows perfectly well that she didn't. But a second place will do perfectly well, thank you. So Eliska Maruskova taking the victory then from Eli Sharasova. Third place, and very deservedly so, I have to say, for Gao Jiyin. So Gao Jiyin coming through in third place, the Chinese rider, in front of Mariana Navarova. Fifth place for Sara Volfova. She comes through in P5. In front of Lee Eun-jin, the Korean, who dropped into sixth position in the end. Then Valentina Novotna ahead of Rihanna DeVoe. Ninth position for Jin Yu. And then we have Nijin Yui in 10th place ahead of Kim Juri. And in the back of the field, unfortunately, on this occasion, it was Park Min-ah. Well, the rest of the ladies are prepared for an action battle. There is 3-2-1. Rebecca Smith chatting away to her nearest and dearest before she goes off into the wild blue yonder again. And this is the Lady of the Deep. She's done a fantastic job out on the Macau shoreline here. Great work from Eliska Maruskova. That'll do nicely. A great victory and a great performance. Only made one error all race, really, and it very nearly made everything go to pot, but she managed to catch it. It's a tough old race, this MotoSurf World Championship fight. All the best riders in the world are here. Oh, not easy when you've worn out your knees and your legs and your calf muscles. A little bit of a trip into the pits for Sara Volfova, quite literally. But to be honest, I don't think I'd have done any better myself, so I'm not going to mock her for that. I would have been just as terrible at dismounting after a race that physical and that fast. So definitely not something I can say I would have done any better. So the 171 just having a conversation there. That is Yu Sujin having a conversation with, I think, one of the Masters racers. I think that might well be Mi Jun, who was just chatting away there. Might have been one of the stock riders, actually, thinking about it. Still getting to know everybody, still learning everybody's names. But, yeah, great performances so far from everybody. Clearly, he's about to tune into the live stream. He's just looking for it. No. You won't find it near Candy Crush. You've got to go onto YouTube. Put the Candy Crush away, get onto YouTube. Watch the proper stuff. Good lad. So as all the contenders are gearing themselves up ready for an exciting showcase. Just as well he didn't tune into the Formula One at that moment. That would have been embarrassing, wouldn't it? So through comes the competitors once again in good spirits as they trudge their way into the water. Another exciting battle in prospect as the contenders are ready for a very exciting battle. So now we're in for a really exciting duel as the rest of the ladies contenders go to battle. Aneta Stukalova, Emma Struchalova, Linda Lukscheider, Elisabetta Faitova, Shenqing, Li Meiyon, Miki Tori, Chai Jin, Yu Sujin, Lia Jiachang, Yan Jichuan, and Rebecca Smith of the United States. So the ladies go into the battle. It is raining, but it's not particularly hard at the moment. So I think it's certainly achievable. But have you ever tried to MotoSurf at 70 kilometers an hour when it's raining with a headwind? These ladies are definitely going to have it tough out there. These are the worst possible racing conditions for these riders. Nobody really cares if they get rained on in these conditions because you're going to get wet no matter what happens. And every single rider is going to get a face full of water at some point. What's difficult here is the wind because that picks up the waves, that picks up the white water, and that makes getting a clear path through the twisties very difficult to achieve indeed. You've got to be the leader. So Aneta Stukalova Just gearing the riders round to the lead of the V. Then Struchalova, Lukscheider, Faitova, Shen, Li, Tori, Chai, Yu, Liu, Yuan, and Smith. The pace is controlled here by Aneta Stukalova, but based on how quick she was earlier on in the day, I would suspect that she's not going to have too much bother here to control the field again. No need for a practice start. They'll go straight in. The V looks pretty good to me. Looks like everybody is pretty much in position. Just waiting for the last couple of MotoSurfs in position, and we are going to go into race mode. There's the command. And they're off. Good start from Emma Struchalova, a slightly better one from Linda Lukscheider. She's hoping her race goes longer than a lap. But into third position, she's gone very nicely through the first couple of corners. Struchalova's already trying to eat up the road that Stukalova has pulled out. Look at that gap. Incredible. Stukalova is well clear. So she's already about an ocean liner's length in front of Emma Struchalova and Linda Lukscheider. So the racers at the back are trying to work their way through without too much drama, but it's certainly all guns blazing for Aneta Stukalova as they work their way out of the parallel, and at the end of the lap, Aneta Stukalova looking very comfortable in the lead. Second, Struchalova. Third is Lukscheider. This time she's had a clear lap. So the good news is that Linda Lukscheider is going to have a much better race of it this time. That's already a guarantee. Through they go, working their way forward. Stukalova still fairly comfortable. Struchalova had the chance to win her heat earlier on, so now she'll get the chance to see if she can take on Aneta Stukalova. 7 laps plus the long lap, don't forget. Whoa, Struchalova, face full of water as she goes through the low side in the left. That's how committed you've got to be if you want to win races. You literally got to be flirting with falling off every single corner. Through the parallels. Good work from Stukalova. She goes right. So does Struchalova and Linda Lukscheider, interestingly. So everybody's going right this time. Nobody's really venturing out to the left side of the circuit. I wonder if that's to do with the way the waves are chopping. I don't know quite exactly what the reason would be, but everybody just seems comfortable going right at the moment. As we look at the goofy stance riders up at the sharp end of the field, we've got 3 riders in the 3 leading position with their right foot forward. Now, right foot forward is the goofy stance. Left foot forward is the regular stance, I do believe. I'm sure that someone's going to climb on and tell me it's the wrong way round, you buffoon. Get it right tomorrow. But I'm fairly sure that was the right way round. Through the twisties. Good run from Aneta Stukalova. Just taking her time. Perfect approach. Not rushing anything. No long laps left. No long laps yet for the leaders. They've all decided to take their time on this one. But you do get the sense that Aneta Stukalova just wants a decent lead over the rest of the field before she tries anything silly as she gets closer to the likes of Yusujin and Rebecca Smith. Oh, and off in the middle of the twisties, just on the exit of the parallel. Who's that that's gone? Oh, and the B goes down as well. That's Yuan Zhizhuan. So Yuan Zhizhuan, just in the wash of Aneta Stukalova, goes in the drink. So we got 2 riders down. One of them is Yuan Zhizhuan. I'm not entirely sure who the other one was. So we're definitely going to need to see, well, it would be good to see a replay because we saw Aneta Stukalova. Look how close. Now, there's one rider down there. Oh, it's Rebecca Smith. Rebecca Smith crashes into the side of Yuan Zhizhuan, and watch on the continuation. Now, that clip had a little bit more to go, I think, because we had the leader then accidentally ended up knocking off Yuan Zhizhuan, but not through contact, through her wash. Now, there's going to be a conversation about that because Rebecca Smith, I think, is going to feel rather jilted there by Yuan Zhizhuan because they clearly made contact. They caught each other out, as that is Struchalova and Lukscheider on the long lap. Now, let's look again. So here's the continuation. Whoa, no contact between them, but just no chance to catch the board for Yuan Zhizhuan. She was hesitating after the collision from Rebecca Smith, and the wash of the leader coming through just threw her completely off the board. So Aneta Stukalova manages to avoid Rebecca Smith and Yuan Zhizhuan. But the race continues on. And this is the battle of a second still. Emma Struchalova and Linda Lukscheider. It's been going since the start, and neither rider's made a mistake yet. They go opposite sides of the parallel. Now, this is where Lukscheider could actually pick up the sport pick up the spot to make the move. And on the long lap is Aneta Stukalova. Now, she's taken longer to get to the long lap than the other two have. The other two took theirs first. Aneta Stukalova just wanted track position, so she wanted to take her long laps a little later. So Luke Scheider is just trying to pick up some time here on the number 2 of Emma Struchalova. So as Aneta Stukalova rejoins the race, she's obviously going to be running just in front of Struchalova and Luke Scheider again. But they're now in traffic. This is going to get interesting from here on in. So Struchalova is going to have hand in the air to avoid a slower rider. Oh, and someone's cruising at the back to retire. So someone is cruising in around the far side to retire from the race by the look of it. So I think we've got a retirement. I think it might be Rebecca Smith, actually, the American who got caught up in that. If not, then it is Yu Sijun. I think actually it's Wang Zhijuan. Yeah, it is Yan Zhijuan who's going back to the shore after the incident that took her out of the race earlier. And now she's returning to the shore to retire from the race. Very unfortunate for Yan Zhijuan. So the battle's still going on strong for the other contenders in this race. Still having a very solid competition of it as they run through. Emma Struchalova definitely losing some ground to Linda Luke Scheider. Luke Scheider's all over the back of Struchalova now, and someone else has gone down in the drink. I think that was the A. I think that's the Yuji Chuang. And it's a pretty tricky one now, as now that they've come through at the end of the long lap, that's Aneta Strukalova now in front of Emma Struchalova, but not by much. So this is for race position. They've gained each other up now. They've managed to get onto the same long lap, and there's nothing in it between Struchalova, and Luke Scheider. All three riders very close together. Aneta Strukalova, the Czech, Emma Struchalova, the Slovakian, and Linda Luke Scheider, the second Czech of the three. A very tough race between these three. Now let's look at the replay. What are we going to see here? This is right in front of the leader. Oh, and as a result, having to take avoiding action to miss a buoy. Now, she's going to argue and said, look, I had to miss the buoy. I had to get out of the way of the racer, but the argument is going to be, you missed the buoy. It's black and white. If you miss a buoy, you're probably going to get a penalty. But she can argue, well, look, there was a rider in my way. What do you want me to do? Fascinating debate that will happen afterwards, and it'll be up to the officials, of course, to decide which way that goes. But I would not want to be in that argument, because both sides of the argument make sense. So Aneta Stukalova is in the lead, certainly for the moment. Hopefully she gets to stay there. Emma Struchalova in second. Third is Linda Luke Scheider. But three riders very close together and very evenly paced. And as a matter of fact, Elizabeta Faitova is not far away either. She's in P4, only about 2 seconds back. There she is. So if any one of the top three goes down into the drink, she manages to get herself back into position. Now, I think there was a problem there for Yuan Zhijuan again. Well, Rebecca Smith has removed herself from the race and reported back to the shore. Yuan Zhijuan is just trying to keep going, I think. But look at these riders pushing every single apex. And unfortunately, it looks like Yan Zhijuan is actually going to hold up Linda Luke Scheider's charge, as into the parallels for the last time comes Aneta Stukalova in front of Emma Struchalova and Linda Luke Scheider. It's been a great duel between the three. Elizabeta Faitova there in fourth position as well. They were hoping for a mistake to come from the leader. It wasn't a big enough one to count. She punches her fist in the air. A great win for Aneta Stukalova. Hopefully the fact that she put her arm in the air and made it very clear, I've got to take avoiding action, that shouldn't hopefully count against her. But certainly for Aneta Stukalova, it was a great race. And look at that fantastic high five from Emma Struchalova and Linda Luke Scheider. They congratulate each other on a great race. And that's what all four of them wanted, and all four of them got it. 1, 2, 3, 4. They start and finish 1, 2, 3, 4 in each other's wake. That's a proper race right there. A proper MotoSurf race from 4 epic racers. Excellent stuff. Aneta Stukalova, Emma Struchalova, Linda Luke Scheider, and Elizabeta Faitova. 4 of the best. And they were so evenly matched. Great to see how it all unfolded. And they all deserve to be there. Aneta Stukalova takes the win for Matek Racing. Emma Struchalova of JetSurf Slovakia in second place. Third for Linda Luke Scheider of the Apex Pilots and her teammate Elizabeta Faitova in 4th position. Great racing all the way. 5th place in the end went to Lee Mi-yeon of Korea. 6th position going the way of the Japanese rider Miki Tori. 7th place after a tough race for Chai-jin. 8th position, very unfortunate for Shen Qin. She qualified better than P8 and ended up having started P5, ended up in P8. 9th position in the end for Liu Jiachang. 10th place for Yu Sujin. 11th position for Yuan Zhizhuan. And pulling out of the race to retire, sadly, the American Rebecca Smith. Cruising home in fantastic style. And now we go back into the Brinks Cup action once again. This is the race that should give, not just could give, Matthias Novotny the title. He just missed out on it by a point in the previous race. If he gets top 3 again, that's put it to bed. Alex Lukscheider, Lukas Zahorski, Matej Kozisek, Lukas Kozon, Dominik Kadlec, and then Matthias Novotny going off P6 from Marek Skamla, Jakob Kornfeil, Kim Min-seong, and Yuri Wolf. You're looking at the 10 best racers in the world for MotoSurf in their starting positions for this second heat for the Brinks Cup. So what can we expect from these riders? Well, 53-second lap times, no holds barred, pushing to the limit, faces full of water, hands in the drink, and boards 10% contact patch on the top of the waves. This is what racing at this level, the elite level, is all about. So it really is going to be fantastic to see what these competitors do. 8 Czechs, a Slovakian, and a Korean. The 10 best riders in the world. So you're probably sitting there thinking, why is it all full of Czech Republic racers? Well, the sport of MotoSurf was born and crystallized in the world of the Czech Republic. Despite it being landlocked, they have 2 fantastic lakes in the Czech Republic. If you start the sport of MotoSurf on one of those lakes, you've got 2 choices, give up or race. And unfortunately, on this occasion, that man just gave up. It's a good effort, to be fair. But on a day like today, balance is quite a tough one. Maybe he should wander over to this paddock and learn some lessons in balance. These guys know all about it. And even they don't get it right. So all of the contenders getting themselves ready in position. You can see Matthias Novotny trying to pump the blood through his veins on the far side of the course. He's had to accept, okay, so 3rd position in race 1. That's not quite what I wanted. I'm starting back in P6, so I've definitely made it harder for myself. But all I need is another 3rd place, and the championship's over. I've done it anyway. All he needed was 12 points from this weekend, and the championship is done. So all he needs to do is really start this race, and he's got the points he needs to get the job done. All of the contenders there in position, ready to watch it all happen. The marshals in position, ready to guide the jet ski around to form up the V at the start of the race. It's a very unenviable job from these 2. They've got a lot of tough work to do today. If they haven't lost 15 kilos each at the end of today, I'll eat 1,000 hats. So the contenders for the elite category, the Brinks Cup at the Melco style Grand Prix of Macau, the UIM MotoSurf World Championship finale. An amazing opportunity. Don't forget to get the Brinks TV app on your smartphone if you haven't done it already. If you have done it already, fire it up. Who's going to win this one? The Brinks Cup is a very hotly contested category, and you've got 3 of the greatest riders probably in MotoSurf history in this grid. It is obviously a great opportunity for you to get your bets in. It's a free-to-play app, the Brinks TV app, worth having on your phone all the way through the course of a race weekend, because every time you fire it up for a race, you can choose who it is that you want to win. And if you're a very smart cookie, you might just get it right. But in the elite category, it's very tough to get it right, especially when you've got 3 of the world's greatest ever MotoSurf riders in the field. Alex Lukscheider, Matthias Novotny, and the 6-times world champion, Lukas Zahorski, coming straight out of the Elite Challenge, the Electric Challenge, I should say. He won that championship this year for the boards that have electric engines, obviously thinking towards the future and the advancement of technology. Now Lukas Zahorski, 6-time world champion, is in the mix. You can see him with the number 2 shorts, number 1 on his shirt, of course, as the reigning world champion. It'll be fascinating to see how he deals with the pressure cooker Alex Lukscheider trying to become a world champion again. It's going to be another fascinating battle for all of the contenders out there, but there are so many tough battles to be had in this field of racers. Never easy to get things right. Elite rider for the Apex Pilots. He is a two-time world champion. So Alex Lukscheider, double world champion. Lukas Jaworski, six-time world champion. And then, of course, the man who is on course to become the 2024 world champion, Matthias Novotny. Definitely going to be a tough one for him. He won the world championship title, of course, back in 2022. And he also won a pair of European titles in 2019 and 2020. This is the opportunity for Matthias Novotny to join Lukscheider and Jaworski as the elite of the elite. He looks pretty calm and chilled about it. The number 6 shorts, Matthias Novotny, just wanting to make sure he's in position. The whistles go. Go on then, Matthias. Doesn't look like he's about to go into a championship final, does he? He's not obviously going into the final race of the season, but he's going into the second heat. But he looked pretty chilled and laid back going in. So now this is the race that all Matthias Novotny has to do is finish in the points. And he'll be the second-time world champion. He'll match Alex Lukscheider for titles, and he'll be 4 behind the 6-time world champion, Lukas Jaworski. There is Jiri Wolf going to the sea as he gets aboard his board. Bring it on. These are the gladiators, the warriors of our sport, the elite of the elite. The 10 best riders in the world. Alex Lukscheider, double world champion. Lukas Jaworski, 6-time world champion. Matej Kozisek, Lukas Kozon, Dominik Kadlic, and the man who's about to become a 2-time world champion, Matthias Novotny. Marek Skamla, Jakob Koenfeil, Kim Min-sung, and Jiri Wolf. Just as well that Marek Skamla has those goggles on, he's going to need to be at 100% if he wants to win this race. Very tough to find an advantage up against these kings and gladiators. You don't see as many mistakes in the elite category because these guys are as close to perfection as it's possible to get. You can't be perfect, but in elite, they certainly try harder than most. So let's see who's going to get the best of it. Alex Lukscheider, twice a world champion before. Lukas Jaworski, now a 6 times world champion, just throwing himself into the mix there to see how much fun he can have and upset the balance. There is Matej Kozisek. So Matej Kozisek running in the 3, just gesturing to his colleagues, hoping that he's going to have a decent run of it. He was the MotoSurf World Champion in 2022. So he's obviously got himself an opportunity to push himself further forward. Of course, we're talking about multiple classes as well, so this really is a race of the champion of champions. Look how prepared 6-time world champion Lukas Jaworski is coming into this one. I urge you, if you get an opportunity, to subscribe to the MotoSurf World Championship Instagram account if you can, because they posted some unbelievably cool slow-mo footage yesterday of Jaworski on his qualifying lap in absolute warrior mode. Some of the best sports footage I've ever seen in my entire life on that. A guy just in full commitment mode. Absolutely amazing. So the number 6, Matthias Novotny, looking very, very strong indeed. Lukas Kozon, getting himself ready for a good run. European Masters champion 2022. Really is ready for another exciting showcase battle. And there are the 2 riders lining up, Alex Lukscheider and Lukas Jaworski. Really exciting to see how those competitors continue to move forward. Dominik Kadlic looking to see how things continue to go for him here. 3rd place in the MotoSurf World Cup 2022, 2nd in the European MotoSurf in 2022. So definitely has all the credentials to be here in amongst the elite as well. And they're going to be sent around again, so they are going to have to prolong the inevitable charge to the first corner. Number 7, of course, Marek Skamla. Very talented elite rider in his own right as well. Jakob Koenfeil, Jet Surf ambassador, MANA ambassador for Drink, Maynard. Excellent stuff. And also one of the top competitors with the Apex pilots. And then, of course, we talk about Kim Min-sung. This is his second race class of the weekend, of course. Competing and battling for the championship in the MotoSurf Masters class. But he is the world champion from 2023, of course, as well. And then, of course, the last man in, Juri Wolf. Very talented racer in his own right. The 10 best in the elite, ready to rock and roll. The charge to the first corner is going to be electric. Luke Scheider, Jaworski, Kozicek, Kozon, Kadlec, Novotny, Skamler, Kornfeld, Kim and Wolf. They wait for the command. They get it. We're racing once again in the Brinks Cup, and very nearly a trip over and fall there for the fifth man in, Dominic Kadlec. They go through to the first corner, and there's a down already. That looked like Juri Wolf. No, it wasn't. It was actually Jakob Kornfeld. Jakob Kornfeld going down there in the background. So terrible luck for him. But out in front, no problems at all as the racers work their way through to the parallel. And already it's hard charging. Alex Lukscheider trying to hold on to the lead here as he works his way through the corners. And he is in front. Good work from Lukscheider. Second is still second. That's Jaworski. Up to third comes Lucas Kojon. And in fourth position, that is the hard charging Matej Kozicek. But where is Matthias Novotny? I think he's into P5 already. It's a much choppier circuit compared to earlier. The wind is higher. The rain is still in the air, even though it's not actually raining at the moment. So the circuit is much more physical than it was earlier on. Luke Scheider leads. Zahorsky, Kozon, Kozicek, Novotny, Skamler in P6 in front of Kadlec, Kornfeld, Wolf, and it was Kim Min-sung that went down. My goodness, Kim Min-sung was the one who went down on the first lap. Now that is something you don't see every day. A mistake from Kim Min-sung is almost impossible. So a big fall on the first lap then, and it was from Kim Min-sung. So he is the one who's down at the back of the field trying to work his way forward again. So let's see it again. Look in the background and we're going to see... Now this is the earlier incident from the women's. Hopefully we'll get to see Kim Min-sung's fall on the first lap. So that's what happened earlier on. Well, issues then. Unfortunately, we'll try and get it all back together again. There we go. So there is Luke Scheider, the race leader. Alex Lukscheider just trying to trip his way through, hoping for wave after wave to come his way. 8 laps, of course, plus the additional 2 long laps, and he's gone for it early. He's not mucking about here. Alex Lukscheider straight into lap 3, straight into the long lap. So he's obviously made his mind up about where he's going. Lucas Jaworski decides to stay out. So Jaworski going through the parallels in front of Lucas Kojon. So very early tactics for Alex Lukscheider to go for the long lap. And I've got a feeling that Matthias Novotny went the same way. I think Matthias Novotny also took the long lap early. Seemed to work out for him earlier. Take the 2 long laps and then just charge for it when you've got back into the rhythm. But drama in this race as Kim Min-sung ends up having a problem then. And it looks like he's about to be lapped. Kim Min-sung looks like he's going to be lapped here. He's got his hand in the air. Now, is that going to be for him going for the long lap? Yes, it is. So he goes for the long lap. Well, Kim Min-sung. Dramatic turn of events in this race for the man who's trying to wrap up the various different championship titles he's going for. So a very tough race of it for Kim Min-sung. Well, tricky stuff all the way then. We already know that the Masters Championship title has been wrapped up, but obviously in Elite it's not done. Kim Min-sung has been battling away in the Stocks Championship as well with Kim down. So Kim Min-sung has to have a really exciting race to lose the Stocks title. Oh, we're going to see a replay. This is it. Now watch Kim Min-sung. Look, he just washes out completely. When was the last time you saw Kim Min-sung get caught up in an error like that? So uncommon for Kim Min-sung to be the one that goes down on the first lap. He's had a perfect day in stock, but it's not done and dusted yet in Elite for him by any means. He's got a lot of work to do. So Jaworski and Kozon still putting out a decent gap. Now Alex Lukscheider is behind them, but that's because he's done a long lap, and so too is Matthias Novotny. He's the next one in the queue, I think. So Matthias Novotny, oh, down goes Lucas Kozon. Lucas Kozon gets caught in the wake of Jaworski. So easy for that to go right. Zahorski looks behind him, expects to see Kozon, and sees nothing but white water. Well, Lucas Kozon, it's all gone horribly, horribly wrong. And that's game over for him for the time being. Working their way through the boys. Left, right, left again through the parallels, and this is absolutely textbook for Alex Lukschneider. He's not leading the race at the moment, but then he took his long lap early, so once it all settles down, he should be back in front again. But it's Matthias Novotny who's on the course to win the championship title. Third position would more than do. All he needs from this weekend is 12 points. He's only got 11 at the moment. Here's what happened to Kozon. Look in the background. There's the moment. He gets unsettled. Tries to land it, trips over the boy, the back end gets loose, he almost catches it, but he's gone. So close for Lucas Kozon. But it is game over for him, for the fight for the victory. So there is Lucas Zahorski. He's taken a long time to get up to his long laps. I don't think he's actually done one yet. So he's actually going to wait for his long laps until the bitter end to see if that's actually going to be a better way of going about it. The six-time world champion knows he's not in the contention for the championship fight, so he's just racing for fun here. Now he's going to go for the long lap. He's left it later than any of the leaders. So now they're going to come through. Let's see how well Lucas Zahorski handles this. So there's the man who's going to try and get the lead back again. That's Alex Lukschneider. Lucas Kozon hasn't taken his long lap yet either. That's why he's still as high as third. But once he takes his long laps, obviously, that's where he's going to drop back. But what's going to be critical here is the position between Alex Lukschneider and Matthias Novotny. That's what's going to count. So Matthias Novotny still behind Alex Lukschneider for the moment. But the question is, how far behind? At the last timing line, he was only 5 seconds back. Where is Matthias Novotny? There he is. So he's managed to gain a bit of time there. So the gap between them was steady at 5 seconds. I think it's much less than that. It is. He's taken over a second out of him on that lap. So he's got time to get back on terms with Alex Lukschneider. If he's determined, he can catch him and go for the win. So neither of them are taking the long lap. I think they've both taken both long laps. So now it's just a straight fight between this man, Matthias Novotny, and the man he's chasing, Alex Lukschneider. Bring it on. Matthias Novotny in championship winning mode. He wanted to do it in race one. He was denied the chance to do it by one single point. Now he's going to do it in race two if he just keeps the board favourable and charges after the man in front of him. Lucas Zahorski having a nice little run onto the long lap for the second time. There he goes. Nicely handled. Meanwhile, Alex Lukschneider trying to get away from Matthias Novotny. The gap was 3.9. Has it come down again? We're going to wait until they go through, but I think it has come down again. Matthias Novotny, they're going into the last lap, of course, and it has come down. 2.7 now is the gap. So another second taken out by Novotny. He's putting Lukschneider under all the pressure in the world. But where is Zahorski going to re-emerge? There he is. Zahorski has split them. Zahorski has split the two riders. This is a nightmare for Novotny. He wanted to be second. Can he take on the six-time world champion on the last lap? There's a board down. So there's a board down to the left side, but these are the top three, and they are that close together as they reach the end of the parallels. They've all gone the same way of the parallels, but it's not going to matter. Here's going to come Alex Lukschneider. He's going to take the victory. Lukschneider wins it. Zahorski second, but Matthias Novotny in third position becomes the double world champion. He knows it. He's delighted. Matthias Novotny has done what he needed. All he needed from this weekend was 12 points. He now has 22. Matthias Novotny is the new Brinks Cup champion. He is the double world champion. Look at the euphoria for Matthias Novotny. Number one again. He joins the rank of the all-time greats. Winning a world championship is a big, big thing. Winning it twice makes you one of the all-time greats. He joins Alex Lukschneider and shakes his hand. Two double world champions in our midst. And they were right up there with the six-time world champion, Lucas Zahorski. The best of the best just came home in first, second, and third. How about that for a spectacle? Matěj Novotný twice has come from 6th on the grid to 3rd, and that'll do, pig, that'll do. Double world champion. Won the title in 2022, has done it again in the elites in 2024. Your Brinks Cup champion for 2024, Matěj Novotný. The euphoria is finally unleashed. He has unlocked double champion mode, and this is how a double champion celebrates. Look at that, enjoying his moment with Lukasz Zahorski. That is as good as it gets. Celebrating becoming a double world champion with a 6-time world champion. What an exceptional display as two world champions donut together. Wow. How on earth does Matěj Novotný feel right now? I expect he's on cloud 99. What an amazing result for Matěj Novotný. Look at the jubilation. That is a wonderful, wonderful way to end a thrilling fight for the championship title. They brought the champagne over early. Amazing. Matěj Novotný. They've already had the T-shirts made. That was brave to do that with several weeks to go. But they're enjoying this moment. Two right. The Brinks Cup champion, the elite champion, 2024, Matěj Novotný. The party just started, and where better to do it but the Las Vegas of the East, Macau. I don't think you should be too shocked if Matěj Novotný is a little late to the party tomorrow. He'll be having his own very special party tonight. Well done, Matěj Novotný, the King of Kings. He is the king of the Kingdom of Awesomeness, 2024. How about that, boys? Beautiful. A very tough season that began in the UAE, travelled on to Poland, to Sweden, to Italy, to Croatia, and here to Macau. And in the Las Vegas of the East, Matěj Novotný joins his incredible rank of greats. He is now one of the all-time greats. Brilliant. This party is going to go on for hours and hours and hours. And I have a feeling it'll continue on the flight home to the Czech Republic as well. Too right. Well, we may have crowned the Brinks Cup champion, but we haven't finished the day. We've still got 3 races to go today. And all of them come from the stock and stock rookies. We're just watching Feng Zhenghao get himself up to speed and try and warm himself up. But the man we want to watch for in this one, in Group A, is the man in pole position, Hassan Boabas. A chance to put himself back into prominence. It all got a bit too much for him in the first race. He made the mistake and he tumbled. Not a second time, please. He's gone away, he's done his homework, and he will know that this time, I'm going to hang on to it. Kuwait is going to get a victory. They've had a second place, and they've had a class victory. They haven't had a win yet. So let's see if this is the moment for Hassan Boabas. He's got a great grid of racers around him to go up against. Number 1 is Hassan Boabas. 2 is Jan Travnicek. 3 is Feng Zhenghao. 4 is Anthony Squire. 5 is Han Tai-hee. 6 is Juan Pablo Urquidi. 7 is Jin Shulin. 8 is Wu Yongkan. 9 is David Krichka. A is Cao Zijun. B is Lorenzo Tanda. And C is Liu Qing. So the riders just getting themselves together again, ready for the V. This may need a couple of goes, but certainly the man from Kuwait, Hassan Boabas, in pole position, fought hard to get it, deserved it, was so smooth on his qualifying run, but can he hang on to it? He's got such a talented group of stock racers around him who want to take the position away from him. The Kuwaiti, the 2 Czech riders, the riders from China, United States, Korea, Mexico, and Italy around him. But can the man from Kuwait hang on? This is obviously good preparation for him to go to Fujairah in the United Arab Emirates in a couple of months' time to get ready for the World Games qualifier at Chengdu in China. They're going to go around again. Oh, just prolonging the agony for Hassan Bouabas. Fair enough. We'll do it again. Such a tall order for Hassan Bouabas to hold this pressure and just soak it in. Those shoulder blades will be feeling all the pressure and all that weight. And it's so difficult when you get your first pole position up at a big moment like this in the Melco style Grand Prix of Macau with the world watching. It's easy to let it slip. And on this occasion, certainly the first time round, it did slip. But not again. History will not strike twice as far as Hassan Bouabas is concerned. So you can see there that the numbers are shown twice on each leg of the shorts, which is why we can't have number 10, because it wouldn't fit, which is why we have A, B, and C on the shorts instead. So now we get ourselves ready to go. Are we going round a third time? We are indeed. Hassan Bouabas kind of guessed that was going to be a false start again there. Kind of saw it happening and went, I don't really think that's right. Should we go around again? Okay, let's go around again. Well, I can tell you that the rain that was threatening to become a proper shower has disappeared again. Looks like the wind has slowly blown those rain clouds further over towards Hong Kong. So for the moment, the competitors getting themselves geared up. Bouabas, Travnicek, Feng, Squire, Han, Arkidi, Jin, Wu, Kuchka, Cao, Tanda, and Liu. All the pressure on Hassan Bouabas as the leader of the pack. Just bring them all together in the V. The young lad from Kuwait, putting himself together. Just trying to get it all into position as he runs in close proximity. Let's see how they all position themselves. You've got some in regular stance and some in goofy. Majority in goofy, I think, at the front end of this field. But it's all about how comfortable it feels. Here we go! That's more like it. Hassan Bouabas getting a perfect start. And watch as they charge their way through from the far side. It's a great launch forward from Cao Zijun, who's made up a couple of places already. And we've washed out in second. Washed out in second. It's Jan Travnicek. Travnicek is gone. Big disaster for Travnicek. So in second position off the start and now out of it. So Travnicek has now got to try and make up all that time lost again. So this time it's Travnicek that falls by the wayside. Second race in a row, it's all gone wrong for him. Don't forget, that happened in the first heat as well. So now it's going to be a little bit less pressure for Hassan Bouabas, but he's got to control the pace up at the sharp end of the field. This is about the time he lost it previously. He was leading comfortably, and then it all went wrong. So now Hassan Bouabas has got to control it. This is what happened. Whoa! That was the moment. You could literally just see it as he clipped the side of the boy. And that was all gone for Jan Travnicek. He was very lucky not to get caught out by some of the other riders going through. It's a really nasty place to fall. So everybody's still in the mix. There's Hassan Bouabas. That's the Hassan Bouabas we wanted to see earlier. Look at him, calm and composed, cool as a cucumber. Through the parallels, takes it to the right. Just take it nice and easy in the first couple of laps. You don't need to wash out, as we very nearly saw there from Feng Zhenghao. So Feng Zhenghao very nearly dropped it. Anthony Squire battling with him for second place. Squire is the man who's currently in P2. Then it's Feng Zhenghao, who again very nearly drops it in the penultimate corners. He needs to be a little bit careful, as David Kuchka is now really starting to put him under some pressure. So Feng, he appears to be attempting to collide with as many boys as possible rather than actually take the corner. He very nearly misses it altogether in the red boy on that third corner. All goes very badly wrong. Now, how many of them are going to take the long lap? Well, I'll tell you who has. Hassan Bouabas. And I think Anthony Squire did as well. So let's just double check behind Bouabas, because I'm not sure if Anthony Squire is still out on the same patch. No, there is Anthony Squire. So he's there in second. So he took the long lap, and I think someone else in the top five might have done as well. That might be Jan Travnicek, you know. So far so good as they rejoin the racetrack. Who is it that's rejoined the fray? Oh, it's the 9. So that's actually David Kuchka. So he was in 4th place. So we had the riders in first, second and fourth all take the long lap together. So that leaves Feng Zhenghao in the lead for the moment. There he is. So Feng Zhenghao going through the first couple of corners. Into turn 3, that's the one he occasionally misses. When I say miss, I don't mean he cuts it illegally. I mean he just goes right round the perimeter of it. Not the fastest way through. So there is Feng Zhenghao. Oh, and down in the drink. That's Lorenzo Tanda. The Italian Lorenzo Tanda has had a big problem there. So Lorenzo Tanda having a big issue. And that's a real shame for the Italian. Very friendly chap. The only Italian in the entire World Championship. But certainly loves his racing. He's only been doing it a few years. And he came straight into stock rookies, which of course is where he currently stands in his third year of racing. Hassan Bouabas goes back into the lap. Let's have another look at it. We're going to see Hassan Bouabas, in fact, have an issue. And that's why. Got very close to Lorenzo Tanda, though. So he actually skipped the boy in order to avoid Lorenzo Tanda. That's the thing we were trying to point out to you. So far, so good for Hassan Bouabas. Again, he can use the argument, look, I had no choice. I couldn't take the boy because I had to avoid Lorenzo Tanda. So again, that will be one for the officials to have a look at. Round the double left that completes the lap, through the timing line. And so far, Hassan Bouabas is actually looking comfortable this time. It wasn't so easy last time. He made the mistake when he was on the second lap in the lead. This time, he's well on his way on lap 5. And in the stocks, they only get 6 laps, don't forget. So he's just 2 laps away from finishing the job. I think he needs to do another long lap. But he hasn't got too much pressure. I'm fairly sure everybody needs to do a second long lap. I don't think they all did it. Yeah, there is Hassan Bouabas on his second long lap now. You can tell because he's finally able to pick up some speed. That's where you've got your best chance of getting up to the 70 kilometers an hour top speed limit. 11 horsepower, 100cc engines, and the boards are only 30 kilograms. Anthony Squire's done the same thing as Hassan Bouabas. So the American's gone the same way through the S's and rejoins Hassan Bouabas right in behind Lorenzo Tanda. So Tanda's obviously had his fall, and Tanda's only completed 2 laps. So Hassan Bouabas has now got to be careful as he laps him. Sadly for Cao Zijun and Wu Yongcan, it's not gone wrong. It's not gone well for either of those two. They're not going to finish the race. I don't think they even finished the first lap, to be fair to them. So Lorenzo Tanda, 2 laps back from Hassan Bouabas. Bouabas can just enjoy himself. He's going to make sure he's ahead of Lorenzo Tanda there, though. There we go. He manages to get it sorted in the parallels. Sometimes the easiest way to deal with the back marker is just go the opposite way through the parallels to which way they went. If they go left, you go right. Trust your instincts, and you'll get well clear, which he does. So now it's Feng Zhenghao and David Kuchka in the lead, but they too need to take their last long lap. So Hassan Bouabas is on his last lap as well, but he doesn't have to take the long lap. Oh, come on, Hassan! Not now, not now, not when you're this close. So they managed to get it sorted in the end, and oh, he's going to go for the long lap for a... Is that a second time or is that a third time? Has he miscounted? So he's just about caught that, but I'm fairly sure that Hassan Bouabas has already taken 2 long laps. I don't think he needed to take a third. I think Hassan Bouabas has just thrown away the victory here. He's miscounted. I don't believe it. So Anthony Squire surely is going to get the victory now. Unless it's Feng Zhenghao. There is Anthony Squire with Feng Zhenghao right behind him. Yeah, big mistake for Hassan Bouabas. He miscounted how many times he had done the long lap. He took 3, not 2. So Anthony Squire of the United States, he's got his arm in the air. He can't believe it. Don't celebrate yet, for goodness sake. But he's going to get the win. Anthony Squire wins in the second heat. That is what it means to Anthony Squire. The US of A is A-OK in Macau. Anthony Squire beats Feng Zhao to the victory as Hassan Bouabas has thrown away a certain victory. I can't believe it. He took 3 long laps. He only needed to take 2. That is such bad luck for Hassan Bouabas. He thinks he's won. He thinks he's won the race. He was celebrating. Hassan, I'm sorry, mate. You took 3 long laps. You were only supposed to take 2. Look at him. He's enjoying himself. He thinks he's won. Oh, Hassan, I would hate to be the one to tell him. But Anthony Squire is the man who's got it right. 2 jokers, 2 long laps, that's all you needed. But Hassan Bouabas definitely took 3. Oh. Cruelly robbed twice. First time the pressure got to him, and the second time he took 1 long lap too many. He doesn't even know he's done it. This is the thing. At this point, they don't have any form of communication. He doesn't know he's done this. He doesn't know he's got it wrong. He's celebrating like he's taken his first win. Anthony Squire's the winner. Look at him. Oh, Hassan is celebrating. Hassan, mate, I'm so sorry. Oh, this is going to be cruel. This is going to be cruel to see him have this taken away from him. He comes in. He thinks that he's given Q8 their first win in the MotoSurf World Championship. And now it's dawned on him. What? What happened? Oh, well. Better luck next time. Oh, you've got to feel for Hassan Bouabas. He genuinely thought he'd won that race. And to be fair, had he not taken the last long lap, he would have done. By about 5 seconds. Instead, he ends up 18 seconds back. Bittersweet. He did everything right until the last lap. 1 too many long laps. Anthony Squire takes the win from Feng Zhenghao. 3rd place for Han Tai-hee of Korea. 4th for David Kuchka. 5th in the end for Hassan Bouabas. Jin Shulin in 6th. 7th place for Juan Pablo Urquidi of Mexico. 8th position for Jan Travnicek, who went down on the very first lap. 9th position for Liu Xing. And 10th place for Lorenzo Tanda. Non-starts in the end for Cao Zijun or for Wu Yongkan. But baffling. That just shows you, when you're in the heat of the moment, you're concentrating on so many things in one go, it's so easy to miscount. And if he's there on the last lap thinking, did I do it twice? I can't remember if I did it twice. Let's just make sure I do it again to be sure. But I'm afraid it cost him the win. Devastating for Hassan Bouabas. Right, let's go into Heat 2. Group B, 6 more laps and 2 more long laps. Kim Min-song, Timothée Zubo, Damian Kadlec, Mark Andrews, Zhang Maozhu, Daisuke Mamada, Maxim Gavronov, Stefan Shemba, Denis Duselek, Vacharasak Jantorn, Chen Zhangkei, and Mike Michalidis. So as the riders prepare themselves, obviously there's an important opportunity here for Kim Min-song, and he knows it. So Kim Min-song, the man who we saw drop it in the Elite, there is actually an opportunity here coming. So let's talk about it, because Kim Min-song has obviously come into this weekend knowing how important it is. He had 356 points at the start of the weekend compared to Kim Down on 307, but they both got their race victories. They both managed to hold on to their positions. So as a result of them both getting 18 points, it's actually going to be fairly tricky to see what happens next. Because we've got ourselves quite a tough fight now for the championship. Kim Min-song could do this with another victory, because it will just be impossible for the others to catch him up. So let's see how it all plays out. Essentially now we've got... Oh, red flag. Red flag. Well, I wonder, are the conditions now a little bit too tricky to continue? Because everybody's coming back. So we've obviously got to think about the tide. We've got to think about the weather conditions. But it's been red flagged. We need to double check what the reason is for this, but we won't get any updates just yet. But for the first time today, the race has actually been stopped before it started. So, okay, bit of an interesting one, but just to keep you up to date with where we were going with that point, Kim Min-song and Kim Down both took their first victories of the weekend in the previous heat, 18 points apiece. So if Kim Min-song does it again in this heat, by my mathematics, he can't be caught in the championship. They're signaling him in again. They're signaling him in. Come on, come back then. So I'm not entirely sure what the red flag was for. They certainly haven't given us any indication as to what it was. So your guess is as good as mine. I'm sure that'll come up officially later as to why that had to be red flagged temporarily. But an interesting one. Right, apparently I'm being told that Heat 1 Stock A, so the Heat 1 result in Stock A, is actually under investigation at the moment. So I'm not entirely sure what that means. I think that's down to the fact that Zhang Maozhu was investigated for a jump start penalty, but I think he actually got awarded that jump start at the end. So I don't think that makes any big differences to the outcomes there. But that man with the hand in the air, Kim Min-sung, I think I've calculated this right, but if he wins this race, he becomes the stock champion for 2024, because all he needed was 3 podiums in the first 3 races, but 2 wins. Well, that gives him plenty of opportunity. So now we get to see if this is the moment for Kim Min-sung. Can he become champion in the second heat of the weekend? Or will he have to wait until tomorrow? If he falls in the same way he did in the Elite, then it goes on to tomorrow. If he wins, it's game over. So here we go again then for Group B. Kim, Zubor, Kadlec, Andrews, Zhang, Mamada, Gavronov, Shemba, Dusilek, Yantorn, Chen, and Michailidis. Are we going to see a clean start straight off the bat from the V? It looks like it's a pretty good start to me. Hopefully they'll get the command nice and early. They do, and we're racing! So it's now down to Kim Min-sung. Can he charge away and win this going out? The sun's threatening to poke out over the shoreline, which could be a perfect omen for Kim Min-sung. He charges his way to the buoy for the left-hander, and he's well clear in the lead. Excellent work from the Korean, from pole. Exactly what he needed. And as they work their way through the parallels, oh, we've got someone down in the parallels already. So someone right in the middle. We had contenders literally going left, right, across each other's bows, and I think the white water caught someone out. But out in front, Kim Min-sung doing exactly what he needs to do. Excellent start. And if he manages to pull this off with a second win, it's already done. 3 podiums would have been enough, 33 points in total, but if he can take 2 wins, he comes away with 36, and so it's already done and dusted. So Kim Min-sung looking good to finish the job on Saturday. It turns out Saturday night's all right for a fight, and he's having a lovely go of it at the moment, in the lead, back in the zone. He knows best. So let's have a look at what happened on the second lap. Oh, how close was that to a total and utter washout for both riders? It turned out only in the end to be a problem for one of them. I think that was Daisuke Mamada, the Japanese rider, going off in the end. So both riders very nearly coming a cropper together, but I think that was Daisuke Mamada who ended up dropping back. He came through in 5th position initially, so yeah, I think it was him in dire straits. But Kim Min-sung leads the way. Or does he? Round the far side. Well, that's going to be an interesting one as Daisuke Mamada recovers after his fall. Took him a long time to get up again, though, so I thought for a moment that was someone trying to threaten his lead, but it wasn't. I think that was Daisuke Mamada just trying to get his head back together after dipping it in the drink. So on the long lap. So Kim Min-sung on the long lap, which we think potentially Daisuke Mamada actually decided to do. He came off the board, so we thought, well, we may as well just go for a long lap now then. So we think that's what happened. But certainly Kim Min-sung has taken the first of the 2 long laps. It's only a 6-lap race, so he is just 3 and a bit laps away from becoming champion in 2024 in the stock category. He is about to become the stock world champion. We'll have to wait till tomorrow to crown the women's champion, the junior girls, the junior boys, and the stock rookie champions. But everything else is going to be decided today. The Masters champion has already been crowned. So too has the Elite champion. And we're about to crown the stock champion in 3 more laps. So through the contenders come in close proximity. But we've already seen champions aplenty in this paddock. We saw the champion go the way of Kim Down in the Masters, and he'll be coming out, of course, for the stock Group C race after this one. Then we saw Matthias Novotny become the elite world champion, to win the Brinks Cup. But are we going to see this man, Kim Min-song, become the third champion of today? There'll be 3 more to crown tomorrow, of course. But it's going to be a really close proximity battle all the way through. In fact, no, technically, we'll crown 4 tomorrow, won't we? Because we'll crown the junior girl, the junior boy, the women's, and the stock rookie. Stock rookie is going to go all the way to the last lap of the last race, the way they're currently fighting. So that could be really exciting to witness. But let's see how it all plays out in the closing stages of this valiant fight. Kim Min-song now just has 3 laps to go. He can take the long lap on any one of those he chooses, but he has the overall lead. He's currently in 2nd place, of course, because Damian Kadlec has not taken his long laps yet. But Kim Min-song is enjoying himself out in the lead on net. So there he is, continuing his charge forward. Damian Kadlec comes back out of the long lap in the right time, and that will all be fine and dandy for Kim Min-song. Just don't push it too hard, mate. You've still got plenty of time to do this. You don't have to rush. That's the beauty of having the advantage. He decides to take the left parallel in the hope that he can get past the back marker without too much hesitation. There, by the way, is Damian Kadlec, who is technically the race leader. Oh, and he's just avoided somebody going down there. So that's not gone well. But Damian Kadlec is about to go into the long lap. And when he does so, he will, of course, lose his lead. Let's have another look and see what happens. Oh, this is Kim Min-song. How did he save that? Absolutely extraordinary. Kim Min-song had a mouthful of water, he was so far in, and somehow he stayed on the board. I cannot believe it. So Kim Min-song so close to ruining his race victory, but he manages to keep it together. Now he is on the last lap. The last lap before he becomes champion. And he takes the long lap on the last lap. He very nearly loses it through the left-hander. That's how hard Kim Min-song is pushing. He only knows 2 speeds, flat out or stationary. But Kim Min-song is pushing every single apex of every single boy. He wants this to go his way. He's got another slow board to avoid because someone else went down there in the water. And there is Damian Kadlec having taken his 2nd long lap. There he goes. So Kim Min-song takes back the lead. He goes into the parallels for the last time. Earlier on, we have already crowned 2 champions today. We crowned Kim Down as the Masters champion. We crowned Matthias Novotny as the Elite Brinks Cup champion. Now we're going to crown Kim Min-song, who comes through the final 2 corners. He will no longer be debated as the champion. He is the champion in the stock category for 2024. He wins valiantly both his opening heats. He cannot be caught. Kim Min-song is the new stock world champion. Absolutely wonderful ride in both his opening races of the weekend. He has 3 to go. He can drop one of them, but it's all over. The stock title goes to Kim Min-song, and look at how he's celebrating. Kim Min-song's just enjoying himself. Cruising. That'll do. Just drinking it all in. Kim Min-song is the 2024 UIM MotoSurf Stock World Champion. And that is a very tough category. You can't do anything to the boards to change them in any way. They come straight out of the box. You've got to race them as they are. It comes down to the rider. It's the best rider that will win the championship. In 2024, that was Kim Min-song. He's just taking it in his stride. He's not getting too excited yet. I think he just wants to double check when he comes in. But when he sees everybody celebrating on the sidelines, he will know he falls in this time. Who cares now? Now you can do whatever you want, Kim. Job done. Carries the board in. And he will realize that he has done enough in terms of the points won in the first 2 heats of the weekend. He doesn't even have to show up tomorrow. He's done enough to win the championship. But you can bet your bottom dollar that Kim Min-song will be back tomorrow to complete his final 3 races in the stock category and, of course, to battle in elites again. He's just keeping it all under wraps, keeping it all nice and chilled. But Kim Min-sung is our third champion of the day. There'll be 4 more tomorrow, but what a way to end it. Great job for Kim Min-sung. Loving all of those T-shirts down in the paddock as well to celebrate Matěj Novotny's second World Championship title. You can see, look on the board, on the bank there, you've got the Matěj Novotny fan club in their brand new World Champion T-shirts. Tell you what, that was brave from his marketing team, wasn't it? Yeah, let's print them, let's take them. I'm sure it'll be fine. Just as well it was. So the final race of the day then. And then, of course, we've got a busy day in action tomorrow. So the starting positions for Heat 2, Group C, and Kim Down, the man who's already been confirmed as a champion this year in the Masters category, has just seen his great rival in the stock, Kim Min-sung, take the title that he was trying to win, but he'll still go from pole position. Adam Janusek is 2, 3 is Miroslav Kops, 4 is Zhu Linjung, 5 is Kim Min-jun, 6 is Yuan Song, 7 is Vladimir Andel, I should really say, 8 is Abraham Tibor, 9 is Jakub Kozon, A is Fares Ramadan, B is Adam Ficek, and C is Jan Zhitao. Now again, Kim Down is likely to have a fairly decent ride here from the top end, but also watch out for Fares Ramadan. He's going to have a bit more pressure this time in the board with the A shorts. There is number 5, that is Kim Min-jun. We saw him in conversation earlier on with one of the competitive riders in the ladies category. Now he gets the chance to race himself. So Kim Min-jun getting himself prepared. There is the number 9, that's Jakub Kozon. Had a great chance earlier on of victory and it all fell apart. But now we are going to get to see a truly sensational battle up the front. Watch out for Adam Janusek and Miroslav Kops. They want to have a much better race this time than they did earlier on. And as the riders get themselves into position, 5:25, pretty much local time. The last race of the day. Talk about that for timing. Spot on. The precision of the schedule here has been absolutely brilliant, considering how difficult it was at the start of the day when we had that delay, when the jet ski was coughing and spluttering. Well done to everybody for making sure that the racing could continue and could do so in fine style. So now the competitors getting themselves into the V. I think they'll do so for a second time. Yeah, they've gone around for a second run at the V. So Kim Down, Adam Janusek, Miroslav Kops, Zhu Linjing, Kim Min-jun, Yuan Song, Vladimir Andel, Abraham Tibor, Jakub Kozon, Fares Ramadan, Adam Ficek, and Jan Zhitao will race the last race of the day here in the first race day of competition in the UIM MotoSurf World Championship finale at the Melco style Grand Prix of Macau. One last chance then, folks, for today at least, to get the Brinks TV app open on your smartphones. And of course to predict, free to play, who is going to take the victory in this one. Will it be Kim Down? Will it be Adam Janusek? Or could it be the man starting all the way back in 10th place, Fares Ramadan, looking very motivated. The rookie contender, looking good for a rookie win. Well, it looks like they're going round for another go at the V. So they're getting yet another go at it. So another delay then in terms of the schedule. The number 1, Kim Min-sung, taking the victory last time out. The number 1 this time, Kim Down, looking yet again to replicate him. He got the win in his first heat. Now he'll want to do it again in the second. But just as Kim Min-sung did it, Kim Down will do the same, which means that with them both matched on points, nobody's going to gain a big advantage on the other, which is perfect news for Kim Min-sung. He can't be caught in the championship fight. So now they're just gesturing to each other, Kim Down and Adam Janusek. Come on, can you control us, please? It's up to you. You're the one who's leading us. So they're just making sure they're all tightly knit together in the V. They're all in formation. Are we going to go racing this time? The second part of the pack is not particularly in line with the front. But now we're going to go racing. Off we go. And it's a cracking start from Janusek. He's actually going to give Kim Down a bit of a run for his money out of the first turn. There's not much in between them. Can he overturn the positions around the far side? Well, Kim Down doing his best not to trip up. But Janusek is going to go the opposite way on the parallel. They run very close to each other. Oh, and a washout. That's gone very badly wrong for, I think, Zhulin Jing. I think it was the rider in 4th position at that time. Oh, no, that is Zhulin Jing. So that could well have been Kim Min-jun then. So if Kim Min-jun was the next one in the line, then he might be one of the ones to have gone down. So we've got to double check it as they come through. Let's have a look through. Now this is actually the corner before. Oh, that's gone very badly wrong for Yan Zitao. So Yan Zitao just topples into the red boy. But there was a second calamity about 2 corners further round. So we'll have to see who else didn't come through. I think the other one might have been Yuan Song, actually. So Yuan Song was the other one that got caught up on the first lap. And so Abraham Tibor managed to make his way up into 10th position then. Problems for him as well, I gather, actually. So Abraham Tibor... Oh, so it was Abraham Tibor gone into a separate incident. Yuan Song has not actually come through by the look of it. So it looks like there were only 11 of them on the start anyway. So Kim Down leads the way. Janusek in 2nd place. Then Miroslav Kupc. Then Zhulin Jing, Adam Ficek, Kim Min-jun, Jakub Kozon, Faris Ramadan, Vladimir Andel, and Yan Zitao. So we are watching the number 2, Adam Janusek, trying to close in on the Korean Kim Down. But so far, all going according to plan. There is Janusek, having a slightly better run than the first time. At least he can keep Kim Down in his sights on this occasion, rather than get into hot water himself. Through the left, nobody taking the long lap yet. They're obviously going to prolong it to the second half of the race. And you could tell that the long lap will happen because it's at that point on the course when they go right rather than going left. Double red boy through to the parallel, and Janusek actually wants to push Kim Down to his limits here. Just to see how far he can stretch him and try and get him to make a tactical decision. But it's all down to Kim Down at the moment. So what does Janusek do? Because they've only got 3 laps to go at the end of this one, and they've both got to take 2 long laps. So I would suspect that it then comes down to maybe Janusek decides to wait for Kim Down to make the move. If he doesn't go, then he should. And if he does go, then he shouldn't for 1 more lap. Just to give himself a chance to get himself back into the mix a bit. And at the moment, Kim Down is being held up by a back marker. This could be perfect for Janusek. Now, if I'm Janusek, I'm doing the opposite of what his colleague does. So Kim Down goes for the long lap. No, Janusek does decide to go with him. So maybe he can choose to go opposing on the last lap. So Janusek will have seen, obviously, Kim Down getting held up by the back marker. So now what does he do? On lap 5, does he choose to do the exact opposite of what Kim Down does? Or does he hope that Kim Down feels the pressure of him hot on his heels and makes the mistake? That's a bit hard to predict because Kim Down doesn't make mistakes often. Works his way through in the hope that he can get things together fairly nicely. But they both went for their first long lap at the same time. Will they match each other and go for the second long lap at the same time? Or will this be very much a tactical game between the two? Whatever the other does the opposite. So let's find out. They finish off in the parallel. Through to finish off these final corners of the parallel. Janusek looking really hungry behind Kim Down. So there is Faris Ramadan, the rookie leader, finally going for his 2 long laps. He was leading the race up to that point, but he's still looking good to win the rookies category at the very minimum. He should come out well in front of Adam Ficek, so I don't think he's got too much of a difficulty there to worry about. But now it's going to be tricky all the way to the finish. So now this is going to be key, tactically wise. Okay, so Kim Down's gone for it. Will Janusek? No, he doesn't. Okay, so this is where it's going to count. So Kim Down's gone for the second long lap. Janusek decided to carry on. So now it's the tactical opposite for Janusek. Can he undercut Kim Down by going quicker with clear water in front of him? This is going to be a real tactical battle. Kim Down decided to take the long lap early, so Janusek did the opposite. Very much the best thing to do in these circumstances. So Janusek will lead for the moment, but he's got to take 1 long lap. Kim Down doesn't. He's done both of his. So there is Kim Down. Still having a great ride. But now he's completed both of his long laps. And Adam Janusek is literally only a couple of seconds behind him in the long run. So let's see. Has Janusek done enough here to hoodwink his rival? It's going to be tight. So there is Kim Down finishing off his lap. But where is Adam Janusek going to filter back in? Can he take a win here off Kim Down? So Janusek has already started the last lap. There is Kim Down, working his way through the first couple of corners. Janusek's going to be on the long lap. Janusek is already on the long lap, I do believe. So where is Janusek going to filter out? That's where it's going to be key. The 2 versus the 1. As we watch the 3, that's MotoSurf Cups. So where is Janusek going to pick it up? Is he going to be close enough to challenge for the victory between himself and Kim Down? We need to pick up 1 and 2. So 1 and 2 are going to be very close together. They've now all completed the same amount of laps, and Janusek will have completed his final run. Let's see where they are in relation to each other. Well, there is Kim Down. Where is Janusek? Is that him to the far side of him? There's nothing in it. Oh no, Janusek is a little further back than that. That's unfortunate. He didn't quite filter out competitively enough. It was a good effort. He couldn't gain the time, and Kim Down will take the victory. Janusek in second. And the board has gone down, but who is it that's gone down on the last lap? Can't tell who that is. Is that the 3? Is that the 3 that went down on the very last lap? Oh, it's the B that went down. So that is Adam Ficek battling away with Kim Down as they cross the finish line. I can't believe it. As they cross the finish line, Ficek must not have seen the checkered flag. So he must not have known that the race was over. Wow, very crazy end to the race then for Adam Ficek. But that is it. Kim Down has taken his second victory in the same way that Kim Min-sung did in the first heats. Adam Janusek tried his best to get the undercut on the second long lap, but he just wasn't able to compete with the same sort of pace as Kim Down. Gave it everything he had. It was a good effort, but it wasn't to be. Kim Down takes the win in front of Adam Ficek. So that's why they were racing for the line. So Ficek had actually made up all that time, and they were racing for the line. So that's why they almost clattered together after the finish line. I kind of want to see that again then, because those two were actually fighting for the win, would you believe? I didn't realize. I thought they were a lap apart. But Adam Ficek had done all that hard work and got himself back into the fight for the victory. So that's why Ficek was pushing it to the line. He wanted to beat him to the win. So let's see if there's any chance we can have a look at that clip again, because that was actually for the victory. There was only half a second between them at the line looking at the results. But Kim Down, board above his head, he's happy. Let's look. So let's see what happened in the closing stage. Here he is, look. That's for the victory. They were pushing each other to the line, and Ficek goes face first in after the finish line. But that's how close the two of them were on the finish of the race. That's the closest finish we have had all day. Half a second. So Kim Down takes the win from Adam Ficek. Third from Adam Janusek. Fourth is Fares Ramadan, who comes second in rookie. Fifth for Zhu Linjing. Sixth for MotoSurf Cups. Seventh for Kim Min-jun. Eighth for Yan Zhitao. Ninth is Jakob Kozon. Eighth is Abraham Tibor. And in 11th place, Vladimir Andel, with Yuan Song not managing to start. What a day it has been in the UIM MotoSurf World Championship here at the Melco Style Grand Prix of Macau. We've crowned 3 champions. Kim Min-sung in the Stock Championship, Kim Down in the Masters, but most importantly of all, in the Brinks Cup in the elite category, Matthias Novotny is now a 2-time world champion. But that's not all, because we're back tomorrow for more great action. We'll crown the champions in junior boy, junior girl, women, and of course, the stock rookies as well. From Jake Sanson and the whole crew, thank you very much for being with us. Tomorrow is just another day in MotoSurf.